Power levels. Soul/star power manifest in a human when their active soul control reaches a minimum of 10%. 1% of active soul control can mobilize 2-star soul power. G. Less than 10%, 0 stars, mortals. F. Greater than 10%, 20 stars, card student. E. Greater than 20%, 40 stars, card scholar. D. Greater than 30%, 60 stars, card solider. C. Greater than 40%, 80 stars, card master. B. Greater than 50%, 100 stars, card grandmaster. I. Greater than 60%, 120 stars, card lord. AA. Greater than 70%, 140 stars, card overlord. S. Greater than 80%, 160 stars, card king. SS. Greater than 90%, 180 stars, card emperor. 100%, 200 stars, card demigod. Grimoire grade. Iron grimoire, mortal grade, 0 stars. Iron grimoire is the most basic of grimoires. One doesn't have to be a card apprentice to use it, and it can only hold mortal grade cards with no star requirement. Bronze grimoire, common grade, 0 to 40 stars. One has to be a card apprentice to use a bronze grimoire, and it can hold mortal and common grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating up to 40 stars. Silver grimoire, uncommon grade, 40 to 80 stars. Silver grimoire can hold mortal, common, and uncommon grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating up to 80 stars. Gold grimoire, rare grade, 80 to 120 stars. Gold grimoire can hold mortal, common, uncommon, and rare grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating of up to 120 stars. Platinum grimoire, myth grade, 120 to 160 stars. Platinum grimoire can hold mortal, common, uncommon, rare, and myth grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating of up to 160 stars. Diamond grimoire, legend grade, 160 to 200 stars. Diamond grimoire can hold mortal, common, uncommon, rare, myth, and legend grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating of up to 200 stars. Card grade. Mortal grade, 0 stars, G rank. Mortal grade cards do not contain soul power, therefore, one doesn't require to be a card apprentice to use them. G rank, 0 stars. Common grade, 1 to 40 stars, E and F rank. Common grade cards can have a maximum of 40 stars. F rank, 1 to 20 stars. E rank, 2-40 stars. Uncommon grade, 3 to 80 stars, C and D rank. Uncommon grade cards can have a maximum of 80 stars. D rank, 3 to 60 stars. C rank, 4 to 80 stars. Rare grade, 5 to 120 stars. A and B rank. Rare grade cards can have a maximum of 120 stars. B rank, 5 to 100 stars. A rank, 6 to 120 stars. Myth grade, 7 to 160 stars. S and AA rank. Myth grade cards can have a maximum of 160 stars. AA rank, 7 to 140 stars. S rank, 8 to 160 stars. Legend grade, 9 to 200 stars, and SS rank. Legend grade cards can have a maximum of 200 stars. SS rank, 9 to 180 stars. Rank, 10 to 200 stars. Martial arts / occupational proficiency. Proficient, elite, master, grandmaster. Date, March 17th, 2321. Time, 2337 HRS. Location, Sky Blossom City, Wyatt Residence. Rest in peace. Death is another beginning. Since I am you in the world's eyes, let me shoulder your hate, pain, and desire. I woke up feeling something suffocating inside of me. No, not my internals, something deeper and profound. My soul seemed to be suffocating, covered in a fog of malice and hate. I suddenly realized I was not in my lab, but someone's bedroom. By the looks of the room, filled with action figures, model planes and cars, while walls and floor covered in adult posters and magazines, it seemed to be a middle-aged pervert's room. Many questions raised in my head. Where am I? What am I doing here? Was I kidnapped? Interestingly, I found answers to all my questions within my mind, finally realizing that I transmigrated into the body of a 17-year-old boy, and things were complicated. The deceased soul's name is Dalton Venera Wyatt, in short Dalton Wyatt, similar to my name. Not surprising considering the reincarnation genre. Young Wyatt's world can be considered parallel Earth considering its earthly resemblance, and it is being plagued by dungeons and monsters similar to the ones popular in games, novels, and anime in my world. Young Wyatt's parents were card apprentices who passed away in their last mission nearly 2 months ago. With his gardeners gone, young Wyatt's life withered. First, his friends and teachers deserted him since he was no longer the only son of 2 silver-rank adventurers. Second, his school life was hell as his bullies gained in numbers and became bolder. Third, he lost all his savings and insurance money in a scam. Fourth, he got caught in a staged accident and faced a fraudulent lawsuit. Even though he had lost all his money in a scam, young Wyatt's parents had left him a good amount of property, for example the house I am currently in and their silver-rank adventure equipment. Young Wyatt was smart. First the scam, and now this staged accident. Feeling cornered, it became clear to him that he was being targeted by someone. No matter how smart Wyatt was, being a legal adult in government eyes, and with no friends and family in his support, the odds were not in favor of Wyatt. Under the constant threats of hooligans and court notice, young Wyatt felt there was no way out of this. He could give in to the fraudulent lawsuit and settle, but he felt ashamed at the thought of selling his childhood home or his parents' adventure equipment. In desperation, young Wyatt was not willing to let the perps win and get away with it. So he wrote his will donating his property to a children's trust upon his death, then decided to commit suicide. Enter me, Dr. Dalton Wyatt, the world-renowned scientist, inventor, and entrepreneur. For unknown reasons, I seem to have been reborn in this body. But one thing is clear to me: my life as Dr. Dalton Wyatt has come to an end. Even though the deceased soul has traveled to the afterlife, the body contains strong remnant hate, pain, and desire, forming a fog suffocating my soul. Rest in peace. Death is another beginning. Since I am you in the world's eyes, let me shoulder your hate, pain, and desire. Other than communicating with the remnant, no other good idea popped in my head. Coincidentally enough, an eerie thought conveyed in my mind. Those who wronged me should be punished. Fulfill my parents' dream. Hearing this thought, I was frightened and overjoyed at the same time. Fear because ghosts turned out to be real, and overjoyed as things could be resolved by talking. The two conditions put forward by the ghost seemed reasonable at first, but they were vague with undefined boundaries. Punished. What did it mean by that? Did it want me to kill all those who wronged young Wyatt? Parents' dream. Which one, and what are they? I did not want to live my second life as a murderer fulfilling someone else's dream. Fortunately, when I voiced my doubts, the ghost conveyed the demands more precisely. Firstly, it only sought justice, not vengeance. This justice was subjective to my will. Secondly, Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt longed for their son to be a card apprentice and be ranked in the Card Apprentice Championship. Successfully negotiating with the ghost, the fog suffocating my soul vanished, and I gained complete memories of young Wyatt. Maybe it was the negotiation with the ghost or something else. I seemed to have adapted to my new life as a transmigrator. Ahapia. For some reason, I was feeling sleepy. Oh, whatever. I have all the time to explore later. Let me take a nap now. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Open up, twat. We know you're in there. Open up. Ugh. WTF. What does a man have to do to get a proper sleep around here? Frustrated, I got up from the bed. Stomping my foot hard on the floor, I walked to the front door in a sleepish manner, and opening the door, I snapped at them. WTF do you want? Don't you know it's rude to hinder people's sleep? My eyes were barely open. I did not bother to see who was at the door and was ready to shut the door on their face, but a large hand grabbed onto the edge of the door while pushing half of his body into the door. Unable to close the door, I was caught by surprise. Then it dawned upon me that I had transmigrated, and people at the door were no pushovers, but hooligans blackmailing young Wyatt. Looks like someone needs to be reminded of their place and debts again. Bang! Shoving the door wide open, two people walked into the hallway without my invitation. The tall one looked at me with a sneer and said, "Looks like someone is enjoying their sleep. But do you know who isn't? My cousin whom you hospitalized." While the shorter one shoved 2 documents on my face and said, "Look at them, these are the medical bill and court notice. When are you going to settle the bills, or would like to settle it in the court?" Before I could get a proper glance at the 2 documents, the shorter hooligan hid them back into his coat pocket. He did not want me to read the documents. Both the hooligans gave me an intimidating glare. If it was young Wyatt, he would have caved, but it was not him, it's me. The The more they glared at me, the more guilty they looked in my eyes. Calming myself and thinking of all possible scenarios and the worst that could happen, I said, "Fellows, we have been through all this already. I said I will pay you within a week. Why are you here now? Right now I don't have money to buy myself breakfast, let alone to pay you. Come back on the 20th, I will have your money ready by then. You think we have no other work than to come to beg you for the money that you owe us? We only came to inform you that my cousin went through another surgery yesterday, and the bills that you have to settle have risen. Now that you know that we will be on our way. See you in 2 days." Without waiting for me to go into details, they walked out, leaving me speechless. Fuck. I cursed inwardly. I could have just called the cops on them, but I would be letting them off easy. At most, they would be sentenced to 2 to 3 years of jail for fraud, if I could prove them guilty, that is. No, that isn't enough. They had to pay not just them, but also the hands behind them. These guys know young Wyatt's net worth and bottom line, so they don't mind hooking young Wyatt for a few more weeks and demand more money before getting serious. These twerps don't know how lucky they are that I transmigrated, otherwise what greeted them would be the cold corpse of young Wyatt. Since they love money so much, let me use it to teach these fellows a lesson. Trang-a-ring. Trang-a-ring. What's that sound? Where is it coming from? I walked to the source of the sound. It's an old-style book with iron bookbinding with a QR code for a cover. It was young Wyatt's iron grimoire. Picking it up, I opened it to see who was calling. Class teacher Wong calling. I forgot, now I am a student, and I had a school to attend. Going through young Wyatt's memories, I came to know this Robert Wong was a piece of work. Back when young Wyatt's parents were alive, this class teacher did not hesitate to lick his students behind shamelessly, but now he acts as if young Wyatt has robbed his ancestors' grave. This class teacher Wong was one of the main reasons why young Wyatt's classmates looked down on him. His friends stayed far from him, and bullies got bolder with him. Class teacher Wong may have not directly bullied young Wyatt, but his biased opinion and attitude toward Wyatt caused many students to alienate young Wyatt, leading to depression and negative thoughts in young Wyatt's mind. Forget it, let's answer the call. Toot. You dumbass, what took you so long to answer my call, and why aren't you in my class? 15 minutes. You have to be in my class, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. Being barged by his arrogant words, a vein popped on my neck, and I cursed. Foo. Beep you, beep your mama. Beep beep you and your mama. Sorry. Wrong number. Toot toot. This way, sir. Locker number 817. Please take your time. Call me if you need anything. Saying that, the bank clerk walked out of the locker room. Entering the locker pin, I opened the locker. I wasn't excited cause I knew what was inside thanks to young Wyatt's memories. 2 silver grimoires and nothing else. These were the most prized possessions left behind by young Wyatt's parents. These 2 grimoires can be ranked among the top 100 of Sky Blossom City's most coveted possessions. In this world ruled by card apprentice, grimoires represented everything: status, power, wealth, because they played such an important role in the hands of a card apprentice. Grimoires are livelihood and weapons for card apprentice. From card creation to card fusion, grimoires are needed in every step, and a high-level grimoire will come a long way. Grimoires are ranked based on different card grades they can hold. Grimoire grade. Iron grimoire, mortal grade, 0 stars. Iron grimoire is the most basic of grimoires. One doesn't have to be a card apprentice to use it, and it can only hold mortal grade cards with no star requirement. Bronze grimoire, common grade, 0 to 40 stars. One has to be a card apprentice to use a bronze grimoire, and it can hold mortal and common grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating up to 40 stars. Silver grimoire, uncommon grade, 40 to 80 stars. Silver grimoire can hold mortal, common, and uncommon grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating up to 80 stars. Gold grimoire, rare grade, 80 to 120 stars. Gold grimoire can hold mortal, common, uncommon, and rare grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating of up to 120 stars. Platinum grimoire, myth grade, 120 to 160 stars. Platinum grimoire can hold mortal, common, uncommon, rare, and myth grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating of up to 160 stars. Diamond grimoire, legend grade, 160 to 200 stars. Diamond grimoire can hold mortal, common, uncommon, rare, myth, and legend grade cards. Each card can only have a star rating of up to 200 stars. Card grade. Mortal grade, 0 stars, G rank. Mortal grade cards do not contain soul power, therefore, one doesn't require to be a card apprentice to use them. G rank, 0 stars. Common grade, 1 to 40 stars. E and F rank. Common grade cards can have a maximum of 40 stars. F rank, 1 to 20 stars. E rank, 2 to 40 stars. Uncommon grade, 3 to 80 stars. C and D rank. Uncommon grade cards can have a maximum of 80 stars. D rank, 3 to 60 stars. C rank, 4 to 80 stars. Rare grade, 5 to 120 stars. A and B rank. Rare grade cards can have a maximum of 120 stars. B rank, 5 to 100 stars. A rank, 6 to 120 stars. Myth grade, 7 to 160 stars. S and AA rank. Myth grade cards can have a maximum of 160 stars. AA rank, 7 to 140 stars. S rank, 8 to 160 stars. Legend grade, 9 to 200 stars, and SS rank. Legend grade cards can have a maximum of 200 stars. SS rank, 9 to 180 stars. Rank, 10 to 200 stars. To understand the difference in various ranks of Grimoire, one has to understand the different power levels of Card Apprentice. Card Apprentice power levels are divided based on the percentage of active soul control in a person. A person with a minimum of 10% active soul control can be considered as Card Apprentice. G, less than 10%, 0 stars, mortals. F, greater than 10%, 20 stars, card student. E, greater than 20%, 40 stars, card scholar. D, greater than 30%, 60 stars, card solider. C, greater than 40%, 80 stars, card master. B, greater than 50%, 100 stars, card grandmaster. I, greater than 60%, 120 stars, card lord. AA, greater than 70%, 140 stars, card overlord. S, greater than 80%, 160 stars, card king. SS, greater than 90%, 180 stars, card emperor. 100%, 200 stars, card demigod. 1% of active soul control can mobilize 2-star soul power. Young Wyatt was still yet to gain 10% active soul control to be officially called Card Apprentice. Therefore, like other mortals, he could only use an iron grimoire. When young Wyatt was at his weakest, a scamster promised him to help achieve 10% active soul control within a week for a price, that is. If it had happened during some other time, maybe young Wyatt would not have fallen prey to this scam, but recent tragedies in his life and facing alienation in school lead to him be gullible and vulnerable enough to believe in this scam. He thought becoming Card Apprentice could change everything, gain him his teachers' and classmates' respect, keep away the bullies, maybe even teach them a lesson. The scamster easily spotted young Wyatt's insecurities and started to make all sort of false promises until finally, young Wyatt fell for it. But all was not in vain. There was a lesson in all this. Young Wyatt finally realized that there was no shortcut to improve active soul control, otherwise the government would have been using it for ages, or at least his parents would have mentioned it to him. The reason why I am here is that I had achieved 12% active soul control, that is, I can mobilize 24-star soul power and be officially called a Card Apprentice. It seems the fog covering my soul did not vanish, instead it got absorbed by my soul, giving me complete memories of young Wyatt, and rising my active soul control percentage to 12% within a night. Normally, when a person achieves 10% soul control, they usually sign a soul contract with a bronze grimoire to officially become a Card Apprentice. But there are always geniuses who leapfrog and contract a silver or above rank grimoire. Conditions to contract a silver grimoire is to achieve a minimum of 20% active soul control or to have a very powerful soul which can bear the burden of a higher level soul contract. Not to seem narcissistic, but I do consider myself a genius. After all, I am a transmigrator. So, instead of going to school to sign a soul contract with the government-issued bronze grimoire, I decided to sign a contract with one of young Wyatt's parents' silver grimoire. I was not confident that I could sign a soul contract with a silver grimoire, but it did not hurt to try. After all, I had 2 silver grimoires at my disposal. I would be a fool not to. Holding the silver grimoire in one hand, I dropped a drop of my blood soul on its cover to initiate soul contract with it. To my surprise, as my blood soul came in contact with the grimoire shined brightly and started to hover in front of me as it slowly opened to a page from which a hologram of a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared. Son, congratulations on becoming a card apprentice. Sorry mother could not be with you on such a happy occasion. I could see Mrs. Wyatt suppressing her tears. She knew she was going to die. I have a lot of things to say, but I am short on time. Son, we love you and are proud of you. Even though we can't be with you, remember this: we will always be watching over you. I have left you a gift. Hope it helps you in your adventures. Sayonara, my sweet pea. Without my knowledge, a teardrop rolled from my eyes. Maybe it was due to young Wyatt's memories. Even though I didn't know Mr. and Mrs. Wyatt, I felt an unknown understanding towards them. After the end of the hologram, the grimoire page turned my status page. Name, Dalton Wyatt. Age, 17 years. Gender, male. Rank, card student, 16%, 0/32 stars. Stats, strength equals physical damage, health power. Agility equals evasion, attack speed. Vitality equals physical defense, health regain. Intelligence equals soul damage, soul power. Wisdom equals soul defense, soul regain. Cards. Origin card slots. 1. Soul pupils, unique grade. 2. Empty. Active card slot. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Free. Empty. 4. Empty. Passive card slots. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Free. Empty. Active/passive card slots. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Item card slots. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Free. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. 6. Empty. Card holder empty. Beep! I cursed seeing my status page. My active soul control had risen by 4%, while I had obtained an origin card. Seeing young Wyatt struggle, I knew how hard it was to raise soul power, but to my astonishment, just signing a contract with Silver Grimoire increased my soul power by 4%. Signing a soul contract with a higher level grimoire doesn't increase soul power. Sometimes, if not careful, it has adverse effects. But not only did I gain soul power, but obtained an origin card. I think it has something to do with Mama Wyatt's gift. Come to think of it, there is a forbidden method used in prominent families where the elderly at the edge of the deathbed, at the expense of exhausting their soul, they leave behind some of their soul power in the grimoire for their progeny. When their descendants do contract the grimoire, not only do they get a high-rank grimoire, but also receive a huge boost to their soul power. Understanding that her end is near in her final moments, Mama Wyatt used the forbidden method to leave behind her last gift for her beloved son. I think Mama Wyatt's methods ensured that I succeeded in contracting the Silver Grimoire. Thank you, I muttered to myself. Receiving the grace of Mama Wyatt made me feel burdened. This fueled my resolve to punish all those involved in young Wyatt's suicide. Origin cards are unique grade cards which are distinctive to their card apprentice. For some lucky ones, they are revealed naturally, but for others, they have to spend huge fortune and materials to create their exclusive origin card. Origin cards are very rare because they represent the unique individuality of a card apprentice, for it comes as easy as breathing air or drinking water, but for some, they are never able to reveal their origin card in their entire lifetime. Card name, soul pupils. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rating, nil. Card durability, nil. Card effect, secondary pupils with the ability to see the soul pathway. There are many advantages to origin cards, like they don't require soul power, nor do they have the durability to watch out for. Since the origin card is the representation of card apprentice's individuality, they are indestructible. Even though I was excited and full of anticipation to see my first ever card, all my excitement and anticipation died, unable to understand the card effect. So I decided to activate the origin card to see how it works. As soon as I activated the origin card, other than my normal vision, I was able to see a bright aura leaking out of everything, including me, and I could see a bright string pathway forming the boundaries of everything. I could even see the aura of the bank clerk standing outside the locker room through the dim aura of the wall. Soul pupils were some kind of soul X-ray vision. Its perks were yet to be revealed. Yes, sir. How may I help you? I would like to update my account status. Sure, sir. Please hold your grimoire facing the scanner, sir. Okay. Summoning my grimoire, I hold it in front of the scanner. I didn't notice it before, but the QR code on the grimoire cover changed as I contracted with it. The grimoire can quantify my DNA to produce my own permanent, unique, and standard QR code. This QR code is my legal universal ID. It is linked to all my accounts. I noticed that the clerk was looking at me with amazed eyes. I get it. Not every day does she get to see a 17-year-old silver grimoire holder. Even a 17-year-old bronze grimoire holder is rare, so my species is almost extinct. I don't mind her admiring me, but now it's getting weird. Excuse me, miss? Sorry, sir. Your account status is updated. Okay, thank you. Sir. As I got up to leave, the clerk called me. Yes, anything else? I asked. If you don't mind, can I have a few minutes of your time? No problem. I sat back on the chair comfortably. Congrats on becoming a card apprentice, sir. Thank you. Sir, I would like to introduce our latest credit plan for young and aspiring card apprentice. Would you be interested, sir? Sure, why not? Sir, this scheme offers you a line of credit that can be used to make purchases of skill/item cards or card materials and requiring that you pay back the loan amount in the future. When using this scheme, you will need to make at least the minimum payment every month by the due date on the balance. So you will loan me money to buy skill/item cards or card materials in advance, which I will have to pay later in minimum payment every month by the due date on the balance. Yes, sir. Sounds good. Where do I sign? This scheme was like credit cards back in my world, except here you use grimoire instead of the credit card. Okay, I will forward the relevant documents to your grimoire. After you sign it, we are good to go. All done, I said after signing the documents I received in my grimoire. Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. No, thank you, ma'am. All banks are the same in any world, I thought as I walked out of the bank. One of the reasons I updated my account status was because I had no money. I wasn't lying when I said I didn't have money to buy breakfast. I was too proud to beg for a loan from the bank, but it was another thing if they handed it out themselves. Since young Wyatt was going to commit suicide, he did not bother to restock the fridge or the pantry, nor did he have the money to do so. Damn, it feels good to finally have some money to spend. I cursed out loud. It was taxing to walk to the bank since I did not have enough money to travel through public transport. Rumble. My new body was famished as it didn't have food since yesterday evening. Rumble. Without any further delay, I rushed into the nearest buffet. I didn't mind if it was expensive here. I could not suppress my hunger anymore. Date March 18th, 2321. Time 16:35. Location Sky Blossom City, Adventure Guild Association, Adventure Guild Mall. After having a hearty lunch, I caught a taxi. According to the taxi driver, Adventure Guild Mall is the cheapest place to buy quality skill/item card or card materials. Even though I was already a card apprentice, I didn't have any worthy cards to back me. What kind of card apprentice would I be with zero skill/item cards? So, I decided to buy some useful skill cards. And I also need to find a stable source of income. No amount of money would be enough without a stable source of income. All my old skills were considered useless in this world, as this world was heavily dependent on cards and grimoire. Some would say I should copyright songs, movies, novels, etc. from my world. I could barely remember how I died, much less remember songs, movie plots, or novels that I watched ages ago. Being an inventor, I had many patents in my mind, but they were useless as this world did not focus on electronics or industrialization. Instead, it had various cards for every little thing. Walking into the card section of the mall, I found an empty couch and sat comfortably. Beep. Soon my grimoire beeped, indicating that I received a notification. Opening the grimoire, I checked the notification. Welcome to Adventure Guild Mall. Please wait as one of our sales executives reaches you. Expected wait time, 45 seconds. Welcome to Adventure Guild Mall. Please wait as one of our sales executives reaches you. Expected wait time, 45 seconds. Soon a bob-cut brunette dressed in office attire walked to me and said, "Welcome to Sky Blossom Adventure Guild Mall. How may I help you?" I realized that I don't know what I want to buy. I mean, I know I want to buy some skill/item cards, but which ones to buy was the question. I couldn't just ask her to show all the cards in the mall. I could, but my skin wasn't that thick enough, and I was on a low budget. Seeing my dilemma, the sales lady said, "Sir, if I may, I would like to recommend you to our Card Apprentice Beginner's Catalog. That would be helpful." Then the sales lady forwarded the Card Apprentice Beginner's Catalog to my grimoire. Card Apprentice Beginner's Catalog. Interestingly enough, the first thing on the catalog was a storage item card. Card name, storage trunk. Card type, item card. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card ratings, 6 stars. Card durability, 60/60. Card effect, summon a heavy-duty military-grade 410 LTR storage trunk. Additional effect, temperature control. Note, cannot store living things. Card cost, $3,499. $3,500 for a storage trunk? You kidding me? Is it made of gold? The bank loaned me $4,000, of which I spent $130 on the buffet, including the cab charges to get here. All I have left on me now is $3,870. $4,000 is not much, but based on young Wyatt's credit history, bank wouldn't even consider giving me a penny if not for me contracting a silver grimoire. Hearing me curse, the professional smile of the sales lady did not lessen. Rather, she nodded in an understanding manner and said, "Sir, the storage trunk comes with an additional effect of temperature control and is quite popular among new adventurers, as it can be used to store food, meat, drinks for a long time. So, it's a fridge no more than a fridge, as temperature control means it can switch between hot and cold. No, that's not the point. The point is I can summon it whenever and wherever I want." Just thinking about the endless possibilities of this item card, I agreed with its price. If it were me, I would charge more. Letting out a sigh, I started to look at other cards in the catalog. Active skill card, Fireball, $14,999. Active skill card, Waterball, $13,999. Active skill card, Mudball, $13,799. Active skill card, Wineblade, $14,599. Passive skill card, Basic Archery, $12,999. Passive skill card, Basic Shooting, $19,999. Passive skill card, Basic Sprint, $4,999. Passive skill card, Bear Form, $42,999. Passive skill card, Tiger Form, $39,999. Passive skill card, Snake Form, $32,999. Item card, Bone Club, $6,799. Item card, Bullhide Vest, $4,999. Item card, Gale Leather Shoes, $7,999. Item card, Enchanted Wooden Bow, $172,999. Item card, Enchanted Iron Sword, $177,999. Turns out the storage trunk card was the only card in the catalog I could buy. Damn, just how poor am I? I was frustrated seeing the numbers in front of me. These were just the cheapest beginner-level skill/item card, and I could not afford any one of them. Sir, anything to your liking? Why is the storage trunk card cheap? Sir, due to its low durability, storage trunk card is cheaper compared to other cards. Rest assured, all the other cards in the catalog have 80 or above durability. Card durability ratings represent the lifespan and quality of a card. Low durability means low quality. No wonder it is so cheap compared to other cards. Weapons or skill cards cannot be of low durability, because if the card loses its effect during a battle, then it would be disastrous for the card apprentice and his party. I really could not afford any of the cards in the Card Apprentice Beginner's catalog. Are there any occupation-related skill card? Yes, sir. Fortunately, we do have one occupation-related skill card. Card name, Masuza's Hand. Card type, skill card. Card rank, E rank, common grade. Card ratings, 13 stars. Card durability, 87/87. Card effect, user gains elite level Masu's technique. Additional effects are stimulation, circulation, relaxation. Card cost, $293,000. Wow! With this card, any moron can become a professional Masu's, especially with the 3 additional effects, but it ain't cheap either. Occupation-related skill cards are very rare. They usually get snatched as soon as they appear in the market because such a card would mean a stable source of income for a small family. I wasn't considering buying this card, only asked out of curiosity. Since I can't afford any cards, then I can only create my own cards. Card creation. Theoretical young Wyatt could be considered a pro in this, but practically he had 0 experience, as one had to be a card apprentice to practically create a card. Thanks to Papa and Mama Wyatt, young Wyatt was familiar with the card creation process. He had seen them create hundreds of cards. But still, watching someone else eat will not solve your hunger. Similarly, watching card creation hundreds of times did not mean that young Wyatt was good at card creation. It meant that young Wyatt had enough theoretical knowledge to start a card creation process on his own. There were many beginner card recipes in young Wyatt's memories. These were all basic card recipes meant for beginner card apprentices to practice card creation, so I did not have to worry about copyright issues over these card recipes. One card recipe, Superhuman, in particular caught my attention. Card recipe name, Superhuman. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card ratings, 1 to 40 stars. Card durability, 60 to 100. Card effect, enhances users' bodily functions to a superhuman level passively. Additional effect, superhuman stamina. Card ingredients, Titan Vine Fluids, F rank, common grade. Titan Vine Essence, F rank, common grade. Titan Vine Core, F rank, common grade. Common Core, F rank, common grade. With this card, my body would work more efficiently, and I would not have to worry about me getting tired. Deciding on this card recipe, I said, how much for a set of superhuman card recipe ingredients? One set of superhuman card recipe has 4 F rank ingredients. Titan Vine Fluids, $800. Titan Vine Essence, $1,200. Titan Vine Core, $2,099. Common Core, $100. Total, for $1,199. How many sets do you require, sir? My left eyelid twitches hearing the cost for one set of superhuman card recipe ingredients. For some reason, all of a sudden my throat went dry and I started to feel thirsty. Is this how being poor felt? I thought. As if the sales lady could hear my inner thoughts, she said, Sir, if you are going to practice card creation, then I would recommend you to our beginner's card recipe catalog. It's cheaper and more affordable. Hearing her last sentence, my left eyelid twitches again. That would be helpful. Looking at the beginner's card recipe catalog shared by the sales lady, I felt more thirsty. With money that I have on me, I could barely buy one set of card recipes. After browsing the beginner's card recipe catalog for a while, I finally found one card recipe within my budget. Card recipe name, Gale Rabbit Leather Boots. Card type, item card. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card ratings, 1 to 40 stars. Card durability, 75 to 100. Card effect, sprint, active, double jump, active. Card ingredients, Gale Rabbit Leather, F rank, common grade. Gale Rabbit Core, F rank, common grade. Common Core, F rank, common grade. Sprint, increase agility for a minute. Cooldown time, 240 seconds. Double jump, ability to jump a second time in the air. Cooldown time, 35 seconds. Gale Rabbit Leather, $100. Gale Rabbit Core, $999. Common Core, $100. Total, $1,199. Sprint and jump were reasonable ability. The card effect didn't matter cause I was planning to sell whatever card I made back here in the mall and make profits with the difference in selling price and ingredients price. After all, a good quality Gale Rabbit leather boots could sell from anywhere around $4,100 to $6,099. With the money on me, I can buy 3 sets of Gale Rabbit leather boots recipes. If I can successfully make one item card, I would still manage to reap a minimum profit of $500. With this in my mind, I would like 3 sets of Gale Rabbit leather boots card ingredients. Sure, sir, that would be $3,597. Sir, I would like you to consider joining Adventure Guild Association membership with it. You will be entitled to a 5% discount for your purchase at the Guild Association Mall. Okay, where do I sign? Adventure Guild Association membership has no strings attached. It is a stunt to make sure that customers would do their next shopping at Guild Association Mall for a 5% discount. After becoming a proud member of Adventure Guild Association Mall, collecting 3 sets of ingredients, and paying $3,417.15, I prepared to leave, but the sales lady stopped me. Sorry, sir. I forgot to mention that every Silver Grimoire holding member can use Guild Association Mall Card Lab 10 hours per month for free. Would you like to avail them now, sir? I do need a quiet place to create cards, and it would be hectic to come back again to sell the item card. So why not try this fancy Guild Association Mall Card Lab? Yes, please, I would love to. Lead the way. Card Lab is just a fancy name for the empty room with good lighting and better soundproofing. Card creation requires the complete concentration of the card apprentice, as the card creation process is the most mentally tedious work. The card apprentice has to completely map out the whole process of card creation in his mind. Slight disturbance can lead to failure. Therefore, card apprentices tend to create cards in the place where they feel most secure, that is their home or office. Let's take an example of item card Steel Sword. In this card creation process, the card apprentice has to mentally imagine the incredible temperature of furnace required to melt steel, cast to give shape to the sword, the pounding of casted steel, sword to refine it, the sharpening of blade, etc. All these steps have to be mapped out in the mind of the card apprentice, and with the help of Grimoire, he has to mentally refine the card ingredients following this process to get the end product, the card. Now coming to the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots item card that I choose to create. First, I need to have a clear picture of the end product I am going to make. That is how the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots will look. Design. How comfortable will they be? What kind of model boots will they be made after? After thinking hard, I settled on the model. A pair of Ultra Fly boots sold in my previous world. Those boots were normal, but they still cost me $3,000. They don't judge me. Every man respects a good pair of Ultra Fly boots. After deciding on the model of the boots comes the cutting of leather according to the requirements of the boot design. Then comes the stitching part. This part is the trickiest as various stitching techniques are required to get the perfect shape and design to create a good pair of Ultra Fly boots. Most important of all, the boots should be built around the common core as the center. The core is named core because it is the core of any card. After all, they house the soul abilities of the card. Once the boots are ready, then I have to transfer soul abilities from Gale Rabbit core to the common core of the leather boots. All the aforementioned steps have to be carried out very carefully and precisely. Otherwise, slight mistakes can lead to a decrease in the durability rating and an increase in star rating. Decreased durability rating means low quality, while increased star rating means the card apprentice has to use more stair power to activate the card. This will lead to a decrease in the price of the card. This is also the reason why most of the card apprentices do not prefer to use complicated models, leading to most cards having just plain design. And also the reason why card apprentices choose to create cards in the safety of the environment that they are familiar with. After mapping out the card creation process, I took out the first set of card ingredients and placed them on the card creation page of the grimoire. After that, I closed my eyes and poured my mental strength into the grimoire to guide me through the process of card creation. Since I had already chosen the model of boots, I immediately started to cut the leather as per the design requirements mentally. But to my surprise, this step turned out to be much harder than I had thought. The leather pieces were not cut cleanly. Did I not apply enough mental strength, or was it something else I don't know? If the leather pieces are not cut neatly, then it will hinder the stitching process, so we will not get the desired design, leading to the creation of a cheap knockoff version. I tried to trim the edges of the leather neatly, but it made it worse. Finally, I was beginning to understand why the card apprentice chose to go for plain models with less complicated design. I began to sweat because at this rate the leather will be damaged before I even started the true process of card creation. I was frustrated since all the solutions I came up with didn't seem to work. Suddenly I had an epiphany. I remembered that once Papa Wyatt said I should not focus on shaping and refining the ingredients itself, but shaping and refining the aura of the ingredients, and the card creation will become a lot easier. What is the aura? When young Wyatt asked, Papa Wyatt said that aura is like the soul of the ingredients. One can only feel it with enough concentration and experience, but never see it. Soul of ingredients. Was he talking about the string pathways of everything I saw earlier using the soul pupils? I wasn't confident, but I decided to give it a try. After activating soul pupils, I could see that the soul pathway of the leather pieces I cut earlier was messy, leading to unclean cut and dull edges. I mentally tried to arrange this messy soul pathway to define the boundaries of leather pieces as I desire to refer to the aforementioned design. Finally, I was able to cut all the pieces neatly, perfectly fitting the design requirements. I did not turn off the soul pupils, but kept them activated as I proceeded to the stitching part of the card creation process. And I was right to do so. Thanks to soul pupils, I was able to see the soul pathways meet and converge as I stitched the leather pieces together, enabling me to blend the soul pathways of each piece perfectly. The most important and stressed part was where I had to blend the soul pathways of the common core to the soul pathways of leather. Cores are the most important part of the card because not only do they house card abilities, but also help the card to morph between the actual item and the card itself. Then finally came the time to transfer soul abilities from the Gale Rabbit core to the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots core. With the help of soul pupils, I could see this bright mass of light within the Gale Rabbit core and just a speck of light in the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots core. If I was right, this bright mass of light within the Gale Rabbit core should be its soul abilities. The speck of light in the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots core should be the card morphing ability. Now all I have to do is to make sure that the bright mass of light within the Gale Rabbit core is perfectly transferred to the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots core without any leaks. Because leak of the bright light would lead to more than just decrease of durability ratings and increase in star ratings. It would lead to incomplete transfer, meaning loss of some of the soul abilities inside Gale Rabbit core, or even incomplete soul abilities inside the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots core. Using my mental strength as a medium, I slowly began to transfer the bright mass of light from within the Gale Rabbit core to the Gale Rabbit Leather Boots core. Once the bright mass of light was out of the core, it became exciting and wild, unlike its tranquil self within the core, making it harder for me to complete the transfer process without any leaks. Thanks to my soul pupils, unlike other card apprentices, I could see the bright mass of light, instead of relying on my senses to feel the bright mass of light. So making it easier for me to avoid any leakage during transfer, but still, it was stressful. Card creation complete. Finally, I deactivated my soul eyes to see the card I had created. The 3 ingredients card in the card creation page had vanished and left behind only one card, Gale Rabbit Leather Boots. Card name, Gale Rabbit Leather Boots. Card type, item card. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card rating, 1 star. Card durability, 97 out of 100. Card effect, touched by Gale's spirit, passive. Additional effects, sprint, active. Double jump, active. Touched by Gale's spirit, agility +1, passive. Sprint, active. Increased agility for a minute. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Double jump, active. Ability to jump second time by step on air. Cooldown time 10 seconds. XX. I cursed out loud seeing the specs of my newly created card. I got goosebumps seeing how overpowered this card was compared to the same ones being sold in the mall. 3 abilities with the lowest possible star ratings and near-perfect durability rating. This card was the definition of the perfect card. I had not seen an F-rank card with 3 abilities and such perfect star and durability ratings. I understood why my card was better than the ones sold in the mall, because unlike me, other card apprentice did not have a cheat like an origin card ability. If not for my soul pupils, I would not be able to create a single item card even after using all 3 of the card ingredient sets. The only thing that I was not satisfied with was the lack of color to the boots. Instead of Ultra Fly boots, they looked like Wood Ultra Fly boots. And I was not a fan of wood boots. Thinking of this, I called the sales lady using my grimoire. Please wait, your allotted sales representative will reach you soon. Expected wait time 1 minute. Knock. Knock. May I come in, sir? Soon I heard the knock on the card lab door, and the same bob-cut brunette in office attire from earlier walked in. How may I help you, sir? I need good quality dyes for my Gale Rabbit leather. What would you recommend? I would recommend henna generic dyes. They are natural, long-lasting, more dust-resistant, and have a glossy touch to them. But they cost $50 a can. Okay, get me 4 cans of blue, black, white, and red color. Sure, sir. After receiving the dyes, I recreated the first Gale Rabbit Leather Boots card again, but this time with a white body and red sole, but regrettable ly, its durability decreased to 9292. I created 2 more Gale Rabbit Leather Boots cards with the remaining 2 sets of card ingredients. One with a black body and blue sole, while another one was completely red. This time, both the cards had a perfect durability rating of 100 out of 100. Now these what I call Ultra Fly boots, I thought looking at 3 pairs of Gale Rabbit Leather Boots in front of me. Creating 3 F-rank cards took me nearly 3.5 hours, mainly due to applying dye to the rabbit leather, and it was already late evening outside. Checking out of the card lab, I found an empty couch and sat comfortably. Please wait, as your allotted sales representative will be reaching you soon. Expected wait time, 120 seconds. Currently, I was drained both mentally and physically. I never thought that creating 3 F-rank cards would take such a huge toll on me. It felt like I had not slept for days. If not for my curiosity about how much the cards could fetch me, I would have been taking a nap in the card lab right now. And right now I felt more confident and satisfied than afternoon, because right now I had equipped the full red Ultrafly boots, and they looked fly. Who says buying stuff won't make you happy? They must be buying the wrong stuff. Even after invading the buffet for lunch, I felt hungry, and since it was time for dinner, I ordered 1 large juicy steak and 1 large Coke through the grimoire. Order confirmed. Expected wait time 4 minutes. The bob-cut brunette in office attire walked towards me. She is still here. When does she get off work? The sales job is tough, I thought as I nodded to her. With a polite nod and smile, she said, "Sir, how may I be of your service?" "I want to sell these item cards," I said, throwing 2 Gale Rabbit leather boots cards on the coffee table. The saleslady picked up the 2 cards for appraisal. Finally, I saw her replace her professional smile with a dumbfounded expression. Stuttering ly, she said, "Sir, did you create these cards earlier?" I frowned and asked, "Why so many questions?" "I said I wanted to sell these cards, didn't I?" Regaining her professional smile, the saleslady hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, sir. Please let me double-check before offering you a price." "Okay." While the saleslady was busy appraising the cards for their authenticity, the waiter brought my order in a trailer. "Your order, sir. 1 large steak and Coke large. Would you prefer a dining table, sir?" "No, I will have it here." After hearing me, the waiter elegantly placed the dish and drink on the coffee table and walked away. Without caring for the busy saleslady, I began to enjoy my dinner. "Sorry for the delay, sir. After talking to the manager and careful consideration, we have come up with these prices. For the card with a 92 durability rating, we offer you $92,000, and for the other one with the perfect durability rating, we offer $157,000. If you are not satisfied with the price we are offering you, we can always put them up for auction, but it will take a minimum of 2 days to auction these cards. We recommend auction as it will fetch the maximum price for these cards." To tell the truth, I was actually dissatisfied with the price they offered, because not only were my cards contain good abilities, but had perfect star and durability ratings, and they looked fly, and could also be considered as collectibles compared to the cards they sold. Card auction is very common in this world, as it is the most efficient way to collect diverse and desired cards. I could consider it, but I needed the money right now to continue with the next phase of my plan, that is to buy a card for my self-defense. But what surprised me the most is the difference in the price of the 2 cards. It seems making cards with perfect durability is harder than I thought. I just hope these cards don't bring any trouble my way. Putting down the fork, sipping the Coke, I said, "Okay, I will auction the card with perfect durability and sell the other one to you." "Sure, sir. Let me remind you that the Guild Association Mall will take 10% as auction charges." "No problem." "Okay, sir. I will contact you with the results of the auction in 2 days. Anything else, sir?" "I would like to buy a few cards and some cosmetics." Passive skill card, Bear Form, X1. Passive skill card, Mud Frog Skin, X1. Vitamin E Potion, X3. Biotin Potion, X3. Passive skill card, Bear Form, X1, $42,999. Passive skill card, Mud Frog Skin, X1, $24,999. Vitamin E Potion, X3, $7,099. Biotin Potion, X3, $12,599. Total, $87,696. Balance, $4,304. Card name, Bear Form. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card ratings, 16 stars. Card durability, 82. Card effect, user becomes proficient in beast form martial arts, Bear Form. Addition effect, strengthen senses of a bear, passive. Card name, Mud Frog Skin. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card ratings, 12 stars. Card durability, 8787. Card effect. The user can breathe through skin pores and control the size of skin pores. Additional effects. Maintaining the mucous membranes of the skin. The Bear Form card is for my self-defense, while the Mud Forgot skin card and the cosmetics are for my skin. I am not a vain person who cares about fair skin, but I would still prefer to have smooth and glowing skin rather than patchy skin filled with bumps and dark spots suffering from light acne. If someone tells you that they don't care about outer beauty, then they are probably lying or don't know how much of a hypocrite they are. Being an entrepreneur, I know how much first impressions mattered. And why be looked down upon when you can be the person whom all ladies want to be with and all men want to be like? Finishing my dinner, I hailed a cab to my flat and then slept like a log. Andre Johnson is the principal of Lion Cub High School and a silver card apprentice. Being born in the projects, only Andre knew how many people he had to step on to reach his current position. With his increasing age, Andre's ambition declined. People started to call him soft, but only Andre knew that with his increasing rank it became hard for him to find opportunities to climb higher. And the waters here were deeper than in projects. But yesterday night he received a piece of unexpected news. Andre saw an opportunity in this. If he played his cards right, he can finally become an associate superintendent. Knowing what he had to do, Andre put an end to his vacation and returned to the school today. The school was running, as usual, thanks to his opportunistic assistant and the hard-working vice principal. Andre didn't bother to go to his office, instead hurriedly walked to the staff room. Seeing the principal, the staff seemed to be surprised and greeted him hurriedly. "Principal, good morning. Where is Teacher Wong?" Robert Wong had gone to the washroom. He should return any time. Seeing the principal still wait in the staff room, the teacher added, "Sir, I will ask Teacher Wong to visit you in your office." "No need, I will wait for our star teacher here." The teacher was dumbfounded hearing Andre's unexpected answer. Thankfully, Robert Wong returned. "Principal, good morning. I heard you wouldn't be back for another week." Entering the staff room, Robert Wong noticed the principal waiting beside his cubicle. "With hardworking teachers such as yourself working, how can I be lazy?" "No, sir, you work the hardest around here. Without you, the school would be closed by now." "Haha. Teacher Wong, I heard that recently a student in your class was promoted to card apprentice by contracting a silver grimoire." "What?" Robert Wong was puzzled. He never heard of this. Yes, many of his students did happen to promote to card apprentice, but none had contracted a silver grimoire. Andre's words attracted the attention of other teachers in the staff room. No wonder the principal is so approachable today, they thought. It should be Dalton Wyatt. He is in your class, right? "How sure are you, sir?" "Because I know Dalton. He is a bum. How can he possibly contract a silver grimoire?" "You." Hearing Robert, Andre was furious. He almost punched him. "I received the update from one of the board members." "Forget it. Take me to Student Wyatt." "Why hasn't he reported his promotion in the school?" "Sir, Student Wyatt is absent for 2 days now." "What? You have his number, right? Call him now." "That." "I said call him now." Teacher Wong summoned his bronze grimoire and called Wyatt. Calling Dalton Wyatt. "Toot. Hello, Dalton, this is XX your fat mama. XX you and your fat mama." "Sorry, wrong number." "Wait, Dal." "Toot, toot. WTF, what the X did just happen?" Andre did not know what was going on here, but he did not care. He pointed to Robert Wong's nose and said, "I don't know what is happening here. I don't care. Make sure Student Wyatt reports to the school, otherwise you can find another school to teach." Hearing Andre's cold tone, Robert Wong shivered in fright. As Andre left the staff room, Robert slumped to his seat. Never in his dreams did he think that the wimpy little brat he toyed around with would contract a silver grimoire. Had he known earlier, he would have been more careful around the kid. Pretty soon the news that Dalton Wyatt of Class 1A had contracted a silver grimoire spread like a forest fire in the school. Date March 19th, 2321. Time 9:43. Location Sky Blossom City, Wyatt residence. Do people not sleep in this world? I thought, hanging up on class teacher Wong. Well, since I am up already, might as well get out of bed. Picking the sand out of my eye corners, I walked into the washroom. Washing my face, I brushed my teeth. Then I filled the bathtub with ice-cold water and mixed in a 1-to-1 ratio of vitamin E and biotin potion. After waiting a few minutes for the mixture to mix, well, I equipped the Mud Frog skin card and got into the tub. Fully immersing myself in the water, I widened the pores of my skin, allowing them to breathe in the mixture of cold water and potions. Soon my skin turned dark, accumulating the mixture of potion in them. Then I got out of the tub and walked into the shower. While in the shower, I made sure to widen my pores and breathe out the accumulated mixture in my pores. As I breathed out the mixture along with it, all the dirt, fused within my skin pores poured out. Narrowing my skin pores and drying myself, I looked into the mirror. My skin was glowing with an attractive charm and was smooth as a baby's skin. The acne and dark spots on my face were nowhere to be seen. This card stuff is magical. I sighed, admiring my hand face along with my smooth and glowing skin. Afterwards, I looked at my updated stats page. Name, Dalton Wyatt. Age, 17 years. Gender, male. Rank, card student, 16%, 29-30 seconds, stars. Stats. Strength equals physical damage, health power. Agility equals evasion, attack speed. Vitality equals physical defense, health regain. Intelligence equals soul damage, soul power. Wisdom equals soul defense, soul regain. Cards. Origin card slots. 1. Soul pupils, unique grade. 2. Empty. Active card slot. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. 3. Empty. 4. Empty. Passive card slots. 1. Bear form, common grade. 2. Mud frog skin, common grade. 3. Empty. Active/passive card slots. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Item card slots. 1. Gale rabbit leather boots, common grade. 2. Empty. 3. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. 6. Empty. Card holder. 1. Mud frog skin, common grade. 2. Empty. Since I have 16% active soul control, I can only equip cards up to 32 stars. Bear form, 16 stars, mud frog skin, 12 stars, and gale rabbit leather boots, 1 star, totaling up to 29 stars. Star/soul power is the limitation of a card apprentice, therefore cards with low star ratings are preferred and expensive. This is also the reason why my cards sold for nearly 25 times their base price. Having my breakfast, I hailed a cab to Zhang Financiers to solve my money problems. Zhang Financiers are a good bunch of people who like to help the local businesses and families financially without any surety or collateral. At least that is what they claim to be. But in reality, they are illegal loan sharks who charge heavy interest rates on the loans they give out. As for surety and collateral, they use the family or life of the debtors as to their collateral and surety. Zhang Financiers are backed by Zhang mercenaries famous for their cruelty and brutality. Especially their leader Kevin Zhang, silver grimoire holder. His barbarism knows no bounds and is famous throughout the Sky Blossom City for his viciousness and savagery. With such savage goons on their beck and call, nobody dares to cross Zhang Financiers. Taking money from them is equal to selling yourself and your loved ones. Zhang Financiers' main office is a fancy 13 stories building built by robbing hard-earned money of innocent people. Walking to the receptionist in the lobby of the building, I passed her a business card and said, "Tell Bentley that Wyatt is here to meet him." The receptionist, after confirming that the card belonged to Bentley, said, "Sir, please follow me." Taking the elevator to the 7th floor, I followed the receptionist to a fancy meeting room where a shabby man in an expensive suit was waiting for us. This dude is Bentley, Kevin Zhang's nephew and his only living blood relative. He is the CEO and face of Zhang Financiers and Papers. This guy is the proper definition of a prodigal second-generation rich. As for how I know him, Bentley is supposedly a victim of a scam similar kind faced by young Wyatt. He approached young Wyatt saying he was searching for the scam artist, and in his search, he happened to hear about young Wyatt being scammed, so he came to young Wyatt to see if he had any clues to catching the scam artist. During this process, Bentley befriended young Wyatt, and passing the card to Wyatt, he said if Wyatt ever needed money, then Bentley can hook him up for a loan with a cheap interest rate. After being scammed for the first time in his life, young Wyatt had already lost trust in society. So he did not trust Ben Lee and never considered asking Ben Lee's help. Neither did I, but Ben Lee's card caught my eye yesterday as I was searching for spare change or any neglected money in every corner of the house. To be precise, the logo on the card caught my eye, because I had seen this logo tattooed on the nape of the 2 hooligans that came to my flat yesterday morning. Suddenly, it became clearer to me that the people targeting young Wyatt were none other than Zhang financiers. They scammed all of young Wyatt's money. Then they staged the fake accident. Ben Lee approached young Wyatt so that he could make young Wyatt take a loan from Zhang financiers. They wanted to bury young Wyatt in their debt. But what for? Of course for the 2 silver grimoires. Because there is nothing else on young Wyatt that could catch Zhang financiers' eyes. It was a good, deep and elaborate plan, but alas, never would they have imagined that young Wyatt would attempt suicide writing his property to a children's trust, nearly wasting all their efforts if not for me being transmigrated. And as to why was I here? Even after knowing everything, obviously to get justice for young Wyatt and make some money while I am at it. Student Wyatt, welcome. Welcome to Zhang Financiers. Say what brings you here. I am here to meet you, Brother Ben Lee, and talk about the offer you made me last time we met. Where are my manners? Come inside. Have a seat. Would you like anything to drink? Coffee, tea, or cold drinks? Seating on the couch, I glance at the joyous Ben Lee. His attitude took a total 180-degree turn once I mentioned taking a loan. No, Brother Lee, maybe next time. Let's talk about business first. I am in a hurry. It seems Student Wyatt is in urgent need of money. Tell me how much you need. I will see what I can do. Thank you, Brother Lee. You're a savior. I got into some trouble recently and am urgently in need of money, about $6 million. I didn't need $6 million. I just threw out the first number that popped in my head. What? $6 million. I put on a very innocent expression similar to that of a naive lamb. Student Wyatt, $6 million is a huge amount. Even our company's total asset is not worth that much. Sorry, but I can't lend you that much money even if you had collateral or surety. Putting on a disappointed face, I asked, can't you help me? Brother Lee, please. This is a huge amount of money. Our company can't loan you that much. Okay, then I will find some other place to borrow money. Thank you, Brother Lee. Sorry for the trouble. Hearing my response, Ben Lee was shocking. Isn't the script wrong? Aren't you supposed to beg and negotiate a deal with me? Where are you going? Stop. Student Wyatt, wait. That amount of money nobody will be willing to loan you without any collateral or surety. Brother Lee, if you are asking for surety and collateral, I might as well go to the bank. They have much better interest rates. No, Student Wyatt, I didn't mean that. What I was going to say is that you could borrow a part of the money from us and the remaining amount from some other financer. What do you think? Sounds good, but how much are you going to loan me? How about $500,000? Too little, Brother Lee. I might as well try some other place. You drive a hard bargain, Student Wyatt. $1,250,000. I can't get more than this. I could see that Ben Lee was really being sincere this time, but not sincere enough because a single silver grimoire can be auctioned for about $4 million. Even if you are willing to pay $4 million, one will not be willing to sell a silver grimoire. Ben Lee had a big appetite. He wanted to gobble up $8 million by just paying $1,250,000. But I did not care since I was not planning on returning the money in the first place. Let this be Zhang's first small installment payment to what they owe young Wyatt. Okay, deal. Where do I sign? I said, knowing that Ben Lee would rather not make this back deal official by putting this on paper. Because in this world, loaning money to someone with a higher interest rate than the standard and legal interest rate was considered a crime punishable with jail time. In this world, the government took white-collar crime very seriously. So, Ben Lee did not want to leave a paper trail. Because of legal problems, and also because he had that much confidence in his uncle and his goons. All they needed was a moral high ground to go after silver grimoires. No, Student Wyatt, there is no need for that, I trust you. If you say so. Collecting money from Ben Lee, I hailed a cab to Guild Association Mall to stock up on more cards and increase my strength. The loan due date was 1 year from today, and the interest rates were 3 times the legal interest rates. And if I am unable to pay interest by the end of every month, then they will be adding certain late fees and charge interest for the interest to be paid. This was a trap, but I didn't mind stepping in it as I knew that they are going to come after me one way or the other. I might as well make some money out of it. Money is good, as in this world money meant strength. Money equals good cards equals strength. 1 year was enough for me to grow stronger than Kevin Zhang and his goons. As Wyatt was leaving the building, Ben Lee busy directing his goons. Speed up the process. I want that brat begging me for more money by the end of this week. But boss, what if the brat finds other lenders? Then things will become complicated. Don't worry about that. My uncle will take care of that. Okay, boss. Since I just made a buttload of money, I decided to visit the auction section of the mall, where all the good stuff is sold. This part of the mall is more luxurious with all the fancy lighting and flamboyant decor. After all, the people visiting here are big spenders or strong card apprentices who provide the auction house with all the rare materials. So, the mall has to keep up with its appearance. But for some reason today the auction house seemed to be crowded, so I decided to call a guide. Please wait as your assigned sales representative will soon reach you. Expected wait time, 70 seconds. As I waited for Susan, I heard a commotion. The commotion had attracted a bunch of watermelon-eating spectators. Susan is the bob-cut brunette who helped me yesterday. Every silver member of the Guild Association mall members gets assigned with a sales representative of choice. I chose Susan. She seemed professional enough. What do you mean you can't put our item in tomorrow's auction? I am sorry, sir, the catalog for tomorrow's auction has already been published. We can't add any more items. Now we are only expecting items for next week's auction. No, that won't work for us. We need money urgently. Please see if you can somehow squeeze us in tomorrow's auction. I am sorry, sir, I can't help you with this. A small mercenary group with 6 bronze card apprentice upon clearing an E-rank dungeon boss got an E-rank common grade dungeon boss core with the beast will. But in the process, one of their members lost an arm. Not to worry, in this world recovery of a limb or reattachment of a limb is no big deal, but it's not cheap. No wonder they are in such a hurry. Good day, sir. How may I help you today? Susan greeted me. Impeccable timing. How does she do it? I was impressed with the professionalism of the Guild Association mall staffs. Susan, how much did you guys offer for the E-rank beast will core? Let me check, sir. Checking her iron grimoire, Susan replied, $345,000, sir. So cheap. Cores with the beast will within them are very rare and can be used as ingredients to create origin cards. The mall's asking price was cheap. No wonder they wanted to auction the core. Sir, even though cores containing beast will are rare ingredients used in the making of origin cards, they usually don't sell because nobody is willing to buy them unless it matches the origin cards they are making. What Susan said made sense. Though beast will core are rare, if nobody needs them, then they lose their value. Walking near the booth, I used my soul pupils on the beast will core to check what is the difference between a normal core and a core with the beast will within it. When seeing through the soul pupils, a normal core contains a bright mass of light within it. As for the core with the beast will, it also has a bright mass of light in it, but this mass of light is in the shape of the beast the core belonged to. In this case, the bright mass of light was shaped in the shape of a bear, as the core belonged to the abyssal giant bear. Looking at the curled-up bear in the core, a sudden idea for a new card flashed in my, and I decided to buy the core. But I did not walk to the card apprentice to talk business. I conveyed my intention to Susan and let the professional do the job. Susan wasn't cheap, as the mall charges a 5% brokerage charge for any deal brokered through it. Turns out it wasn't just me who showed their intention to buy the core. Many small-time merchants wanted to make some profit off the desperation of the card apprentice. So to get my hands on the beast will core, I had to quote a sincere offer. Considering the market price of the beast will core and my need to satisfy my curiosity, I quoted $1 million, but the brokerage fees would be shouldered by the other party. I thought I would have to wait for the other party to make up their minds before answering, but the other party readily agreed to my offer. Here's your beast will core, friend. Hope you successfully create your origin card. Thank you, but I did not buy this core to create an origin card. What? Then why did you quote such a high offer? I need this card for a card recipe I came up with. So, I thought the core was worth the price. Okay, that's good. That's good. But aren't you a little young to create your own card recipe? No, I am not. Sir, how may I help you? First, I wanted to walk around the auction house, but since I got my hands on the beast will core, I decided against it because I wanted to check if the new card recipe I came up with was possible. Lead me to Card Lab, and I also want to buy the following cards. E-rank Bear Form Card, X1. F-rank Aura Guard Card, X1. E-rank Common Core, X1. E-rank Bear Form Card, $147,000. F-rank Aura Guard Card, $22,000. E-rank Common Core, $10,000. Discount, 5%, $8,950. Total, $170,050. Card name, Bear Form. Card type, Skill Card, Passive. Card rank, E rank, Common Grade. Card ratings, 24 stars. Card durability, 84. Card effect. User becomes elite in beast form martial arts, bear form. Addition effect. Strength and senses of a bear, passive. Card name, Aura Guard. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, F rank, common grade. Card ratings, 14 stars. Card durability, 82. Card effect, strengthens the aura of the user. Additional effect, passive protection from harmful and negative rays, example ultraviolet sun rays. E rank, bear form. Card rose the proficiency level of beast form's martial arts, bear form, from proficient to elite. Martial arts proficiency can be divided into proficient, elite, master, grandmaster. As for Aura Guard, according to studies, every living being has aura emitting from their body, and stronger the aura means that person is healthier. If any average John/Jane Doe from my world were to be equipped with Aura Guard, then she could easily live across 110 years of age. When I first saw the curled up bear in the core, my first thought was this will go great with bear form martial arts. Then upon further thoughts, I came up with a possible new card recipe. Being an inventor, I couldn't wait to try it out, so I didn't hesitate to quote a sincere price for the beast will core. I entered the card lab collecting all the ingredients. I still had nearly 6.5 hours of monthly free time left under my membership. Sitting in the card lab, placing all card ingredients on the card creation page, I closed my eyes and poured my mental strength into the grimoire. This time the card creation process would be more difficult than last time, as I am using 2 already operational cards as ingredients. Thinking about the kind of card I wanted to create, I opened my soul pupils and scanned all 4 ingredients: E rank bear form card, F rank Aura Guard card, E rank beast will core, and E rank common core. Within the bear form card, I saw a bright mass of light shaped in the form of a martial artist continually practicing bear form martial arts. While in the Aura Guard card, I saw the bright mass of light shaped in the form of guard. In the beast will core, I saw a bear sleeping in a curled up position, but the bright mass of light in here was much brighter compared to the mass of light in the bear form card. My intuition told me that if I tried to bind the beast will core to the bear form card, then I would fail, as the bear form card soul pathways seem to be weaker compared to the soul pathways in the beast will core. Therefore, I came up with an idea to strengthen the soul pathways of the bear form card with the soul pathways of the Aura Guard card. I proceeded accordingly. Using the mental strength, I moved the bright mass of light from the Aura Guard card to strengthen the bear form card. I was careful so that I didn't leak any bright mass of light in the process. The soul pathways of Aura Guard easily dissolved into the soul pathways of the bear form card, strengthening the bear form card. Next, I didn't directly try to bind the beast will with the strengthened bear form card. I used the E rank common grade core as the medium. I slowly moved both soul pathways of beast will and bear form into the common grade core simultaneously. The beast will resisted at first, but being overpowered by the soul pathways of bear form, its resistance was of no use and bound with the common grade core. I looked into the E rank common grade core. With the addition of beast will and bear form soul pathways, the speck of bright light inside it turned into a large mass of bright light in the shape of abyssal giant bear. This abyssal bear was no longer curled up and sleeping. Instead, it showed intelligence and was continually practicing bear form martial arts. Then I activated the morphing property of the common grade core, turning it into a card. Card creation complete. Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard. Card name, Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard. Card type, skill card, passive. Card rank, E rank, common grade. Card ratings, 26 stars. Card durability, 100. Card effect, user becomes elite in beast form martial arts, Abyssal Giant Bear form. Additional effect, strength and senses of the Abyssal Giant Bear, passive. Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard, passive. Abyssal Roar, active. Intimidating Aura, passive. Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard, passive. The user's aura is strengthened to the point where it takes the form of an Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit. This Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit is sentient and will passively protect the user, meanwhile strengthening user's Abyssal Giant Bear form martial arts by giving increased strength, defense and senses of the Abyssal Giant Bear and other Abyssal Giant Bear abilities. Intimidating Aura, passive. User passively emits the aura of a wild abyssal giant bear. Abyssal Roar, active. User can roar like the abyssal giant bear, stunning all nearby enemies for 1 to 3 seconds based on strength difference. Cooldown time, 140 seconds. The star rating is very high than I expected it should be because the star ratings of cards I used as ingredients was high. Thankfully, the durability ratings are perfect, one of the reasons I preferred the Aura Guard card for strengthening over other alternatives. What was more shocking was the evolution of bear from martial arts to abyssal giant bear form and evolution of Aura Guard to abyssal giant bear spirit guard. Not to mention the abyssal roar and intimidating aura. This card could be considered overpowered in E-rank common grade cards. 3 passive and 1 active abilities with such low star ratings and perfect durability ratings was unheard of. I bet this card would fetch me a fortune if I auctioned it. Removing the F-rank bear form card, I equipped the E-rank abyssal giant bear spirit guard card. Due to my lacking star power, I could not hold cards more than 32 stars. But with E-rank abyssal giant bear spirit guard card, who needs as an F-rank bear form card? E-rank abyssal giant bear is a boss monster with it, and my Gale Rabbit leather boots abilities complementing each other's weakness, I had become an unstoppable force within E-ranks. Good evening, sir. While I was checking out of the card lab, I was greeted by Susan. I did not ask for her. Was she here waiting for me all this time? Is it some kind of a new perk of a Silver Grimoire member? It took me nearly 5 hours to create the Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card. Even though the card creation process is easy for me thanks to my Soul Pupil's origin card, but transferring soul pathways from one card or ingredients to another card or ingredients is very time-consuming, as you need to be sure to not cause any leaks. Seeing my puzzled face, Susan explained, "Sir, I wanted to inform you that your Gale Rabbit Leather Boots card will be auctioned tomorrow, and to ask if you would be attending the auction. Since you were in the card room, I decided not to disturb you by sending a message or calling you." "That's very considerate of you, Miss Susan, and I would like to attend the auction tomorrow." "Okay, then I will add your name to the guest list, sir." "Anything else, sir?" "No. I am feeling tired and hungry from creating the card. That's it for today. Sir, if I may, I would like to recommend our premium spa package. It will help relieve your fatigue. I am not new to the spa, but right now I did not feel like squandering money after spending $1,170,050 on card ingredients for Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit card. The card was worth it, but let's try to be a little frugal so that I don't end up poor again." As if Susan could read my mind, she added, "Sir, it is all paid for. It's on the house." "Is it some kind of perk for being a silver member?" I asked, because the spa isn't cheap and that premium package should be expensive. "No, sir. It's kind of paid by me. I just got advanced to card apprentice while you were in the card room. This premium spa package is also one of my gifts from management for becoming a card apprentice," said Susan, excitedly summoning her bronze grimoire. The majority of people achieve 10% active soul control before they are 21 years old, but some late bloomers achieve it later in their life. For example, Susan is in her mid-20s and just achieved 10% active soul control. I was still waiting for Susan to explain herself, and she continued, "So I just wanted to share my happiness with one of my important clients." I understand what she was trying to do. She was trying to make me feel special and make sure one of her big clientele doesn't leave her. This is what we call professional socialization in the adult world. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Knowing her mind, I didn't shy away from her offer and said, "Congratulations, Miss Susan, for becoming a card apprentice. As for my gift to you, I will help you create one card." If someone heard me, they would sneer at my arrogant words, as I have only been a card apprentice for less than 2 days now. But Susan was different, as she had seen my capabilities firsthand. Therefore, she beamed with joy as she heard my words. "Thank you, sir. Let me lead you to the spa." Okay. I didn't mind having a friendly relationship with Susan because she seemed hardworking and sincere enough. With her as my connection, I could get some insider information on the good stuff in the mall or auction. I don't want to seem sudden, but I want to create my origin card and would like your help, sir. Sudden? More like planned. You couldn't be a more obvious lady. Okay, whatever, since I promised I will help you this once. Sure, why not? When and where? Whenever you are free, sir. How about after the spa? I should be re-energized by then to help you. I just wanted to get over it, but for some reason, I couldn't help but feel like drawing the short straw. Forgot it. Let's consider this as an investment. Thank you, sir. It turns out that masseuse in the premium package were all occupational card apprentices. Occupational card apprentices are card apprentices who choose to focus their card choice on occupational cards rather than combat cards. For example, cooks, tailors, miners, farmers, doctors, pharmacists, priests, dancers, singers, actors, idols, etc. To my tired body, my 4 hours in the spa was like being in heaven. The relaxed and positive atmosphere inside helped me relax every fiber in my body. I don't know what cards they had and what their abilities were, but I felt like going through nirvana physically and mentally. All in all, I had a good time and nursed back to my top condition. The only downside was that food and beverages were not included in the premium package. Susan offered to pay, saying it was her treat, and it was only fair that she paid. I did not mind. Later we checked into Card Lab under Susan's ID. Susan had made all the preparation while I was enjoying spa. Date March 19th, 2321. Time 1830. Location Sky Blossom City, Wyatt residence. While Wyatt was enjoying his massage, class teacher Robert Wong was having the worst day. Getting off work, he decided to visit Wyatt's place rather than calling him. Robert Wong was still having a hard time believing that twerp Wyatt had been promoted to card apprentice and also contracted a silver grimoire. It seems God takes care of drunks and fools. It was not surprising that Wyatt had been promoted to card apprentice. After all, both his parents were card apprentices, but it was shocking that Wyatt would break the limit and contracted a silver grimoire. One has to know that silver grimoire holders are very rare in a small city like Sky Blossom City. The thought that a child that he bullied joined the ranks of silver grimoire holders made the hair on the neck of class teacher Wong stand. He wanted to fix this problem one or the other way and had planned it all out. All he had to do was make some lie up about how he was trying to get Wyatt's full potential out by putting some pressure on him and telling Wyatt that everything he did up till now was all to force out Wyatt's potential. And that wimpy kid will buy it. Claiming credits in someone else's work was not new to Wong. That's how he became a class teacher in the first place. When Wong arrived at Wyatt residence, he saw 4 shabby and beefy figures blocking the door. Seeing Wong, they threw a rowdy glare at him. Being a card apprentice, Wong was not afraid of these normos. Why are guys blocking the door? Old geezer, just walk away and mind your own business. Young man, didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? As Wong said that, a bronze light shone on Wong's skin. Seeing the bronze light, the goon who spoke earlier and the goon next to him stepped backwards. But the other 2 goons remained aloof and directly summoned 2 bronze grimoires. Seeing that their companions were also card apprentice, the goons gained little backbone and menaced. Old geezer, walk away, this doesn't concern you. Seeing that there are 2 card apprentices among the goons, Wong was caught off guard. But being a veteran card apprentice, Wong was confident he could handle 2 rookie card apprentices or escape unscathed. So he arrogantly said, "This does concern me. The house you're blocking belongs to my student. What is happening here? Do I need to call the cops?" Hearing the word cops, the 4 goons looked at each other, and then after giving Wong a threatening glare, they deserted the place. This mark was very important to the boss, so they did not want to involve cops and screw it up because of a 2-bit teacher. Seeing the goons flee the scene, Wong sneered and walked up to the Wyatt house door only to find that Wyatt was not home. Wong decided to wait for a few minutes to see if Wyatt would come back. Seeing that the goons had been taken care of, Wong didn't know what kind of trouble Wyatt had gotten himself into. He didn't care. He saw a chance to act like a hero and make his story more believable in Wyatt's eyes. Few minutes turned into hours. It was already midnight, and there was no sign of Wyatt yet. Frustrated, Wong slammed hard on the door and left. Origin cards are unique grade cards, unique to each cardholder based on their individuality. Therefore, there is no definite recipe for creating an origin card. Neither is there any definite ingredient for an origin card. But there is a fated ingredient that only the individual card apprentices can sense. Card apprentices can use this fated ingredient as cornerstone for making their unique origin card. Card apprentices have this supernatural sense when it comes to sensing their origin card's fated ingredient. There is this feeling in their heart when they encounter the fated ingredient that is fit for creating their origin card, a sense telling them to possess that said fated ingredient no matter what. It is just pure fate to find the fated ingredient fit for your origin card. For Susan, her fated ingredient was a black steel armor corset. So Susan's fated ingredient was hinting to create medieval female armor. For some, the fated ingredient can be as simple as a cloth or a wooden sword, and for some, it can be as impossible as legendary dragon bone marrow or phoenix tears. Okay, then what kind of origin card do you plan to create? So I can decide on the rest of the suitable ingredients. After the fated ingredient is found, the remaining ingredient can be chosen based on the type of card you're going to create. Thankfully, Susan's fated ingredient was not some kind of legendary ingredient. Otherwise, it would be very hard to find the ingredients that would go with it, and not mention that they would be out of budget for a sales representative salary. That, I don't know. I know that my fated ingredient is part of medieval armor, but I don't want my origin card to be just a medieval armor. I get what she was saying. Everyone expects their origin card to be mystical and powerful, but medieval armor doesn't fit those criteria. If you are not sure about what kind of card you want, then how are we going to proceed with card creation? Do you have any ideas for my origin card? Wait, do you trust someone whom you only meet twice to create your origin card? I thought you just want my help, but now you want me to create the whole card for you. Whatever I did promise to create a card for you. Who am I kidding? She just got promoted to card apprentice in the afternoon. Does she even know how to operate the card creation page? Yes, I think you are a genius when it comes to card creation. So, please help me create my origin card. Why are you in such a hurry to create an origin card? You just got promoted to card apprentice today. I am just a contract-based staff in guild association. They can let go of me anytime. But recently few older staff had retired, opening few permanent spots. Earlier, I wasn't eligible, but now that I am a card apprentice, I am eligible to apply. And having a good origin card could increase my chance of becoming a permanent staff. Oh, I see. Wait. If she becomes a permanent staff of the guild association, then her authority in the guild mall will increase, and I will have a stronger ally. Seeing that my investment was already showing signs of progress, I was motivated to help Susan. Okay, then tell me your budget, so I can decide on the rest of the suitable ingredients. $900,000. Susan started working as a sales representative at the young age of 18, and now it has been 7 years since then, and she has saved up to $400,000 with hard work and dedication. As a contracted sales representative, she was paid a bare minimum wage, which is only enough to pay her apartment rent, but she was also given 1% of every sale she made. One could only imagine how much hard work it took for her to save up to $400,000 in 7 years after paying for her daily expenses. As for the remaining $500,000, her parents lent it to her by gathering money from selling their family house, taking personal loans, and their savings. Their only daughter is their everything, and they would endure any amount of hardship to see her succeed. So, Susan had a lot riding on this one card. She couldn't call for professional help because she could barely afford the price of the remaining ingredients, let alone hundreds of thousands of dollars for professional help. Susan's years of experience as a sales representative and her woman's intuition told her that this teenager in front of her isn't simple. It was more than him being able to contract a silver grimoire. It was his eyes. They seemed to contain years of experience and wisdom. Susan wasn't afraid of hardship. What she was really afraid of was not being able to climb higher because she is too afraid of losing what she had. Therefore, without any further hesitation, she decided to bet on her intuition and experience by trusting the teenager the young man in front of her. Okay, that's not bad. Thankfully, black steel is not costly, so no worries. Let me think. Hearing Susan's budget for her origin card, for some reason I felt guilty for spending almost $1,200,000 to creating an E-rank card. Is this what they call rich man's guilt? But I am not rich. As I began musing, many fantasy armors from my previous world's anime, manga, games came to my mind. Now all I had to do is to see if the materials in this world could be used to create any one of those armors within Susan's budget. One armor fit the bill. It was an armor that would devour other armor to replicate the devoured armor's ability. This armor was tricky to use as its power depends upon the armor it had devoured. It had a lot of potential in right hands. I wonder Susan's hands is it. They say you meet friends in unexpected places. After his parents' tragic passing, young Wyatt was a loner. As for me, I just got here. I was so busy cleaning up young Wyatt's mess I didn't have time for friendship. But seeing Susan's trust in me, I started to consider having a friend. I was so wound up with young Wyatt's life that I started to think everyone is trying to use me. Creating an origin card has its risk, Even the world's top card creators wouldn't be able to guarantee a 99% success rate. But I could guarantee a 99% success rate thanks to my soul pupils. I knew that, but Susan didn't. Yes, she had seen me sell 2 perfect F-rank cards. So what? Even a buffoon gets lucky sometimes. Even though Susan didn't know about my soul pupils, she knew about the risks of creating an origin card. Susan and her parents' whole life is invested in this card creation. Yet she somehow trusted in me to create the origin card for her. And here I was complaining and whining as if I was being taken advantage of. Who was taking advantage of whom? I had just been promoted to card apprentice a day ago. And yet Susan paid me full payment in the form of a premium spa package and treated me to expensive dinner to help her create an origin card. Susan is the one to lose the most once I fail in card creation. As for me, I got paid for nothing. Susan was taking a huge risk by trusting in me. I don't see her complaining. Instead, she is humble. I finally understood why they say, to gain someone's trust, you have to trust them first. To think I still had something to learn in my second life. Finally, I no longer saw Susan as just an investment, but someone worth befriending. I didn't know if Susan thought the same about me, but I was determined to be worthy of her trust. Susan, I need the following ingredients. Black steel x 32 kg. High spit firestones x5. E rank metal tooth slime essence x32. E rank metal tooth slime core x32. F rank black iron bug essence x64. F rank black iron bug core x64. F rank wood wisp core x10. Unique grade core x1. See if it is within budget, otherwise I will change the ingredients. Black steel x 32 kg, $32,000. High spit firestones x5, $100,000. E rank metal tooth slime essence x32, $320,000. E rank metal tooth slime core x32, $320,000. F rank black iron bug essence x64, $64,000. F rank black iron bug core x64, $64,000. F rank wood wisp core x10, $10,000. Unique grade core x1 available. Employee discount 10%, $91,000. Total $819,000. It seems Susan had already prepared a unique grade core, and thanks to the 10% employee discount, we barely made it within the budget. Black steel. Black steel is extracted from black iron ore. Unlike normal steel, black steel is used in the refining of magic weapons and armory. High spit firestones. These stones generate heat up to 3,000 degrees Celsius. Metal tooth slime. These slimes only feed on metal ore and can adopt the properties of metal they feed on. Black iron bug. Found exclusively in black iron ore mine, as their staple food is black iron ore. Wood wisp. Wisp born in a place filled with strong vitality. Used for strengthening a person's vitality. Susan soon brought all the materials at a moment's notice. Okay, now let's form a party. Using the party function in Grimoire, I and Susan formed a party of 2, so that my mental strength can enter Susan's grimoire to create her an origin card. Unlike other cards, I can't create an origin card in my grimoire and later transfer it to Susan. The origin card has to be created in the grimoire to whom the fated ingredient belongs. So we formed a party because in a party, one party member has limited access to any other party member's grimoire upon approval by the said card apprentice. After forming the party, Susan passed me her grimoire and all the ingredients. Placing the ingredients on the card creation page, I closed my eyes and poured my mental strength into the grimoire. Having already decided on what card I wanted to prepare, I opened my soul pupils and checked the soul pathways of all the ingredients one by one. Then I carefully mixed soul pathways of E rank metal tooth slime essence with F rank black iron bug essence in the ratio of 1:2 respectively. Next, I used high spit firestones to melt black steel and the black steel corset into liquid black steel. Afterwards, I used mixed soul pathways of E rank metal tooth slime essence and F rank black iron bug essence to strengthen the soul pathways of liquid black steel. Keeping aside the strengthened liquid black steel, I slowly mixed 10 wood wisp soul pathways one by one into the unique core. Then I added the soul pathways from E rank metal tooth slime cores and F-rank black iron bug cores into the unique core, forming a cocktail of soul pathways of wood wisp, metal tooth slime, and black iron bug in the unique core. Finally, I combined the strengthened liquid black steel and unique core to form a black liquid armor. Inside the black liquid armor core, I could see a bright mass of light shaped in the form of slime, which would repeatedly try to form a human shape and soon dissolve, unable to stay in the human form. It was sentient and desired to take on human armor form. Then I turned on the morph ability of the unique core to turn the black liquid armor into a card. Card creation complete. Slime armor. Card name, slime armor. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rating, nil. Card durability, nil. Card effect. Slime armor is a sentient armor that feeds on armors and replicates the armors it feeds on. Additional effect, absolute replica, passive, memory, passive. Absolute replica, passive. The replication ability is absolute with no flaws. Memory, passive. Being a sentient armor, it has its memory and can remember all the armors it feeds on. After going through the specs of the origin card, I fell unconscious out of exhaustion as I had to transfer about 200 soul pathways for just this one origin card. If not for the buffs I gained from the spa, I wouldn't be able to hold on till the end. Opening my eyes to a grand and lavish environment, I was confused. Thankfully, I was greeted by Susan's excited face. "Good morning, sir. You're awake finally." What? Why? How long was I unconscious? To be exact, 4 hours, 10 minutes. That's it. You sounded as I slept for days. You look like you would, so I brought you the luxury spa package. Thanks to their continuous treatment, you were able to awaken so early and in top condition. What? Luxury spa package? Who is paying? Of course me. I don't mean to be rude, but if you can walk, I would love it if we had this conversation some other places because I am paying hundreds of dollars for every minute we are here. What? No. I am still sleepy. Come after another hour or two. I said facetiously. Sir, please don't pull my leg. Hey Susan, let me officially introduce myself to you. My name is Dalton Wyatt. You can call me Big Brother Dalton or Big Brother Wyatt. Hey, I am the older one. Don't forget the seniority here. My name is Susan Tucci. You have to call me Big Sis Susan. In Guild Association Mall, customer privacy is at most priority. Therefore, the sales representative don't know any of the customer info unless the customer chooses to. Tucci, it's a funny name. Don't get me started. Come, let's go for breakfast. Susan claiming seniority in terms of age, I laughed it off. Comparing age as transmigrator, it sounded funny. Thankfully, Susan also saw a friend in me and did not insist on me calling her Big Sis. Booking luxury spa package and a private room for breakfast, aren't you rich? Nope. The luxury spa package is a thank you gift from me, and as for the private room, it's one of the perks of being an associate auction manager. Congrats. Associate auction manager is a higher position than permanent staff, right? You don't sound happy. Nah. Let's just enjoy our breakfast, shall we? Come on, Tucci, spill it out. What is it? I am an associate auction manager, just for one day, said Tucci frustratedly. After informing the guild management of her origin card, Susan was promised the last permanent staff spot. But at the last minute, a higher-ranking member used nepotism to get his relative the last spot. The reason given for last-minute changes was that Susan's origin card made her highly qualified for a permanent staff position, and so she would be directly promoted to the associate auction manager position. What do you mean by just for one day? Forget it. By the way, thank you for creating an awesome origin card for me. I never knew that armor could be in liquid form and have intelligence. Very innovative. How did you come up with this idea? Susan, don't change the topic. Tell me what is going on. Maybe there is something we can do. No, there is nothing we can do. You have already helped me a lot. I am already over it. I decided to just intently glare at her until she caved. And she did. Susan's new title comes with new responsibilities, and she is still on probation. Turns out being an associate auction manager is harder than it looks. They have to conduct one auction every week. It's a very competitive job because the auction manager has to fight for a good venue and time slot to conduct an auction and also gather the right audience and the right items for the auction with other auction managers. Susan also has to conduct an auction today. Being the new guy, the auction house will provide her with the venue, time slot, and audience, but she has to come up with the right items for auction. Susan time slot is 12:30 to 13:30. For an hour auction period, Susan will have to come up with a minimum of 10 valuable items. Susan couldn't gather 10 auctionable items just in one morning. If she is unable to do so, then she will be fired from the associate auction manager position, deeming her unfit for the position. This was all within the calculations of the guild management. This way they had compensated Susan by giving her an opportunity, and they would also avoid a possible lawsuit when they fired her tomorrow. Corruption and office politics has corroded society, be it this world or the other world. See, I told you there is nothing we can do. Come on, let's enjoy all the perks of being an associate auction manager of Guild Association Mall before I am fired. Are you stupid? Hey, then what? How can you let go of such an opportunity to make money? What do you mean? First tell me, what kind of audience are you accepting in your time slot? I am serious. Answer me. 12:30 to 13:30 is lunch hour, so it won't attract a huge audience, and since the guild management is expecting me to crash and burn, they will not be sending any important guests. So, the audience will be mostly made of middle-aged women and some small-time merchants who are hoping to get lucky and get a bargain. Okay, then we have to move now. You go and create a hype for your auction telling that 10 perfect F-rank female armors, each in 4 variation colors, will be auctioned in your auction. Wait, I don't understand. What are you saying? Can't you be clearer? And who will be providing these mind-blowing perfect F-rank female armors? I will provide you with 10 perfect F-rank female armor cards, each in 4 variation colors for the auction. Now you go create a hype. Let's hope that we get lucky and attract some big fish. What? 10 female armors, each in 4 colors, that are 40 cards in total? You don't have enough time to create those cards. You don't have to push yourself for me. I am already satisfied with just the origin card. Let me care about creating the cards, and I am not doing this for you, fool. I am doing this for money. I already planned on doing this to gather some funds for myself. Now your auction seems a good place to start. Be thankful that I am willing to share some of my light with you. If you don't want to, then I can always find other auction managers. While creating the slime armor origin card, I had to transfer and strengthen soul pathways nearly 200 times. During that process, my active soul control broke through to 17%, and also my mental strength seems to have become stronger and more flexible. It took me nearly 7 hours to create the origin card, and thanks to my newfound strength, I was confident that I could create the set amount of cards within the said period. Ever since I made huge profits by selling the Gale Rabbit leather boots, I have always planned to sell more perfect equipment cards to make money, because money in this world can make me stronger and increase my chance of survival. But since I was short on the budget, I didn't put the plan into motion. But now I can only borrow the extra money, putting aside my pride for the time being. No, I want a but. We don't have enough time at our hands. Go and bring me 5 sets of ingredients for these 10 F-rank female armor cards. And publish a catalog containing these 10 armors, and share it with all your connections. Quickly. Assuming we are lucky, we will attract some deep pockets. I only have $75,000 on me right now. See if you can get a loan for the ingredients and the copyright of the cards. We can pay back after the auction. The 10 F-rank female armors I had selected were the most popular mid-range female armors that were currently trending in many famous magazines. I could select E-rank armors, but I decided against that because we were short on funds and I didn't know how deep the audience's pocket. If the cards were too costly for the audience, then I would be the one losing money. After seeing my prowess in creating the slime armor origin card, Susan no longer had any doubts about my ability in card creation. So, she provided me with ingredients in haste, and then she left to set the plan in motion. Getting the ingredients, I didn't waste any more time and began the card creation process. One of the reasons I choose the most trending female armors, even though their copyright costs a huge amount of money, hoping that their popularity with attracting some big bosses and wealthy women. Name: Dalton Wyatt. Age: 17 years. Gender: male. Rank: Card Scholar, 17%. 27/34 stars. Stats: Strength equals physical damage, health power. Agility equals evasion, attack speed. Vitality equals physical defense, health regain. Intelligence equals soul damage, soul power. Wisdom equals soul defense, soul regain. Cards: Origin card slots. 1. Soul pupils, unique grade. 2. Empty. Active card slot. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Free. Empty. 4. Empty. Passive card slots. 1. Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard, 26 stars. 2. Empty. Free. Empty. Active/passive card slots. 1. Empty. 2. Empty. Item card slots. 1. Gale Rabbit Boot stars. 2. Empty. Free. Empty. 4. Empty. 5. Empty. 6. Empty. Card holder empty. Knock, knock. May I come in, sir? Come in. A hoarse voice sounded from the office. As soon the clerk entered the office, the voice added, John, you know, I don't like being disturbed at this hour. I am sorry, sir, but it is urgent, said the clerk, passing an auction catalog to him. What is this? Why are you giving this to me? Sir, it's the catalog of the girl you promoted as associate auction manager this morning to free up the last permanent staff spot for your grandniece. Oh, are the items listed in the catalog genuine? I think I made myself clear when I told her not to give her any assistance in regards to the items for auction. You did, sir, and I checked the items listed are not from the auction house. She is providing them herself. Oh, do you know who is providing her with items for the auction? When asked, she said it was from one of her clients. But I double-checked all her clients in Association Mall archives. None of her clients is capable enough to provide her with such good cards in such short notice. Then how the hell did she get these cards? Sir, I think she is lying. Seeing how the catalog has been able to create a small hype, I believe she is going to use this hype to rebel and tell her story, knowing that she is going to be fired tomorrow. That's it. You disturbed me for this. You know that if she pulls such a stun, then our legal team and media team will swallow her whole. I know, sir. I am not worried about bad press or you, but the young miss, seeing how she wants to start from the bottom. It will be hard once every staff in Guild Mall knows that one of them was fired to make way for her. You are right. She is stubborn and righteous. If not for her insisting on starting at the bottom, she would be the one with an associate auction manager title, and with my pull in the Association Mall, she would not have to worry about anything, the items, venue, audience, or the time slot. Good, since the aunt wants to fight back, then I will help her. Send a whole team of our media and other popular press to her auction, and also send this catalog to all the stubborn prodigal sons and daughters of Sky Blossom City. I think some of them will be interested in the items mentioned in the catalog. Brilliant, sir. I will proceed accordingly. Once these prodigal audiences knew that the auction was just a ruse, then their anger will be directed at the aunt for wasting their time. The audience was prodigal, but knew whom to offend and whom not to. So they would rather stay silent than sympathize with the aunt. Even the media will choose to write a story about how an auction manager published the fake catalog for popularity and offended the audience, rather than how the guild corruption and office politics screwed over an aunt's life. Although this was not a perfect solution, it would mislead the attention of the netizens from his niece until all this cools down and is taken care of by the association's legal team and media team. March 20th, 2321. Time 11:55. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Guild Card Lab. Admiring the 50 perfect F-rank cards in front of me, I called Susan to come and get them. Having successfully created 50 perfect F-rank cards in 2 hours, I was tired and had a headache. My reflexes and responses were slow. One would think it's affecting my decision-making and judgment, but my mind was clear, except I was feeling very sleepy. Maybe I should buy myself a card which can reveal this fatigue whenever I overexert myself. I should ask Susan to look for such a card. Susan excitedly entered the card room and said, Wyatt, I didn't disappoint you. Currently, our auction catalog is within the top 10 trending. This will attract deeper pockets. We are rich. Susan's eyes shined with dollar bill signs. For every item auctioned, the guild charges a 10% auction fee, of which the auction manager gets 1%. But if the items are directly provided by the auction manager themselves, but not by the auction house, then the manager gets 5% of the 10% auction fee. This is a stunt, so that the auction managers are not passive and depend upon the guild for goods to auction, but for them to actively search and bring many valuable items for auction. Wipe your drool, would you? This small amount of money is nothing. Stick with me, kid, and I will show you what being rich looks like. Hearing my words, Susan vigorous nodded her head, but then, hey, who are you calling a kid? You shorty. This is the last time. Next time I will bite you. Hearing the word shorty, a vein popped on my neck as I thought, control. as my height was among one thing that I was sensitive about in this second life. I consoled myself, thinking my body is still young and yet to reach its full growth. Even though I was not tall, my height could be considered average, but Susan was tall, very tall, with a long neck and legs, slender waist with fair, smooth, and glowing skin. Why you? I am of the right height, you giantess. Okay, that's it. I am ignoring you. You can't ignore me. I am your client. You have to pay attention to me. Okay, sir, how may I help you? Susan's height was her mental scar as her schoolmates bullied her, calling names like the big girl or giantess or barbarian. One of the reasons why she chose to work after high school, no matter how much her parents stressed on her going to college. Seeing Susan act all cold and distant, I realized I said something wrong. Okay, you win. I am sorry. Now can you talk normally? Susan glared at me intently and snorted. Okay, I can't stay mad at you. You are like the bratty little brother I didn't have. Be the big man. Be the bigger man. I thought, trying to control myself from saying something which Susan will make me regret later. Now take these 10 cards and feed them to your origin card, I said, handing her 10 different F-rank armor cards. Why? Aren't these for the auction? Said Susan, looking at the 10 cards in her hand. Each of them was perfect F-rank cards with a 1-star rating and 100 durability rating. No, I made 50 cards, 10 for you and 40 for the auction. With this, you can change into each armor when you are about to auction that armor card. So, the audience can see the flawless design of the armors. Try doing a ramp walk with each armor on, so that they can see how beautiful the armors are. No. Auctioning the cards is one thing, but to be a model and ramp walk, I can't do that. That will be embarrassing. What are you saying? Don't tell me you didn't dream of being a model and ramp walked in your room when you were little. That, I am not. It's too embarrassing for me to be modeling. What's so embarrassing about you modeling? You are beautiful and tall, with your long neck and legs, slender waist with fair, smooth, and glowing skin. It's as if your body was chiseled for modeling. No, I am not beautiful. You are just praising me to get me to model for you. Susan, listen to me. Look into my eyes. Why? Just look into my eyes. Okay. Do you know who is more beautiful than a beautiful lady? And no, said Susan with a red blush on her cheeks. A beautiful lady who doesn't know how beautiful she is. Okay, you trust me, right? Just do this once for me. Pretty please. Okay, just this once. I will wear the armors, but I will not do the ramp walk. Okay, no ramp walk. But you will have to twirl once. Deal? Deal. Susan fed the cards to her origin card, and then activated it and changed into every armor while twirling for practice in front of me. This was the first time I had seen her origin card in action, and it was a sight to behold, especially the flash and little smoke that appeared whenever she changed into a new armor. It was just like watching a magic show. The colors of the armors I chose for Susan complemented her perfectly. She looked beautiful and heroic in each armor. Even her hairstyle changed with the armors. It was an effect of another card. Along with that card, she had many other special effects and item cards to help her with the auction. For example, the voice control card's fiction was similar to a microphone in the other world. I have registered your name in the VIP guest list. Do I have to come? I mean, I wouldn't buy my cards. That would be stupid. You have to come. This is my first time conducting an auction. I wanted to invite my parents, but they can't be here on such short notice. It would mean a lot to me if you came. Well, you did agree to be a model for me. I will be there, not in the VIP room, but in the front seat to cheer for you. You are the best. See you soon. Susan hurried to organize the auction as now she had the cards for auction. Sipping on a coffee black large, I entered Susan's auction venue. But to my surprise, the whole venue was crowded and buzzing with discussion. Especially the front row was filled with journalists and social media reporters. For some reason, there was no bouncer at the entrance to stop people from filling in. It seems I underestimate the catalog being in the top 10 trending list. Sorry, Susan, looks like I can't cheer you from the first row, I thought as I turned to the VIP side, but it was also crowded, and the people in there seemed to be scolding the help for lacking space and seating arrangements. The problem was not lacking management skills, but the venue in itself was small to hold these many people. The guild management never expected Susan's catalog to be this popular and provided her with a small venue. Right, when I was considering not attending the auction, Susan called me. Wyatt, where are you? Are you here yet? Yes, I am at the venue. Come backstage. Sure. Hanging up the phone, I walked backstage. The bouncer backstage stopped me and asked, Mr. Wyatt? The one and only. Turn left and go straight. Susan should be waiting for you there. I could see he had no respect for Susan, his immediate superior. I could smell something was wrong in the atmosphere. The backstage was empty. There were no staff here, contrary to a working auction hall backstage. Soon I found Susan pacing back and forth in front of the stage in trance. She did not seem to notice me walking towards her. Susan, I called, nearing her. You almost gave me a scare, said startled Susan. What's going on here? Where is everyone? I sent them to manage the VIP section. Then what about here? I will somehow manage it here. I called you here knowing that you will not find a seat out there. Every associate auction manager has a team of trusted staff ranging from bouncers, help, etc. Since Susan just became an auction manager, she had no staff, let alone trusted staff. So the auction management provided her with 10 staff for bouncers and 6 help, which would be enough for a small venue like auction hall number 13. 2 bouncers, 1 each at the 2 entrances of the hall, 1 bouncer for the backstage and front stage, while the last one for the VIP hall, for help for seating arrangements and attending VIPs, and the last 2 to help Susan backstage. But the audience expectancy exceeded anybody's expectations. It seems at the last moment, for some reason, the people, journalists registering to attend the auction increased in numbers, especially the VIP people registering exceeded the number of occupancies. Some of the social media influencers almost broke into backstage. So the bouncers from the entrance had to be called to guard the backstage. Now no bouncers were at the 2 entrances of the hall, as they were used accordingly. 1 for the backstage and 2 for the front stage, while the last one for the VIP hall, while all the 6 help went for seating arrangements and attending VIPs, leaving no one to help Susan. Susan did request more staff to the auction management, but they rejected her, saying all the staff were allotted work and had no extra. Why did you not close the entrance doors to the hall if the number exceeded the maximum occupancy range? I didn't think of that. But I can't turn away all these powerful journalists and VIPs, right? I slapped my head, dumbfounded. First, send one of the bouncers to close the doors of the auction hall, as it's almost time to start the auction. Many people who were not interested in participating in the auction were joining the crowd just for fun, so it was better to close the door now. Soon Susan instructed one of the bouncers guarding the front stage to close the doors. As the entrance door closed, the crowd grew rowdier, and the whispers turned into a loud noise. It is nearing the time to start the auction. How are you planning to control this rowdy crowd? I asked. Currently, the lack of staff was the last thing in Susan's mind, as she did not know how to control the audience. Since the crowd consists of popular influencers, journalists, and VIPs, crude methods to control the crowd were out of the question. March 20th, 2321. Time 12:23. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association, Administrative Office. Sir, not good. Not good. Clerk John rushed into the administrator's office. John, what have I told you about knocking? A voice thundered in the office. John bowed and hurriedly apologized. Sir, I am sorry, but it's about the young lady. Hearing the word young lady, the voice seemed to have calmed down a little and asked, what about her? Young lady somehow found out about the girl and is going to attend her auction. How did she know? Why is she going there? What is she thinking? Sir, I don't know who informed the young lady. Sir, please punish me, as I could not stop the young lady. But when I tried to stop her, the young lady told me not to stop her from making amends. I think she is going to apologize to the girl after the auction. WTF. Those journalists and influencers will have a field day with her. That girl is stubborn and doesn't know how the world works. Recently, the young lady acting weird, as if she is a completely different person and acting out without thinking. Master is trying so hard to keep her out of this, but she had to present her head to the enemy herself. Now, any number of contacts or connections of Master can't stop the rampaging netizens from ruining young lady's social life. John shook his head, letting out a sigh. He was tired of managing this stubborn young lady. The auction hall was in a complete mess with all the babble, chatter, and murmur. It was very difficult for one to hear amid the babble of conversations in the hall. The crowd was getting impatient, as it was about time for the auction to start, yet still no one was to be seen on the stage. But then, roar, RR. A thunderous roar sounded throughout the auction hall. The startled crowd went quiet with a scare, while the deafening echoes of the roar still reverberated in the hall. The lingering roar left in the hall soon died with the sound of the footsteps, as an intimidating aura filled the auction hall. Clomp, clomp. Attracted by the sound of the footsteps, the crowd searched for the source, only to find a mystical figure covered in smoke slowly ascend the auction stage. But before they could make out the figure, the smoke covering the alluring figure burst into a blinding flash. Before they knew, the alluring figure was in the center of the stage, wearing the latest trending armor, daughter of wilderness, Artemis. The figure looked majestic and heroic in the armor as she twirled like a ballerina with elegance. With every twirl, the color of the armor changed, a total of 4 twirls amounting to 4 different colors. The whole scene was so magical that the crowd almost forgot to breathe, mesmerized by the sight in front of them. The woman wearing the armor looked just like the virgin daughter of the wilderness. Nothing could compare to her majesty. Every time her cold eyes gazed over the crowd, they felt a chill within them, as if they were in presence of a heroic being. Some even bowed to the figure, wanting to worship her. Soon the smoke once again covered the alluring figure as the Jumbotron in the auction hall displayed 4 Daughter of Wilderness Artemis armor cards in different colors with all their status displayed, awakening the mesmerized crowd. The crowd once again babbled, seeing the perfect star and durability ratings of the cards. But the chatter died as an authoritarian voice sounded in the auction hall. Daughter of Wilderness Artemis armor, base price $192,000 per card. Please start the bid. With the cold and authoritative voice, the auction final started. $400,000 by VIP number 4, going once. This princess bids $2 million for all 4 armors. $2 million, going once. $2 million, going twice. $2 million, going thrice. Sold. The Jumbotron turned off as a blinding flash caught the attention of the crowd. With the figure had changed into the second armor, with Nymph, Urania, another one of the top trending F-rank armors, and also the figure's hairstyle changed to suit the armor. Similar to last time, the figure once again twirled 4 times, amounting to 4 different colors. Wood Nymph, Urania armor card. Base price $177,000 per card, open for bid. Soon the 40 F-rank armors cards were auctioned, yet the crowd did not disperse as they were still immersed in the elegant and heroic figure on the stage. The figure walked out of the smoke around her as she said, "Thank you for making this auction a great success. Please collect your cards backstage from me, and since you all have been so well behaved, let me share some info on my auction next week. My next auction will contain 10 E-rank trending female armor cards in 4 different colors. For further info, check the catalog yet to be released. See you later." We were short on staff, and Susan's authority was very low as the newbie, making it hard to control the crowd using the name of the Guild Association auction house. Since gaining the attention of the crowd by crude means was out of option, I decided to try a creative way to catch the attention of the audience in the auction house. Therefore, I lent my Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card to Susan. Even though Susan had just been promoted to Card Apprentice, her active soul control was 14% thanks to the perfect origin card I helped her create. She got a huge boost in her active soul control, making a considerable breakthrough in her active soul control and gaining 28 star power. Equipping 1 E-rank Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card and 2 G-rank Mortal cards Voice Control and Hairstylist. As the Abyssal Roar only affects enemies, we decided to simmer down the crowd by using the Abyssal Roar and maintain peace with the intimidating aura of the Abyssal Giant Bear. For this to work, Susan had to act like an ice idol and anchor to match the intimidating aura of the Abyssal Bear and not seem out of place, which she performed perfectly, mesmerizing the crowd and leading them with her authoritarian voice. Most shocking was the part where Susan's armor changed colors with every twirl. Thanks to the origin card being sentient and its ability memory, Susan was able to teach the armor to change the colors of the armors, even though the armors it fed on were not of that color. As for her, declaring a part of the catalog was the stunt used in another world to keep the audience engaged as a good host. I asked her to reveal a part of the catalog. Walking backstage, Susan excitedly came to me and handed me the Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card. "You were awesome out there. I would not be surprised to see 1 or 2 fan groups forming in your name." "Thank you, but stop it. You were that good out there. No need to be humble in front of me. I know, right, and I could get used to it. It was so exciting. Feeling all their admiring gaze, it felt different. It was as if they would believe me if I told them the earth was flat and the sun was blue. It felt great. Leaving aside Susan, who was still immersed in aftertaste while smiling like a fool, I was rubbing my hands to count my profits. Led by the bouncer, a group of about 14 people came to pay and collect their cards. Many people had directly bought the complete 4-colored set of armors, so 40 cards were sold to 14 people only. Seeing them, I nudged the grinning Susan to snap out of it. Snapping out of the aftertaste, Susan once again returned to her professional self and walked to greet the group. The group was excited to meet Susan. Some even asked for selfies. Seeing no harm in few simple selfies, she agreed. The 40 perfect F-rank cards sold for $20,330,000, but considering the 10% auction fee and 34% government tax, I would only get near 55% of the total. And after paying the $4 million debt of copyright and ingredients, I had barely $6 million left for myself. So my excitement died by half. As the crowd left, Susan was in trance, counting the amount of money she had made in just one auction. Her 5% amounted to $1,016,500, not including the taxes. Even after paying the taxes, she would be able to clear her parents' debts and buy back the family house, or a new one. She did get a big bargain out of this auction. 10 F-rank armors that were fed to her origin card, and nearly $1 million in commission. But she deserved all of it. If it were me alone, I could not get a $4 million loan on spot to buy the copyright and ingredients. Especially, I would not have been able to possibly rank the auction catalog in the top 10 trending list and attract so many deep pockets. While I and Susan were busy counting money, a voice called to us timidly. Excuse me. Yes. Who are you? How did you get in? Asked Susan. It seems she did not like being disturbed while counting money. Well, I am also the Guild Association staff. Oh, what is it? I am here to apologize to you. I am sorry, please forgive me. Corey had never felt more repulsed than today. The thought of an old man pouring his mental strength in her grimoire made her almost vomit in disgust. How could she let a dirty old man soil her grimoire with his filthy mental strength? Who cares if he has a golden grade grimoire? And what if he is here to help create her origin card? Her grandpa and grandma both have golden grade grimoires, and she has a silver grade grimoire and is the most talented card apprentice in her high school. She can create her card. Oldman, don't act high and noble in front of me as if you were doing me a favor. No matter how great the peasants out there think you are, it still doesn't change the fact that you are doing this only to curry favors from my grandpa. So, you better listen to me. Now tell me how, and I will create my origin card myself. I don't want your old-ass mental strength entering and dirtying my grimoire. Sitting on the couch, a sharp-eyed, dourly handsome old man never felt more insulted in his 67 years of life than today, being pointed and scolded by a teenager barely reaching 18 years of age. If not for her being the princess of the Bright family, he would not tolerate her. Looking at this pampered, shallow girl in front of him, the old man never felt more proud to have chosen to live a single life over starting a family. It's better to not have children and grandchildren than having this little monster in front of him. Thinking that he had dodged a bullet there, the old man sighed in relief. Who is he? Sky Blossom City's #1 and only golden grade card creator. People wait in lines just to have a chance to meet him, and yet here he is being looked down on by a teenage girl. If not for his contract with Sky Blossom City Guild Association and the fated ingredient for his first origin card being in the hands of Oldman Bright, he would not be so miserable today. Swallowing his pride, he said, Corey, even though all these ingredients are E-rank, at best the process of creating the origin card is more difficult than you think. If not, your grandpa would not have cared to call me. Instead, he would have helped you create the origin card. Enough. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Oldman, either tell me how to create the card, or get out of here. I will not sully my precious grimoire with your dirty old man mental strength. Why you? Dirty old man mental strength. What does it even mean? No. How dare she call me dirty old man? I am handsome and thousands of young ladies still throw themselves at me. The more he thought, the more exasperated and angry he felt. People wait months just to have him help them in card creation, and this little shit here is treating him like roadside trash. Finally giving in to rage and forgetting common reasoning, he said, Fine, listen carefully. First, cautiously refine your fated ingredient. Transfer the soul pathway. Take the origin core, morph the core into a card. This process is very tedious, and your little mental strength is not enough to complete the card creation process. Don't blame me if you fail. There is no way I will fail. If I do fail, then there is something wrong with your card recipe, period. And now get out. This princess has to create her first origin card. As the old man stomped out of the card lab, making sure that the card lab was locked, Corey placed all the ingredients on the card creation page and began the card creation process following the old man's instructions. The process was taxing and nearly exhausted all her mental strength, but she still stubbornly held on and finally was successful in creating the card. Card creation complete. Card name, Relife. Card type, origin card. Card rank, unique grade. Card rating, nil. Card durability, nil. Card effect, host gains the memories of past lives if any. Seeing the description of her origin card, Corey vomited blood and cursed the dirty old man furiously. The shock from her card had completely washed away the dizziness and exhaustion in her. In a way, her card was very powerful yet useless. To be able to get memories of past life is very powerful, but what's the use of it in this life? Corey was clueless, so she decided to activate the card. Activating the card, many memories poured into Corey's mind as she fell unconscious in the card lab. Mom, you're so unladylike and look so old and tired all the time. No wonder Dad left you. I don't blame him. Mom, why should I study hard? Studying is for ugly people. Not me. Mom, don't worry, I got it all figured out. Annie has 100,000 followers in Insta and is making so much money. I am beautiful than her, so I should be able to make more than her. Mom, this is called TikTok. It is currently trending. Don't worry, I will soon gain 100,000 followers in Insta soon and move out. Mom, I just need one break. One good story and my followers will reach 100,000 in no time. You will see. Mom, I am sorry. I am sorry, Mom. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to reveal the info. Please forgive me. I just wanted to get some followers. Mom, wake up. You can't leave me alone. I am sorry. I am sorry. Mom, wake up, please. Mom, sob, sob. Mom, don't worry. I will accompany you soon. After a while, Corey gained consciousness. Her face was drowned in tears. Tears didn't stop flowing from her eyes. They just kept coming, as if a dam broke inside her. Holding her knees, anguished Corey curled up on the couch while weeping desperately. Turns out past life Corey was as BTCHY as she is now. Past life Corey's father had run away from his family, and her mother raised her alone. Being shallow and vain, Corey always tried to take the shortcuts. If she didn't find any shortcuts, then she would just give up, and the words hard work never crossed her head. For someone like Corey, being an influencer on Instagram seemed like a dream job and most suitable career. But she never put the effort into it except for some questionable selfies, which did not bring her enough followers. Lately, this serial killer's trial was gaining huge public attention. Any exclusive on this would be a game changer for someone like Corey. Corey's mother worked as a clerk in the DA's office. Misusing her mother's ID card, Corey stole the important info relating to the case, which unfortunately turned to help the opposition prosecutor claim mistrial and leading to a serial killer walk free. After the incident, Corey's mother was fired, and mother and daughter were constantly shown in all media and social media outlets as culprits for letting a serial killer walk free. This led to a huge backlash from the netizens, being constantly harassed on social media, and media. Corey's mother couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. Being hit hard by her mother's suicide months later, Corey also committed suicide. Actually, I am here to apologize to YU. I am sorry. Please forgive me. It's all my fault. I should have been clearer about my intentions in front of my uncle. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this mess. It's my fault. Please forgive me. I will ask my uncle not to trouble you anymore. Oh, okay. Who are you again? Asked clueless Susan. A timid girl suddenly comes up to her and starts apologizing. Susan didn't understand a thing she said. What's her fault? Who is this uncle she speaks of? Susan had no idea what this girl was speaking about. Hey, I am Corey, the person who stole your permanent staff spot. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to stand on my own 2 feet instead of relying on my family. But my overprotective uncle misunderstood when I said I wanted to start from the bottom. I am sorry. My selfishness caused you all this trouble. Please forgive me. Hearing Corey, Susan finally knew what was going on. But she did not know what to say. She never been in or heard of or seen this kind of circumstances. What would you say? If you almost lost the job that you built using your blood and sweat for 7 years to a misunderstanding. Speechless, right? Even though I can't just overlook what happened, but in some way, I am a little thankful for this misunderstanding, as this was the best thing that happened to me in a while now, said Susan, looking towards me. This almost made me blush. Really? I know no words of mine can make up for what you have been through, but all I can do now is to own it and apologize to you. Please forgive me. I can't forgive you, but I do respect you for being upfront and not avoiding the responsibility. Don't worry about this anymore. In the end, everything worked out. This auction's success is the best proof. Thank you. Yes, the auction was a great success because you were awesome. I know this may sound like I am flattering you, but you were great out there. It's not me, but the cards. They were that good no one could resist their charm. No, I have seen many auctions sell the same cards, but they have never gained this much enthusiasm from the audience. I think your magical show was the thing that induced enthusiasm in the audience. Hearing Corey, Susan's face was apple red and was left without words once again. I know this is a long shot, but if you are recruiting staff, I would like to recommend myself. This. I am indeed recruiting staff, but why me? With your family connections, they should have things planned for you. Those are my family's plan, not mine, and I plan to have something of my own, and I would love to work under you, as I think I can learn a lot from you. Please consider it. I will not slack off and work harder than any other staff out there. Corey pleaded. With frowned brows and serious eyes, Susan said, Okay, I will give you a chance, but you will have to clear the interview like everyone else. I will notify you date and time later. Thank you. Thank you. Corey thanked Susan excitedly. Date March 20th, 2321. Time 14:13. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, barbecue. What a weird girl. You sure you want her as your staff? After all, her elders won't be happy when they hear this. Considering all that shit they did, it wouldn't be wrong if you want to have some fun. Weird. I thought she was sincere and brave for coming all this way to apologize to me and do the right thing. I did not intend to accept her as my staff for revenge or something, but because she reminded me of the time I started here as a sales representative. Everyone wanted to take me under their wing back then, but all of that was fake. Fake friends, conniving colleagues, office politics, betrayal, stealing clients, etc. Every day at work was like being on the battlefield. I was constantly being taken advantage of or was betrayed, but I never stopped believing in people. Because of that, I had been taken advantage of many times, more than I can count. I wasn't afraid of the betrayal, but forgetting why I chose this path, and afraid of not being able to meet people like me. You know, people who understood me. I mean people who I call friends, true friends. I see that in Corey, but her reasons are different from mine. I don't know what they are, but I just want to be a part of it. Hearing Susan says all this cringe stuff, I was once again reminded of why I chose to be her friend. Our way, not to change the world, but in order not to let the world change us. Something I read somewhere. People worry and are afraid for wrong reasons and end up doing things or choosing something they didn't mean to. But then there are people like Susan who remember who they are. What do they want? What do they care about? What their priorities are? And what are the things they should be worried or afraid about? No matter how much hardship they are put under by the world. It's not about choosing the right choices, it's all about knowing who you are and what your priorities are. Some would argue that different people have different circumstances and don't have room for choice. To those people, I would like to say that they are right, but it's all about where their limit lies. Some cave easily and some break, but never cave. How long they are willing to not stray from their path in search of shortcuts. This limit represents a person's willpower. Opening his silver grimoire, Oliver Bright made a call. John, you are slipping. It's been 35 minutes since the auction ended. Where's the update? How's the situation? What about my niece? Sir, I was just about to call you. The situation is nothing like I guessed. That girl came up with those cards, and the auction was a huge success. It appears we played a huge role in that, and helped her gain huge popularity along with a large number of clientele. As for the young miss, she just wanted to apologize to the girl and nothing else. It seems she resigned from the permanent guild staff and applied to work under the girl. These actions are unlike young miss, but I guess young miss has changed. Sir, should we continue as planned? There is no need to continue with the plan since the girl has proved her prowess as associate auction manager. Then let her fill in the shoes. All this for nothing. It's better to be prepared than be sitting ducks. I had a scare there. Even though the thing with Susan wasn't a big deal for a prominent family like the Brights, but things related to Corey Bright are always complicated, as she is the heart of the Bright family patriarch and matriarch. For some reason, when it comes to Corey Bright, they seem to lose all reason and common sense. Therefore, Oliver chose to be prepared then sit cluelessly by for this matter. Thankfully, it was nothing but a scare. His niece and things related to her can be hard to deal with. For 13 years, all she wanted to be was an idol, but all of a sudden, she asked to work at the association mall. So he chose an associate auction manager post for her, but then she says she wants to start from the bottom. So, he offered her a permanent staff post, and yet she resigned and went to work under an aunt. The Bright family princess working under someone else the old people were going to flip. Beep. Beep. Bright family meeting. Who sent it? Corey. What is it about this time? Is it about me? XX. Niece, do you want to murder your uncle? Calling a family meeting is a privilege that only the elder generation of the family may use without consequences. Others can also use it, only if it is the matter of life and death for the Bright family. But Corey is different. She can call a family meeting without consequences too, as the elder generation consider her as the life of the family. The last time an elder called for a family meeting was when his elder brother was going to upgrade his grimoire to gold grade. As for the last Bright family meeting, it was called by Corey because she wasn't able to find any good heels to wear. Date March 20th, 2321. Time 2:01. Location Sky Blossom City, Adventure Guild Association, Auction House. Leaving the auction hall, Corey headed home and called for a family meeting. She did not want to use it, but, seeing how her decisions can affect others, she decided to. This time it all worked out in the end, but she will not be so lucky next time. Corey had not just received the memories of her past life, but also the emotions, feelings, and thoughts of the past life through her origin card, which made her almost forget herself and drown in the agony faced by the past life Corey. It took Corey almost a day to separate herself from all those emotions, feelings, and thoughts that came with the memories. Thankfully, it was a card ability, but not actual real life. She lived the past life memories as a third person. It was just like watching a very realistic movie. Otherwise, she would face a serious identity crisis right now. Corey noticed that her past self and current self personality is almost a Xerox copy, but their social status and economical state were different. Her past self was a single-parent poor aunt, and her current self is the swan of the prominent Bright family. Her past self was a loser with no talent, but the current self is a genius who directly contracted a silver grimoire. This experience was not something Corey could just shake off and continue with her life. She was shaken to the core. She had nightmares, and sometimes unknowingly tears would flow from her eyes. Over time, her whole perspective over life changed drastically. Her beauty that she was proud of and admired for hours standing in front of the mirror suddenly doesn't seem to matter anymore. All her expensive private collections of fancy dresses, shoes, and jewelry appeared worthless in her eyes. Her school and social media life felt superfluous to her. All the likes and comments to her posts didn't seem to matter anymore, and all her friends seemed fake to her. It seems these days she had nothing to be happy about. Everything seemed colorless. The wind she breathed wasn't fresh enough. The food she ate was bland. One by one, everything she valued started to seem redundant to her. Then she started to question herself. What is she living for? What is life? She searched for the meaning of her life in the expensive clothing, shoes, jewelry, and accessories, or the likes and comments she got for her posts like she always did. But it was to know, and there was this empty hole in her heart that didn't seem to be filled with any amount of lavish articles of clothing or the likes and comments. She couldn't sleep anymore. Even if she slept, she would wake in an hour. Unable to sleep one night, she walked around the manor. Walking around the manor, she reached the servant quarters, where a bunch of young maids were happily having their dinner and enjoying themselves. Looking at them, she asked herself, what are they happy about? All they do is labor and slave around the whole day. What are they happy about? Is it the food? The food they eat is not nearly as good as hers, yet they seem to be enjoying it. Seeing Corey, the young maid stopped eating and greeted her. Corey walked to them and reached for the bread on the dinner table, but a maid hastily said, Miss, if you are hungry, I can ask the chef to prepare something you want. I want this, said Corey, holding the brown bread. Breaking a small piece of bread, she ate it even though it didn't taste that bad, but it was nothing compared to the bread she had every day, and yet somehow these maids seemed to enjoy the meal. Seeing the actions of young Miss, the maids panicked, but they couldn't do a thing but watch silently. Returning the bread, Corey looked at the young maids and asked, "How does the bread taste? Don't you dare lie to me." "Miss, it tastes better than the ones we get on the streets, and we enjoy eating it," said the head maid, and the rest nodded in unison. "You mean that the taste of the bread can be worse than this?" asked Corey with a surprised expression. The young maids were dumbfounded hearing the question of the young miss. Then the head maid said, "Miss, the bread in the manor is made by the card apprentice cook, so it is way better than what we get on streets." "Oh, I see," said Corey and asked again, "Do you guys enjoy the food in the manor?" Seeing the young miss show interest in their well-being, the maids were touched, and before the head maid could answer Corey, an eager maid said, "Manor's food is the best food I have ever tasted, young miss. I am really happy to work here." Hearing the enthusiasm in the young maid's voice while speaking about the food provided in the manor, Corey felt a yearning in her heart. She yearned for what the young maid had, the enthusiasm and pure enjoyment when she spoke about the food. She yearned for it and wanted to feel like that about something in her life. The maid was so full of enthusiasm even after toiling around for the whole day. Why is it so? That maid reminded her of someone. Yes, her previous life mother. She seemed to have the same enthusiasm towards life even after being through so much hardship. When the past, Corey asked her mother, "Why so?" She said, "Life is not about luxurious cars, fancy houses, expensive clothes, etc. You young people have been misled by today's media. It's about living it. Life is to live, nothing more, nothing less. Live it to your fullest. The hardship and pain that comes along is part of it. Without it, you can't appreciate your life. Take you, for example. I have never let you near any hardship or pain, therefore you don't know how to appreciate your life and always keep complaining about my cooking. Let me tell you a secret. Hard-earned food is always tastier than any food out there." When the past Corey realized the truth behind these words, it was already too late. Remembering all these memories, tears started to flow from Corey's eyes. Suddenly, she realized that no matter how much she denied it, she and her past life counterpart are the same. There is no denying it. Fully giving into the memories, Corey thought. Mom helps me with the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. With this, Corey finally decided to live the life her mom wanted for her to live, an independent and self-made life of her own based on honesty and hard work. Seeing Corey cry, the young maids were flustered and did not know what to do. They thought for sure they would have to find new jobs soon. But to their astonishment, Corey wiped her tears and said, "Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Please enjoy your supper. I will take my leave now." Date March 20th, 2321. Time 2:30. Location Sky Blossom City, Bright Manor, Main Hall. The main hall was filled with nearly 20 to 30 people. They were all the members of the main family that happened to be present in Sky Blossom City. "Where is Corey? Why isn't she here? What is it about this time?" asked an alluring middle-aged woman. "You can wait. She will be here when she can," said the patriarch William Bright. "But father-in-law, don't you think this has gone too far?" Before the middle-aged woman could finish, Oliver intervened and said, "Wife, niece will be here soon," while narrowing his eyes, signaling her not to continuing further. The middle-aged woman snorted and didn't speak anymore. Corey entered the main hall and greeted everyone. "Hello, Grandpa, second grandpa, uncles, aunts and cousins. Sorry for troubling you at such short notice. I have decided to live an honest life based on my ability and skills. So, I will be moving out to Guild Association staff quarters." What is this all about? Is your pocket money not enough? Tell Grandpa I will increase it. You don't have to work, for that we have these morons here," said William without caring for the feeling of the other family members. "No, Grandpa, it's not about money, it's something I have to do on my own. Please understand. I respect your decision, but I will be moving in with you. Don't worry, Grandpa will pitch in for my part of rent and utilities." "But Grandpa..." End of discussion. "There is no way I will let my beautiful granddaughter live alone in this big city. If you move out of the house, then Grandpa will move out with you." Both grandfather and granddaughter pair reached an agreement while the rest of the family members thought, if you guys are just going to decide on everything by yourself, then why did you bother calling a family meeting? Eating the last monster leg. I looked at Susan, who was sulking for not eating fast enough. Remind me not to go out for barbecue with you again. You eat like a hunger ghost incarnation. I am doing you a favor. A lady should watch what she eats. What did you say to me? Ahem. Nothing. You know which card has high returns. I am thinking about mass-producing these cards to make up for the rest of the money for the E-rank ingredients. Even though I made more than $6 million in this auction, it wasn't enough to pay for all the ingredients and copyrights for 50 E-rank cards. It is obvious, storage trunk and vehicle cards of mortal grade. These cards have a huge market as they are needed by both card apprentices and mortals. Storage trunk or vehicle, of the two storage trunk ingredients, were cheaper. All it needed was a working trunk and a mortal core. But it was harder to create than an E-rank card, as it is a type of card that can house items within it when it morphs into a card or a trunk. For the trunk to morph into a card with items in it, it should have all its soul pathway perfectly outlined with no cracks or leaks, otherwise it won't morph into a card housing different items. Due to its difficulties in card creation, this card cost more than the average E-rank card. For me, this card was a gold mine, thanks to my soul pupils. As for vehicle cards, they are mortal cards that morph cars into cards. It removes all the disadvantages of owning a car. Parking. No need for parking as your car morphed into a card. This card cost depends on the car used as an ingredient for creating the card. And also because transferring soul pathways of something as huge as a car is very hectic and time-consuming. The labor cost on this is very high, equal to creating an E-rank card, even though it's a G-rank mortal grade card. It was obvious which card was perfect for me to mass-produce. Storage trunk. Storage trunk has various variety like suitcase, briefcase, handbags, school bags, vault, etc. But of course the most popular was the storage trunk, because if one has thick skin, they can use the storage trunk, as all the 5 mentioned above. So, I decided on the storage trunk card for mass production. Creating hundreds of G-rank mortal grade cards was nothing for my current mental strength. Okay, it's settled. Storage trunk cards. As for ingredients, let's use heavy-duty military-grade trunks, not those cheap trunks. Okay, but how many sets of ingredients? Let's start with 100 sets. Cough. Cough. 100 sets. Tell me you are kidding. No. But where are we going to place these 100 trunks? You don't have to worry about that. As an associate auction manager, I have been allotted a warehouse for my use. I will have them deliver the trunks there. I am thinking about making a car card. Do you want one? No. I don't have enough money to own one right now. Okay. When you do, tell me. I will create one for you for free. Which car is popular right now? What kind of car are you looking for? SUV, sedan, hunchback, sports, luxury, muscle, truck, convertible, coupe, off-road. Which is it? A muscle car. Send me the catalog. I will choose one. I will do you one better. Let's go to Guild Association Garage. I have a friend there. She can hook us up. She is a little passionate about her work, so don't mind her when you meet her, okay? No worries. Date March 20th, 2321. Time 14:45. Location Sky Blossom City, Adventure Guild Association Garage, waiting room. Hi Martha. Wyatt, meet Martha. Martha, this is Wyatt, my benefactor. Looking at the tall, muscular, handsome, and hairy woman with the grease-stained uniform and hands in front of me, I was speechless. She is passionate about her work, I thought. Hi Susan, what brings you here? And who is this shorty? She looked at me as if looking at a love rival. Okay, listen up, you blasphemy of womankind. I am of normal height. It's not my fault that life is unfair to you. Glaring at the gorilla in front of me, I snapped. No man can tolerate being called shorty by a woman. Blasphemy of womankind. That's a new one, haha. It's decided. I will make your skinny at SS my B. TCH. Martha was enraged, but also amused being called blasphemy of womankind. Now that's just creative. Martha moved to grab me. Without cards I was no match for her, but I could not bring myself to use cards on a mortal, so I backed up. Thankfully Susan came in front of me, shielding me from the big grease gorilla hands. Martha, stop it. Wyatt is a friend. Martha didn't respond to Susan, but stopped and taunted me. Shorty, aren't you a man? Hiding behind a woman's back and letting a woman fight your battle. Have you no shame? Haha, at least I am man enough to get a woman to stand up for me. What about you? No man or woman will willingly stand up for you. Okay, that's it, you. Stop it, both of you. Susan thundered using the voice control card. My ears buzzed for almost 5 seconds. Looking at me and Martha covering our ears and still muddled. With a devilish smile, Susan said, I love using this card. Give me a reason to. Martha snorted at me and turned to Susan and said, Congratulations on becoming an associate auction manager. Thank you. Tonight dinner at my place. Just you and me, right? Sorry, I invited the whole gang for a celebration. What about him? Asked Martha. Not waiting for Susan to answer, I said, I am not invited. Seeing the smile forming on Martha's face, I added, she already treated me to a luxury spa package and expensive breakfast. Martha's eyes widened and she looked at Susan for denial, only to be disappointed as Susan maintained a straight face and said, We came here to buy a car. Hearing the word car, Martha forgot her disappointment and excitedly asked, Is it for you? AAA. Not for me, but him. Sorry, we have a minimum height requirement for buying a car here, said Martha sarcastically. But I didn't care about her remarks as my eyes were glued to the hoverbike that just passed by the other side of the glass wall of the waiting room. I want that, I said, pointing at the hoverbike. In your dreams, they are our latest model and not yet out in the market. You could manage to get your hands on one of them if only you knew someone inside. Cut the crap. Tell me, what is it going to cost me? Martha looked at me with a vulgar look which almost made me vomit in disgust. So, I looked at Susan for her help, but she shrugged her shoulders in helplessness. I will die but not be insulted, I shouted. Susan and Martha broke into laughter which lasted for a few minutes before they finally stopped. Martha already has a boyfriend. What? Who is desperate enough to be with her? Hey, watch it. I am tolerating you because you are with Susan. Don't test me. Sorry. I apologize sincerely, as even gorillas have the right to love and be loved. That one really. I thought you wanted a muscle car. What happened? Asked Susan. Muscle car, huh? You men and your overcompensation, said Martha, scanning me from head to toe. I choose to ignore that remark and said that was before I saw that beauty. It's like love at first sight. Being an inventor in past life, some of my unrequited love was the hover car and a hover motorcycle. Theoretically, it was possible, but experimentally our technology was lacking. Now that I have finally got a chance to own a hover bike, I could not resist the temptation. Hold your horses, lover boy. Remember I told you it's still not in the market. Martha, we are not on the best of terms, but I want that motorcycle. Just help me this once, I will owe you 1 inch. You are right, we are not on the best of terms, but seeing how you are Susan's friend, let me give it to you straight. What you just saw was a card ingredient for an E-class card recipe of our latest hover bike. That ingredient alone will cost you near $350,000, and if you add other ingredients and card creation labor charges, etc., it will cost you near $12 million. Even if you can afford it, it will take a minimum of a week to get you the final card. That is if the card apprentice succeeds in his first try. Wait, does that mean you can get me all the card ingredients and card recipe? Yes. Are you planning to get outside help for card creation? Then you have to pay for the copyright. But if you create the card yourself for your use, then the copyright is free. We have to pay for copyright when using outside help because the guild wants the customer to choose the guild card apprentices over the freelance card apprentices, but it's okay if the customer himself is going to create the card. I will be creating the card myself. How much? If you go with the stock body, then it will cost you near $2,150,000 in total, but for the custom body, it will cost you from $2,900,000 to $4 million. I will go with the stock body. Does it come in black? Stock black, You choose wisely. But you sure you want to take chance with card creation? After all, you are spending a buttload of money. Don't worry, Martha, our Wyatt is a genius when it comes to card creation, bragged Susan. If you say so. Martha didn't seem to believe Susan's words. Placing an order for the hover bike at Guild Association Garage thanks to Martha, I bid my goodbye to Susan and Martha and headed home. Creating 50 F-rank cards had me completely drained and running on fumes. If not for cheering Susan and discussing the mass production phase of my plan with her, I wouldn't bother spending another second awake rather than resting. All I wanted to do now was to have a good, refreshing sleep, but it seems the 5 people blocking my house front door had different plans. As I reached my home, I saw 5 people blocking no more like guarding my house front door. 2 people among them seemed familiar, They were the tall and short duo from last time who came to remind me of the money I owe them. If I remember correctly, I did ask them to come on the 20th, and that is today. Aren't they punctual? As I neared my house, I could feel the hostile gaze of the 5 goons. The tall and short duo hurried towards me shouting, "Where have you been, you dumbass? You know how long we were waiting for you." The other 3 goons still stood laid back, as if waiting to watch a show. I didn't answer the goons, but looked at them blankly. "You deaf? Didn't you hear him ask you a question, twerp? Or are you just too scared to answer?" Ha! Look at his face drained of expression with fright. Cousin blamed me for having a fierce face. "Calm down, kid. Nothing will happen as long you got our money. You do have our money, right? You better have it otherwise." "Enough. Cousin, he will faint if you scare him anymore. Listen up, kid. We came yesterday evening to inform you about the other procedures my second cousin had to go through and the increase in compensation. But you were out. Hearing that they came yesterday too, I shook my head in understanding as I took $1,250,000 from Ben Lee. No wonder they came yesterday. Running a loan shark, scam and extortion seem to be an easy enough and high-yielding business. First, you scam the person, then lend the person money with unbelievably high interest rate, and later you extort the money you lent to that person. This way you haven't spent a penny and people still owe you a huge sum of money with enormous interest rates. It seems I chose the wrong direction for my money-earning plan. Here's the bill, kid. $500,000 for bone alignment surgery. $670,000 for second bone alignment surgery. $234,000 for rehabilitation and treatment. $121,000 for the private therapist. $293,000 for the drugs. $150,000 hospital charges. That brings us to a total of $1,968,000. Check not accepted, only wire transfer," said the short goon. Once again waved a sheet of paper in front of me and quickly pocketed it. He couldn't be more obvious. Maybe he thought I would not dare to ask to see the bill. All young Wyatt did was bump into this dude, and a group of people surrounded him and started to intimidate and extort him. These people couldn't be more shameless, asking $1,968,000 just for a bump. But I was not young Wyatt. I grabbed the hand of the short goon before he could pocket the sheet of paper and asked, "Mind if I take a look?" The shorty tried to lessen my grip, but it was late. I took the paper. It read a recipe on how to make good chicken fajitas. WTF, can you guys be a little professional? I thought, looking at the goons in front of me, and then said, "This doesn't look like a medical bill." The goons fidgeted. The short one hurriedly shouted, "Wrong paper. It's my wife's secret recipe. It seems the medical bill is in my house." Good save, buddy, I thought, and just gave him a blank look. This only angered the goon, and he started shouting, pointing at me. "How dare you? You should be thankful that we are not asking for more compensation other than the hospital bill. Your wings seem to have hardened seeing my good side. Foo, K-boy. Now you have done it. Add another $1,000,000 to the bill for emotional compensation." It's amusing to see how the goon's face turned redder and redder with every word he spouted out, feeling that I was not threatened by him. The goon came closer to me with his face right in front of mine. He intently glared into my eyes, trying to intimidate me. But I didn't back down and glared right back at him. It somehow turned into some kind of weird stare contest. Feeling belittled, the goon grew more aggressive and pushed me, but to his surprise, I didn't budge an inch and a silver light shone on my skin. Seeing this silver light, the goons beside me were scared shitless. Even the 3 laid-back goons near my front door were dumbfounded. "Did you just attack me, BTCH? I guess you leave me no choice but to defend myself." The 2 goons did not waste their breath and ran back to the 3 goons at the back. The 3 goons at the back were more alerted than these 2, as they directly summoned their bronze grimoire, according to their training at Zhang Mercenary. Seeing the 3 goons at back summon grimoires, I understood why the 2 goons ran back to them. Interesting, I thought, because not many people know I am a silver card apprentice. There is no way Ben Lee would know that I was a silver card apprentice to send 3 card apprentices. Either Ben Lee should be a very cautious person, or he somehow got the information of me contracting a silver grimoire. It didn't matter, either way it's about time I made them cough up what they owe young Wyatt. Date March 20th, 2321. Time 7:45. Location Sky Blossom City, Wyatt residence. After waiting till midnight at Wyatt's house yesterday, Robert 1 wasn't done. He returned to Wyatt's house in the morning but only to find that goons from Last Light were also back with an extra card apprentice and continued to block the Wyatt residence. Having his share of experience in society, Teacher Wong knew that these goons were either from loan sharks or a bunch of scamsters. Either way, he comes out as the hero in front of Wyatt. That's what matters here. So, Teacher Wong chose to hide in the corner. This way, when Wyatt returns and is in trouble, he can walk in and act as the hero, doing the most adult thing, calling the cops. The scenario was set, and all he had to do was wait patiently like the hunter waiting for the prey to walk into the trap. Applying for a leave, Teacher Wong waited patiently, and his patience bore fruit as Wyatt showed up at last at 15:45. Seeing the way things were headed, Wong thought that the twerp Wyatt had not changed much, as he just let the goons walk all over him like that. It's better this way, as the more pathetic Wyatt was, the easier it was for him to be the hero in front of Wyatt. Seeing that the things between the goons and Wyatt were getting heated, Wong directly called the cops before deciding to make an entrance. But to his surprise, as he was about to go out to make an entrance, with an intimidating aura, Wyatt moved at high speed towards the goons. Seeing that timing was not right, yet Wong crawled back to his corner. To gain the most goodwill, the hero has to make an entry when things get most desperate. While Wong was fantasizing about his heroic entry, Wyatt was going to have his first card fight in this world. No wonder your wings have hardened. Kid, looks like you have contracted a silver grimoire. Aren't you a lucky one? Did you think just because you are a card apprentice now you could back down from compensating? Well, you thought wrong. So what if you are a silver card apprentice? We have 3 bronze card apprentices. Don't make it hard on yourself, just pay your dues, and we will leave like this never happened. The goon seemed to be chatty now that he had 3 card apprentices to rely on. Looking at the 3 card apprentices in front of me, I did feel a little intimidated. After all, 3-on-1 for my first fight was a lot. And it seems like the other side did not mind bullying me with their numbers. I was not afraid, but my mind whispered, "You cannot withstand the storm," whereas my heart whispered, "You are the storm." Things have come to the point where I had to fight now. It did not matter who started it, but now I cannot back down an inch. I did not know how I am going to win, but I did know that I am not going to lose. I was not afraid of being outnumbered. Only I thought 3 were not enough to completely showcase the power of the abyssal giant bear. As they were busy making threats, I summoned my silver grimoire, activated the sprint skill of Gale Rabbit Leather Boots. With the boost in my agility, I dashed into the 3 card apprentices. Within a second, I was in front of the nearest card apprentice. He was still in shock as my fist covered in the aura shaped like a bear's paw slammed into him, but it was blocked by a bronze shield. Regardless, the shield was not strong enough and shattered like glass. Under the residual force from the punch, the card apprentice flew back, slamming into the wall, spurting out blood before losing consciousness. But I did not stop there, as I could feel a hot projectile heading my way, so I jumped to the right, nearing the second card apprentice, avoiding the basketball-sized fireball. But to my surprise, the card seemed to have already prepared for my arrival. As I was still in the air, he looked at me with a sneer and fired another fireball at me. It was point blank, and I couldn't dodge it as I was in the air, so I activated the second ability of Gale Rabbit Leather Boots, Double Jump. Stepping on the air, I jumped back, evading the fireball. Landing on the ground, I saw the 2 card apprentices surround me from both sides. Thinking that they have cornered me, the goons felt like they gained an upper hand, became chatty. "Not bad, kid, for a newbie. You are quick on your feet and brave enough to initiate a fight. Right? I thought you would give up being outnumbered, but you didn't. You got balls, kid." They were not wrong to be cocky, as I was almost out of all my cards. But I only had 2 cards to begin with, so they had nothing to be proud of. "So kid, did you give up yet? Were you ready for round 2? I didn't bother to answer the goon, and let out an angry roar, activating the abyssal roar skill. Even though the goons acted all arrogant and mighty, they were still novice card apprentices at the card student level. So the roar worked effectively, stunning the 2 goons and buying me 2 to 3 seconds, which was enough for me to take out one of them. I dashed to the goon in front of me and barraged him with continuous bear fists. Each fist contained the complete strength of an abyssal giant bear. I could hear sounds of bones cracking as I ruthlessly punched the goon. Done with him, I rushed towards the third one. He seemed to be out of stun and fired a fireball at me, but this time I did not dodge the fireball. I took it head on. Fireball is an F-rank skill card. It does pack huge damage, but compared to the defense of an E-rank boss-level abyssal giant bear, this damage was nothing. I chose to dodge earlier because there were two enemies and didn't want to take any chances. But now my worries were redundant and wanted to check the defense of the abyssal giant bear. Other than feeling a small burn as the fireball slammed into me, I felt nothing. Seeing this, the goon was scared shitless and backed a few steps before tripping himself and falling on his behind, while I ended his misery with a punch to his chin, rendering him unconscious with a broken jaw. I won, but I was not satisfied with the victory, as these goons were just novice card students with starter cards. Other than the fireball and the bronze shield skill cards, I did not see them use other cards. Even though they had outnumbered me, I seemed to have overpowered them in the quality of cards. They were not worthy opponents for my E-rank Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card. I looked around to be sure. Everyone was unconscious or disabled. Even the tall and short goon duo seemed to be unconscious thanks to the abyssal roar. Being mortals, they fainted under the influence of the abyssal roar. I walked to the one who was disabled. He seemed to have peed under the pain of breaking bones while his face was covered in tears and snot. I neared him. He crawled back in fright. I had broken an arm and leg of his. Unable to walk or support himself, he could only crawl. "Stop it, or else I will have to break another arm of yours." Hearing me, the goon stopped crawling and begged me to let him go with tears and snot dripping from his face. I was disgusted to see his snot and tear-covered face, but I still squatted in front of him and said, "Don't be afraid, I will not hurt you as long as you answer truthfully to my questions. Not if you understand what I am saying." The goon nodded vigorously. Looking at him being sincere, I asked, "Now tell me who sent you? Why did they send you? What is your purpose? So basically tell me everything you know, got it?" The goon hesitated, so I twisted his broken leg. Crying in pain, the goon let go the last of his resistance and was about to spill out everything, but BWP bip bip BWP. "This is Sky Blossom PD, sir, please step away from the injured civilian." Hearing the cop, I frowned. Who the FCK called the cops? I had decided to call the cops once I had enough evidence to build a case against Ben, Lee, and Zhang Mercenary. I stepped away from the goon, but got irritated seeing the revealed expression on his face. Soon the two cops in blue uniforms, after requesting an ambulance and backup, came to check on the injured. "Sir, who did this to you?" asked a cop to the disabled goon. The goon didn't answer the cop and dodged his eyes. According to the teachings in Zhang Mercenary, in situations like this, he had to keep quiet and ask for the company lawyer. Seeing the goon keeping quiet, I answered the cop. "I did it." "What?" The cops were dumbfounded, and one of them asked the goon for confirmation, to which the goon reluctantly agreed. Getting confirmation from the goon, the cops handcuffed me, reading my rights. Ironically enough, neither of them heard my explanation. I had to go in quietly, not wanting to be charged with resisting arrest. Date March 20th, 2321. Time 15:54. Location Sky Blossom City, Wyatt Residence. Class Teacher Wong has been a bronze card apprentice for 2 decades and already stepped into Card Scholar. He was not sure if he could guarantee to knock out 3 novices card students under 3 minutes. Wong was shocked to see Wyatt wipe the floor with the 3 goons. To his amusement, he noticed that each of the goons was equipped with 2 F-rank skill cards. One should know Fireball alone costs $14,999, and the Bronze Shield costs $16,799. Which mercenary group is rich and prodigal enough to equip each of its novices with nearly $32,000 worth of cards? Had he known this back in the days, he would have been a mercenary rather than a teacher. In some way, Wong envied the goons. He remembers working 2 years as a trainee teacher to save up for his first skill card. Wong envied Wyatt even more for having good parents who not only left him silver grimoires, but also good combat cards for use. Sitting in the empty investigation room, I was amusing myself by fiddling with the handcuffs on my wrists, more like I was trying to fiddle, but to no end. I wanted to sleep, but the cuffs were intriguing. There was something about the handcuffs that seemed to cut off my connection with my grimoire. Even though I have only contracted the grimoire for like 2 days, I felt like a part of me was missing, being unable to sense the grimoire. I was trying to figure out what made the handcuffs special enough to block my connection with the grimoire. Was it because it was made of a special substance, or it was something else different? Since my connection with the grimoire was cut off, I could not use my soul pupils to check the working of the handcuffs. While I was busy trying to figure out the working of the handcuffs, the door of the investigation room slammed open, and a lady dressed in blue in her 50s walked in. Throwing the file in her hands on the table, she sat in the chair in front of me. Seeing her, I said, "Took you long enough. I had been locked in the room for 15 minutes, and no one addressed me till now." "Watch your tone, Wyatt. I am the chief of the police department, 89th precinct now, not your aunt," said the policewoman. Come to think of it, she does look a little bit familiar. If I am not wrong, the only time I know young Wyatt had seen her was during his parents' funeral. She is the nice aunt who stayed with young Wyatt for a whole day after the funeral and also brought the tasty shawarma. She claimed to be Mama Wyatt's friend. What was her name again? Auntie Denise. Young Wyatt didn't know that she was chief of police. I wanted to check on you again, but never got time to. Sky Blossom is a busy city after all. You did not get the time? If you cared, you would have made the time. I thought, remembering how young Wyatt died miserably all alone, not finding anyone to depend on. I was enraged, coming out of nowhere and acting as if you got me all figured out. No, lady, you don't get to do that. Can I go now? I think you should have investigated everything by now. No, you are not going anywhere, and yes, we did investigate, and the other party is pressing criminal charges on you. For the charges attempt to murder, assault, and assault against mortals. Okay, I see the neighborhood cameras were not clear enough. I have some evidence here on me, and I would be pressing criminal charges too on all 5 of them for the charges of attempt to murder, assault, fraud, extortion, blackmail, harassment. And I would like a bottle of water. I don't drink tap water. Grimoire had functions similar to a smartphone. For example, internet connectivity, a mobile browser, the ability to sync all the Card Apprentice accounts and ID to itself, embedded memory, camera, etc. Using the video recording function of the Grimoire, I had recorded the events that transpired in front of Wyatt residence. What have you been through, Wyatt? You have completely changed. You're no longer the boy I knew once. Yes, losing both of your parents at a young age does that to a person. Now, if you are done, I would like these cuffs off of me. The police chief sighed and said, "You are free to go. Your class teacher already provided us with appropriate evidence." As she removed the cuffs off me, I said, "I would like to file criminal charges against those 5 goons. About that, I don't recommend you doing that. Zhang Mercenary are a group of bloodthirsty dogs who wouldn't think twice before biting others. Don't worry about them targeting you again. I will send the leader a warning. That should do. Pressing criminal charges will only aggravate them. You are a young card apprentice with too much to lose fighting them. Just focus on your studies and college entrance exam. I have already lost too much to them to care about losing anything else. You are alive, aren't you? This is not everything. Let the past be past and move on. Zhang Mercenary Group Limited is not someone you should be messing with. Will you file my complaint, or should I hire a lawyer?" The police chief let out an exhausted sigh and said, "You young people all are hot-blooded. Okay, I will fill the complaint. Let's have coffee together sometime. I have quit drinking coffee, and I have nothing to say to you. Lady, you can't just walk in and try to act as if you care all of a sudden. I was out for blood and would not stop until I saw them bleed dry." Kevin Zhang was just an ordinary card soldier with a silver grimoire. With enough money, I would suppress him in no time. Walking out of the police station, I saw someone I never expected to see, class teacher Robert Wong. I shouldn't be surprised to see him after all. Denise did say that the evidence was provided by my class teacher, but I did not think he had the nerve to stick around. With a smile showing all his 32 teeth and an oily bald head, he greeted me saying, "Student Wyatt, you all right? They weren't rough on you, were they?" I talked to them and cleared all the misunderstandings. Wong did not want to wait for Wyatt after seeing his prowess against 3 novice card students, but remembering the words of Principal Johnson about him finding a new job if he could not bring Wyatt to school, he gritted his teeth and waited for Wyatt. "Now I know who called the cops." Pissed, I asked him, "Did you call the cops?" Wong hurriedly waved his hands in the air and said, "No need to thank me, Student Wyatt. I was just doing my job as a good citizen and teacher. Why would I need to thank you? You got me into jail in the first place. Now scram your face is annoying me." This last sentence was what Teacher Wong used to say to young Wyatt. At least I was more lenient as there were no students present as an audience. Wong's oily head started to sweat hearing Wyatt's tone. He no longer thought of Wyatt as a mere student whom he could push around. Knowing his tricks won't work here, he decided to not talk much, but just ask if Wyatt would be attending the school. "Student Wyatt, I will take my leave. And will you be attending school in future? The special classes for the new card students are about to start soon." "Special classes for card students? What's that about?" I do not have an idea. Every year teachers of card soldier level are invited to teach the card student class to prepare for the college entrance exam. The special classes are about to start, so I wanted to know if you will attending the school. I will now scram. Getting his answer, Wong skedaddled. Phew, I am really tired. Hailing a cab, I went home for a good rest. Date March 20th, 2321. Time 16:45. Location, Sky Blossom City, East Zone, Zhang Financier's main office. Trang-a-ring. Trang-a-ring. Hello, uncle. I was just thinking about you. You should be, after all, you only remember me when in trouble. One job. You can't even handle a weak little kid. What good are you? You dumbass. It's not like that, uncle. I did not expect him to contract a silver grimoire. And what about him single-handedly defeating 3 of our members? They were trainee cadets. They were no match for a silver grimoire holder. You fool. So what if they are trainee? In the eyes of people, they were part of the Zhang mercenary. I leave just for a few weeks, and you are ruining all my years of hard work. Don't worry, uncle, I will fix it soon. No, keep this mark on hold till I come back. He seems to have friends in high places. The police chief of the 89th precinct just called to warn me to stay away from the kid. But I heard that the kid is pressing criminal charges on our people. 3 of them are recruits who show a promising attitude. Leave it alone till I return. Do you understand me? I understand, uncle. How's recruitment going on? The funds I gave you should be enough, right? The recruitment is moving faster than expected. Good. Good. Don't disappoint me again. Tuesday, 2-2. Having slept at 18:44 in the evening, I got up early after midnight. Since I skipped dinner, I was feeling hungry. Ordering a 12-inch sausage and mushroom crust deep dish pizza online, I went to take a dump, brush my teeth, and freshen up. By the time I was done, the pizza was at my doorsteps. After enjoying the pizza and filling me to the brim, I let out a satisfying burp. It was 2 in the morning, and I did not know what to do. Go to the guild mall to create more cards? No. Then what to do? I started to think about my first card fight. Even though I won, I thought I could have performed better than that. My Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard card was unmatched under D rank, yet it took all of me to defeat 3 goons. What was it? That is it. I wasn't skilled enough to use the card to its full potential. Skill cards are like loaded guns. A 5-year-old or monkey can fire them. It takes an excellent marksman to use the loaded gun and accurately shoot the target across the field. Similarly, any card apprentice can activate a skill card, but it takes a card apprentice skilled in that particular skill card to use the card to the maximum of its potential. The same goes for me and my Abyssal Giant Bear card. Yesterday was the first time I used the card. I had never performed or practiced Abyssal Bear form before that. Yes, the card gave me elite-level proficiency in Abyssal Giant Bear form and the complete prowess of an Abyssal Giant Bear, but I wasn't sure how to apply it to get maximum efficiency. With the agility of Gale Rabbit Boots and the strength of an Abyssal Giant Bear, I should have been able to take out the 3 goons within seconds, but I didn't. This is the reason why card apprentices do not change their card deck unless it is necessary. Thinking about it, I went into the gym in the basement. It was mostly used by Mama and Papa Wyatt for their training. They never let young Wyatt inside. The basement gym is way cooler than my expectations of it. It is vast and filled with numerous training equipment I never knew of. Even though intrigued, I stayed focused on why I was here. It was to practice the Abyssal Giant Bear form and get used to its strength. To truly know my limit and how I can use it to my advantage. I practiced the whole morning, forgetting about the time. The more I practiced, the more I felt this unstoppable feeling. There was this ginormous energy inside me that boiled with every move I made. Over time, I felt like a pressure cooker with enormous energy boiling inside of me and about to burst out any moment now. Then this pressure slowly started to suppress as I became more comfortable with practicing the Abyssal Bear form. It started to feel normal to contain that vast amount of energy inside of my body. The Abyssal Giant Bear card effect read that I passively possessed the prowess of an Abyssal Game Bear, yet I never felt a huge amount of change in my strength like I felt now. It seems martial arts cards have their limits too. They cannot be used to their maximum potential if the host body cannot bear their complete strength. No wonder not everyone chose martial arts skill cards, as they are expensive and have a lot of requirements. Realizing the limitations of the martial arts skill card, I sighed in understanding. It seems there is no way to skip the hard work part in this or any other world. Done with the training, I went for a bath, as it was time for school. I wasn't planning on visiting school anytime soon, but the special class for the college entrance exam mentioned by Teacher Wong had me intrigued. I knew to get the most and best opportunities, one had to get into the best college that was only possible if I was among the best in the college entrance exam. Even though my sole pupil helped me create cards, it was nothing if not for young Wyatt's knowledge of card creation. My card creation knowledge was limited to young Wyatt's card creation knowledge, which was limited to what he learned from his parents in his childhood. I could only create equipment cards with 99% surety because of my past history in engineering. As for the skill card Abyssal Giant Bear Spirit Guard, I created it using already created cards as ingredients, so it was a lot easier than creating a skill card from scratch. There are different types of cards out there, and each has its method of creation and knowledge behind it. Some types of cards and card creation methods are only known and available to the secret and royal families. Sole pupils were of no use if I did not know how to create the cards in the first place. Therefore, joining a good college was a must for my future development of strength. A good college would provide me with knowledge and opportunities one cannot get out here. My experience of past life stopped me from being ignorant and thinking I could make it on my own using my cheat sole pupils. Date March 21st, 2321. Time 8:30. Location Sky Blossom City, Lion Cubs High School. The school gates were closed, as the school started at 8, and I was late by half an hour. Activating the double jump skill, I jumped over to the other side of the gate, not wanting to bother the school guards. Following the memories of young Wyatt, I made my way to the classroom. The class had already started, and I could see the oiled, shiny, bald class teacher Wong take out his frustration and anger on the students. I walked in without knocking or permission, as Baldy Wong had lost all my respect as a teacher. Baldy Wong was so immersed in reprimanding the students that he did not notice me till I walked to my seat. Seeing me, his voice went into high pitch, almost sounding like a cat getting run over by a truck. The students burst into laughter, but soon started whispering about my bold action of entering the class late without permission and how Baldy Wong would react. "Student Wyatt, you came today? Please follow me to the principal's office. The principal is waiting for you, and rest off you continue with self-studies." Wong was caught off guard with my sudden arrival, but managed to divert the class's attention by calling me to the principal's office. The students started to whisper again about how Baldy Wong had enough of me and would be expelling me today. I did not mind seeing the principal, as I wanted more info on special classes for card student and if they are worth my time. Since the regular teacher of Baldy Wong's level could not give me more info on this, I can only ask the principal. "Sir, Teacher Wong has brought student Wyatt to meet you. Send them in quickly." Walking into the luxurious room, I had a hard time believing that it was the principal's office, as it looked more like a corporate CEO's office. "Welcome, student Wyatt." "Welcome, student Wyatt. Congratulations on contracting a silver grimoire." Being welcomed by the principal himself, I seemed to have underestimated the prestige of silver grimoire. "Thank you, principal. I thought there was no time for an orphan in this school. I better start looking into other options." Hearing my words, the bald head of Teacher Wong started sweating profusely. The principal glared at him and said, "Teacher Wong, why don't you go on that vacation you have been asking for?" Wong knew the principal was getting rid of him politely. Which class teacher goes on a vacation with the final exams nearing? But he would not go down without a fight. "Sir, vacation can wait. The finals are fast approaching. The students need me here." "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The new intern, what's her name?" Kate. "Kathy, she will fill in your shoes." "Isn't it a bit too much responsibility for an intern?" "Sir, she has a double degree and one of those fancy PhD. I think she should be able to handle the responsibility." "Teacher Wong, are you telling me how to do my job?" "No, sir. I was just looking out for my class. Thank you for the vacation. I will be taking my leave, sir." Watching Wong leave hurriedly, I felt satisfied I did not care what was going to happen to him, because I think he deserves it all. After Wong left the office, Andrea Johnson became serious and said, "Student Wyatt, Lion Cub High School is among the top 3 high schools in Sky Blossom City. There are not a lot of options for you out there. How about continuing in Lion Cub High?" "Guess I don't have much of an option. I can only continue studying here." "I don't understand, principal. Why me? I mean, even though contracting a silver grimoire is rare, I bet there must be 1 to 2 other students who contracted silver grimoire. I see you are not clouded by ignorance and pride of contracting a silver grimoire. This makes it easier for me. The other students with silver grimoire belong to prominent families, and they will not register for college through our school, but under their family name. As for you, you are an orphan with no background. You have no other option than to register through high school. The special treatment, because I want the high school you use to register to be our Lion Cub High. Doing this will give me a promotion and increase government findings and attract more donations for the school. As for you, although I cannot offer you much, I will make sure to make you the top priority of the special class. What do you think? I accept. What is this special class all about? The principal did not bother hiding his intentions, so I did not hesitate to accept his offer. Good. Special class is for all the card students of senior year. A group of card soldier teachers will be guiding and teaching the class about card fight and card creation, and even escort the class to clear G-rank and F-rank field dungeons. This is to prepare students for real combat, which is an important test subject in the college entrance exam. Just field dungeons? Kid, don't push it. Do you know how much it costs to book a complete field dungeon for a day? Even though most of it is government-funded, we still have to settle 30% of the total cost, and these low-level dungeons are more than enough for you rookie card students. It seems I will be attending the school more often. When will the special classes start? Within a week I will inform you. Okay, then I will take my leave. Attend the class. Maybe you will like your new class teacher. Sure, I will give it a try. Leaving the principal's office, I went to the class. As I entered the classroom, the babbling classroom quietened. Nearing my seat, I knew why. My desk was thrashed and vandalized. The whole class acted as if they didn't see anything and acted as if they were busy with their work. But I could hear their chuckles. This incident was not new to young Wyatt. It would happen twice or thrice every week of his orphan life. With no one to watch out for him, he could only endure it. I wasn't young Wyatt or helpless. Walking up to the boy enjoying this prank the most, I said, "Get out, I will be taking this seat." Hearing me, the chuckles quietened, and the whole class looked at me as if I was a fool. Jason Saget, the class's top bully and delinquent. He treated young Wyatt as his slave and ATM. I did not care who vandalized my desk. I was happy I got a chance to mess up this twerp. What was that twerp? Did you lose your screws or what? As Jason said that, a bronze light shone over his body. Don't make me repeat myself, I said as a silver light shone on my body. You. Before Jason could spout any more nonsense, I made a fist and slammed it hard on Jason's nose. My fist hurt, but seeing the blood flowing from Jason's nose, the pain went numb. Taking advantage of his muddled state, I grabbed hold of his hair, pulling his head down. I slammed my knee into his face. Jason's nose broke completely and blood poured out like crazy. And then I tore him off of his chair by his hair and threw him on the floor. Jason fainted under the pain while blood filled his nose and mouth, making it harder for him to breathe. The whole class's mind went blank seeing my brutality towards Jason. But they were more shocked to see the silver light that shone on me. They finally realized that the rumor about Wyatt contracting a silver grimoire was true. Giving the class a few seconds to soak in the shook, I sat down on Jason's seat. Then looking around the class with the abyssal bear aura oozing out of me, I shouted, "Stand up, you XX. You vandals have lost the right to be seated." The muddled students did not know what to do other than standing up under the pressure of the intimidating aura. Seeing them all stand in their places, I nodded in satisfaction. But there are always few people who push their luck. The class leader looked at me, said, "Classmate Wyatt, isn't this going too far?" Seeing her, other people started to form an opinion, but did not voice out due to fear. But some were courageous enough to ask me, "Isn't this too much, Wyatt? Don't get arrogant just because you contracted your parents' silver grimoire." Putting aside the class leader, the two who spoke just now were average students who were not special enough to stand out in any crowd. Yet they were courageous enough to bring up young Wyatt's parents. Was it because they felt strength in numbers? Nah? Looking at their eyes, I understood what fueled their courage. It was jealousy. They were jealous of young Wyatt having silver rank card apprentice parents to leave him silver grimoires. They thought, if Wyatt can contract a silver grimoire, then how hard can it be to break the limit and contract a silver grimoire? They envied Wyatt for having a silver grimoire to contract with, and thought if they had a silver grimoire they would also contract it with ease. This envy and jealousy fueled their foolishness to bring up young Wyatt's dead parents in front of me. I got up from the seat and walked to them. I could see them tremble under abyssal bear aura as I neared them. "What do you want to do?" they asked while the rest of the class watched, just like when young Wyatt was bullied. Standing in front of the two, I balled both of my hands into fists and slammed each one into their throats. If not for me holding back, I would have crushed their windpipes. Both of them fell to their knees holding their throats and gasping for breath. The rest of the class gasped in fright and stood quietly swallowing all their opinions. I looked at the class leader and said, "It's your lucky day. I am in no mood to hurt a girl today." Then I retired to Jason's seat and sat comfortably. The whole class was quiet except for the sound of the two idiots gasping and coughing vigorously and the sound of Jason choking on his own blood. Feeling annoyed by the sound, I instructed 3 boys to send these morons to the school infirmary. Young Wyatt's remnant wanted justice, but it's hard to get justice for a dead person who is still alive in the eyes of the world, so I went with vengeance instead. It was fun and easier. I could have chosen to be morally better than these delinquents, but why should I choose to be better and understanding than them? It's too tiring. Who cares about moral high ground when you can have fun wrestling in the mud? It was already 15 minutes, and yet no teacher showed up. Losing my patience, I decided to go to the association mall to manufacture more cards. Before walking out of the class, I warned the class, "You will take all lessons standing today. If you dare to sit, I will know." How? Because there is a snitch among you guys. There is always a snitch. Descending the stairs of school, I remembered that a bunch of delinquents liked to spend their time behind the school gym smoking, eating tobacco while doing weird and stupid stuff. That bunch could be considered Jason's acquaintance. These guys milked young Wyatt like a cow for money. With no parents or guardians and being of legal adult age, young Wyatt had full control over his finances, and he had a lot of it, enough for a mortal family to live carefree for their lifetime. Having no other way, and since no one is stopping him, Wyatt spent money to save his ass from being bullied, and it was more of a short-term solution than a long-term one. But young Wyatt did not consider one thing, that he seemed to be just fueling their greed. These delinquents just got greedier and did not care where the money came from as long as they got it. And when young Wyatt lost all his money in a scam, the situation took the worst possible turn. Not getting their daily money, the bullying just turned into assault and violence. These curs started leaving burn marks on young Wyatt's covered part of the body with tobacco butts and used him as a combat dummy to try their stupid stunts. Young Wyatt ended up in the school infirmary in the past few weeks more than in his entire life. Since the healer used healing cards which were enough to treat flesh wounds without checking the patient, they never knew what Wyatt had been through. Because of this, there was no evidence of the delinquent's cruel act left, and they got fresh flesh to canvas on again. These past few weeks were the most painful, humiliating, mind-numbing experience of young Wyatt's life. Yet he still went to school because that was the only way he could get into a good college and fulfill his parents' dream of him being ranked in the Card Apprentice Championship. But every mind has a breaking point, which young Wyatt had crossed 4 days ago, leading to him attempting suicide. The more I went through these memories, the more enraged I was, as I realized that Wyatt may be a nerd when it comes to cards and grimoires, but he was a sunny, good-hearted boy who did not deserve this. I finally thought justice was not enough, vengeance had to be achieved. These morons don't get to just walk away with it. Some would argue they were just children and did not know better. To them, I had only this to say: go XX yourself. Changing my route, I headed to the school gym, but to my disappointment, nobody was there. It's at this moment I question myself. What am I doing? Who am I to judge these delinquents? It's one thing to punish those that came seeking trouble, but to find trouble myself, I am no less of a monster than them. I think I have taken this whole vengeance thing personally. It didn't seem like vengeance anymore. It was like I was the strong one was bullying the weak. What's up with me? I almost crushed 2 students' windpipes just because they voiced their opinion. They had not wronged young Wyatt in any way, yet why was I cruel to them? I did not understand where my hatred and anger stemmed from, but it had to go. I wasn't being myself. To think I would actively be seeking out people to hurt. Don't get me wrong, I don't regret breaking Jason's nose or even punching students in their throats. I just don't want to be a person who is headstrong and impulsive, trying to punch his way out of every problem he faces. Disgusted with what I was doing, who I had become, I decided to bottle all my feelings and walk it off. I had to stop letting my rage direct me and start acting my mental age. I guess that today is the delinquent's lucky day, but fate seemed to have different plans. As I was thinking about leaving, for students with messy hair and shabby dress walked by. Hey, look who's here. It's our cash cow, Wyatt. Did you finally change your mind and decided to stop resisting? Sharing is good. Say, buddy, could you lend us some money? We are bored eating in the school canteen. It would be good to have lunch outside for a change. Yes, yes. Let's go to Uncle Chang's. He makes the best barbecue and cheap. Hearing these cuts, there was a tremor in my soul. It originated from the remnant fear of young Wyatt. Even though young Wyatt's soul passed away, his remnant resentment, hate, fear, rage, etc. was left behind in this body for me. No wonder my emotions overpowered my judgment. The four delinquents surrounded me as they tried to extrude money from me. In a rage, I balled my hands into fists and shouted, "You beggars ain't getting a shit from me." With that, I summoned my grimoire and went total berserk on them. To my surprise, all four of them had advanced to card students and officially became card apprentices. But they were a bit lacking in the skill/item card department after all four of them had a humble background and their families' pockets were nearly empty, sending them to a good private high school. With no prior training and useless cards, these four were worse than the three goons from Zhang Mercenary. Within a few seconds, they all kneeled on the ground, trembling in fear with bruises all over their body. "Wyatt, we are part of Bright Lions." One of the goons shouted as if it was supposed to mean something to me. Bright Lions? Never heard of it. This school comes under Bright Lions territory as of yesterday. And we are part of Bright Lions. They will avenge us. I was running out of patience, and these clowns kept spouting nonsense. Bright Lions that. Bright Lion this. So I punched the loudest one in the face. Learning the lesson, they went quiet. "Don't waste my time. Answer when asked." I looked at the stout one and asked, "Who are these Bright Lions? Some kind of local gang or mercenaries?" "No, Bright Lions are a student gang consisting of almost all the card apprentices in our Lion Cub High, led by the Bright family's Bright Brothers trio. Within a day, they united all of us card apprentices and established this gang yesterday, claiming Lion Cub High as Bright Lion Gang territory. Turns out all this build-up for a bunch of students playing a gangster. How many people are there in this gang? As of now, 22, including the Bright Brothers trio. Pretty soon many will join us. How many card apprentices are there in senior year? 157 registered. As for the rest, yet to register, we don't know. While you guys are weak in math, 22 is no way near 157. Your parents should be proud. You got cigarettes on you? Yes. Yes. All four of them took out a pack of cigarettes hurriedly. Okay, take one each and throw the remaining ones here. The delinquents each took one and threw the rest of the pack at my foot. Now sit in a circle with your back facing each other. Under the intimidating aura of Abyssal Bear, they did as I asked them to. Remove your shirts, light the smoke, and show me your best masterpiece yet on your friend's back. You guys should be pro in this since you had enough practice on me. Failure to do so, I will start breaking your limbs one by one. Don't make me repeat myself. Soon painful moans started to sound from behind the gym building. Scram, you better pray that we don't meet again. Next time I will tag your flesh myself. The four delinquents picked up their shirts and ran hastily. These morons were so scared that despite their pain, they did not dare to show mercy to their friends. Watching their charred backs, I felt satisfied and disappointed at the same time. Satisfied, yeah, for reasons known, but disappointed because I did not get to show my work. I thought these morons will cut some slack to their friends, and then I will break a few of their bones and show my creativity. But who knew these cuts did not show sympathy to each other, instead scorched each other in spite. Maybe next time. To think I got all worked up over these 2-bit delinquents, they aren't worth my time or anger. I kinda blamed young Wyatt for not having worthy foes. I was brimming with this energy ever since I had practiced the Abyssal Bear form. I know that it is a bit childish of me, but there is only one word to describe the way I am feeling right now. Invincible. Now I kinda get why the bad guys portrayed in all those comics and cartoons like to destroy stuff. That's because they could. As I neared the school gate, suddenly a bunch of students, no wannabe delinquents, surrounded me. A bunch would be an understatement, nearly 24 should be more accurate. Does the school have no policies for hairstyle and dress code? Look at them, each one of them was eligible to be hired as a clown. No, they all reminded me of the pimps from the 90s crime shows back in my world. They surrounded me and kept staring at me. For some reason they were grunting and spitting on the ground time and again. Among these students, I saw the 4 delinquents that had just left. It seems that these rats have gathered their brethren. No matter how many rats there are, it still doesn't change the fact that they are rats. It's you guys. Yes, it's us. Now face the wrath of our bright lions buster call. With that, all the delinquents started shouting and chanting bright lions, bright lions. Then a trio of handsome men with tall stature and blonde hair walked out of the group and said, "This guy beat you? Are you sure? Third leader, don't underestimate him. He is Wyatt, the one rumored to have contracted a silver grimoire. We saw him use it." The three people looked at me from head to toe, and the slender one of them said, "Boy, it's your lucky day. As you have defeated the members of our Bright Lion group, you have only two choices. Either join our group or beg for forgiveness on your knees." I did not bother to answer him, just sneered at the slender blondie. Surprisingly, the slender blondie did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "What is it gonna be? I am gonna mess you guys up," I said, cracking my knuckles. The slender blondie laughed hard, and soon others followed him. "Well, boys, looks like we got a feisty one." One of the bulk delinquents eyed me and said, "Boss me. Give me a chance. I will have him purring within a minute." Hearing the delinquent, the crowd broke out in laughter again. The slender blondie seemed to be satisfied with his crony's response and said to me, "Wyatt, why don't you save us the trouble and just get on your knees and beg for forgiveness? Then maybe I will consider giving you a second chance." "Make me, you dipshit." Slender blondie shook his head, and with a sigh, he said, "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Okay, boys, he is all yours. Give him a good time." Hearing him, the bulky delinquent from earlier summoned his grimoire, and a reddish-bronze light shone over his body. He seems to have activated some kind of F-rank body enhancement card. "He's mine," saying that he charged at me with high speed, wanting to subdue me with brute force. Other delinquents' eyes shone with amazement seeing the bulky figure covered in reddish-bronze light charging forward, and whispered how fast his movements were. His movements may be fast for these wannabe gangsters, but in my eyes, he was slow as hell. F-rank enhancement was nothing compared to the full strength of an E-rank abyssal giant bear. Seeing that he intended to tackle me, taking full advantage of his huge body, I did not dodge. I could, but I chose not to. As he was about to slam into me, I punched him with 40% of my strength, breaking his advance and sending him flying into the crowd. The babbling crowd went silent, and the sound of slender blondie clapping sounded. With his eyes narrowed, he said, "It seems you are indeed worthy of our bright lion's buster call. Boys, get him." With that, remaining 18 of the delinquents summoned their grimoire and bombarded me with all their long-range attack. I did not delay and summoned my grimoire, and a golden aura shaped in the form of an abyssal giant bear covered my body, protecting me from all the attacks. I was scratch-free and barely took any damage, as F-rank attacks couldn't break the aura surrounding me. Thanks to their heavy firing, dust covered the entire field and blocked everyone's eyesight. I opened my soul pupil and jumped into the crowd, taking them out one by one. This was the first time I was using soul pupils in a fight, and I made a huge discovery. Soul pathways outline the boundaries of all the living or non-living forms known, giving shape to them. It's true in the case of humans too. The soul pathways seem to get stronger with an increase in the active soul control. It can be concluded that the higher the active soul control, the stronger the soul pathways, giving the host incredible strength and unbreakable defense. No wonder, as the active soul control increased, the card apprentice seemed to grow stronger and more powerful. In physical prowess, there is a huge gap in each level of card apprentice. In terms of pure physical prowess, a card soldier can easily overpower 10 card scholars just like that. This was the basic 101 of card apprenticeship. What I discovered was closely related to it. With help of soul pupils, I could see the soul pathways, and with enough concentration, I could see where these soul pathways were weak and where they were strong. It was as if I could see the weak spots of all forms, including the card apprentice. Thanks to this, with enough skills and little power, I could land critical damage on these morons with my every hit. As the dust was about to settle, about 11 of them had already been rendered unconscious. Just when I was getting cocky, a figure made up of bones crawled out of the earth and pounced upon me. In desperation, I activated sprint and fled the attack range of the bone figure. The dust settled, and before I could get a clear look at the bone figure that attacked me, it crawled back into the earth again. I could barely catch a glimpse of its tail. The tail was weird. It had a telson and a stinger. Alarms went off in my mind. Someone among these delinquents has a summon card. An undead summons card, no less. These undead summonses are like intelligent puppets with no fear, feelings, or pain, but just absolute loyalty to execute their master's orders. Which MF is rich enough to own such a card? Summon cards. The name says it all. You get to summon a familiar to fight for you. These types of cards are rare and expensive for obvious reasons. There are different types of summoning cards, and the Undead Summons card is a rarer type of summoning card. It summons an undead creature to fight for you. Undead creatures are very tricky to deal with, as they do not fear pain and death. Worst of all, they do not stop until they are completely immobilized or their core is destroyed, making undead creatures perfect for combat. Right now, I am facing an undead creature that can hide in the ground, an assassin-type undead. Even though this card is E rank at best, it must be worth millions and hard to find even in Guild Association Mall. There is no way this undead belongs to one of these delinquents. So, I look around to find the Bright Brothers trio. Of the three, the slender blondie had summoned the bronze grimoire and was being guarded by a skeleton hound. To be able to summon two undead creatures at the same time at card student level means that the star ratings of both the undead summon cards is low, meaning these cards are created by a professional card creator skilled in making undead cards. These two cards must have cost a fortune. These prominent families seem to be rich to be able to equip their children with such expensive cards. The only difference between these delinquents and the Bright Brothers trio is their background, proving my theory that one can buy strength with enough money. Now my worry was not the undead creature underground, but the remaining two Bright Brothers and their cards. The most exciting thing about the card fight than the card fight itself is the mystery of the opponent's cards. There are a nearly infinite number of skill/item cards out there, not to mention the unique origin cards. Cards are the most crucial part of the card fight. One can't be prepared for all kinds of cards out there. Thankfully, not everyone can afford or create all kinds of cards out there. I wasn't worried about the undead in the ground because I was able to see its soul pathways as it moved around in the ground using soul pupils. Since I could see it, I can be prepared for it. But I still could not figure out what kind of undead creature it was. Is it a snake or a lizard or an earthworm maybe? The delinquents did not seem surprised by the sudden visit of the undead, as it may be the reason they joined the Bright Lion gang in the first place. People won't follow you without enough power to show for, even if you are from a prominent family. Since the dust was cleared, the delinquents could see, seeing most of their comrades unconscious on the ground, and me being unscathed, covered in the golden aura in the form of an abyssal bear. They had lost their will to fight. If not for the undead creature showing up, they would have fled the scene. Since the delinquents had lost the will to fight, it was easier for me to render them unconscious. Watching out for the undead underground, I began taking down other delinquents one by one. Even though they could see now, my movement was too fast for them to react. Thank you, Sprint. I would knowingly leave an opening for a sneak attack, but the undead creature never took the bait, taking down the last of the delinquents. Finally, only I and the Bright Brothers were left standing. Looking at the slender blondie, I asked, "Why didn't you attack?" "I don't need an ambush to defeat you. The sneak attack earlier was me letting you know how easy it is for me to put an end to your life. So what now? You had enough, or shall we continue? You do have a good card there, a pinnacle E rank card proficient in close combat. But it is not enough." As the slender blondie spoke, I could see the undead in the ground slowly circling me, ready to attack any time. Then the hound guarding the slender blondie dashed towards me. It seems the blondie wants to keep me engaged with the skeleton hound while the undead underground sneaks up on me. It was a reasonable plan if I could not see the undead in the ground. Can't blame a guy for trying. The skeleton hound was an F rank undead creature, not much of a threat to me even if I was lying down. I pretended to be focused on the hound so that the creature underground would surface, and it did. Right when the hound pounced on me with its mouth wide open trying to bite me, a skeleton tail with Telson and Stinger crawled out of the ground at my back and sting at me. In response, I turned sideways with one of my hands going right through the hound's open mouth, reaching for its core, and the other hand grabbed hold of the tail, trying to sting me. Freeing my hand by crushing the core of the hound, I pulled on the tail using both my hands to drag out the undead creature in the ground. The undead creature turned out to be a skeletal scorpion. As I was about to crush the skeleton scorpion to bone powder, I could hear slender blondie shouting, "Don't." I could understand his distress. The only drawback to a summoning card is that every time the summoned creature is killed, the card's durability rating drops. meaning that if the summoned creature is killed enough times it is possible to kill it permanently. Not heeding his pleas, I directly crushed the skeleton scorpion's core, afraid that the other Bright brothers would interfere. I wanted to crush all its bones to powder, but I could not take the chance of letting it escape. As I expected, the bulky blondie dashed towards me with high speed to save the undead creature. Luckily, I was cautious and directly destroyed the core before the bulky blondie closed on me. Looking at him, I said, "Ops," my hand slipped. But to my surprise, seeing me destroy the core, the bulky blondie stopped in his advance and returned next to the glasses blondie, who seems to be the leader of the three. The distressed, slender blondie did not create a scene over his summon being killed, instead looked at me intently and said, "Hope we meet in the rookie card fight tournament. I will kill you there." I could see he meant every word he spoke thanks to the killing intent oozing out of him. But I was confused seeing them leave in a cool manner as if they did not lose in the first place. "Hey, you dipshits, who let you go?" Hearing me, the trio stopped in their advance and turned to me, while the glasses and bulky blondie both summoned a silver grimoire each. The glasses blondie frowned and said, "Don't push it." Seeing them summon 2 silver grimoires, I was stumped. I did not know what kind of cards they had, but considering their background, their cards should not be worse than the undead summon cards of Slender Blondie. If these two decide to gang up on me, then for sure I will be at a disadvantage. Finally, I felt what it is like to be in a real card fight. But for some reason, they were not willing to fight. Since I had enough for today, I asked, "What is this rookie card fight tournament you speak of?" They did not answer me, but turned and left. But the slender blondie did not seem to be convinced, so he said, "The principal will announce it soon." "Boy, you are lucky. If not for them not wanting to reveal their cards before the tournament, you would not be walking home today." Saying that, he hurriedly followed his brothers. Fighting a bunch of weaklings, I had become complacent. Seeing how the Bright brothers are hiding their cards, it's clear that there are many strong card apprentices in the school. Hearing the slender blondie, this tournament should be important, and many strong card apprentices should be looking forward to it. Not getting a satisfactory answer, I headed to the principal's office for more info. But before that, I found the 4 delinquents from earlier among the unconscious delinquents lying on the ground. I placed their naked, unconscious body on top of each other and left in the direction of the principal's office. Rookie card fight tournament. Looks like the school is more fun than I anticipated. It seems I will have to stock up on some good skill/item cards soon. "Sir, Student Wyatt is here to see you." "Send him in." Every time I step into this office, I am amazed by its lavish decor. Isn't teaching supposed to be the most miserable and low-paying job? I guess private schools are a different story. Seeing me enter, the principal got off his chair and welcomed me in. I really cannot get used to how fake he is. Which principal stands up to welcome a student in his office? None. After meeting the Bright Brothers trio, I knew that Silver Grimoire is not that big of a deal in the upper circle of Sky Blossom City. It's rare, but not worth this much fuss. "Student Wyatt, did you like your replacement homeroom teacher?" "I haven't met the new replacement teacher yet. I came here for another reason." "What is the rookie card fight tournament?" "Where did you hear that?" "I was about to announce it at tomorrow's school assembly. The Bright Brother trio told me about that. They seem to take this tournament seriously. They should, since the top 10 will be rewarded handsomely. Especially the top 5, they stand to gain more." "What are the rewards?" "You should not worry about the rewards, as you are still too weak to even enter the top 20. "What?" "FYI, I just defeated one of the Bright trio along with another 20 card apprentices." "Oh, that I did see it. Your performance was indeed remarkable for someone who awakened 4 days ago. But not enough. Why do you think someone arrogant like Bright Trio chose to hide their card rather than beat your weak ass?" "What is that supposed to mean?" "You knew about the fight, yet you did not stop it. What are you getting paid for?" "Wait. Does it matter as long as I am not punished for the school fights?" "Look, kid, let me give it to you straight. The 2 from Bright Trio are way out of the league for someone of your prowess. Just like you, both of them inherited their ancestors' grimoire and also gained their ancestors' origin cards. Don't think you are the only one to inherit your mom's grimoire and origin card." Hearing the principal, my mind thundered and my brain was in complete turmoil. Till now I thought soul pupils were my cheat of a transmigrator, but turn out I was wrong. "Mom's origin card?" I asked, covering my shock with a clueless expression. "No need to pretend, kid. I saw you use your mother's Auracite origin card in the fight earlier. Otherwise, How could you predict the position from where the skeleton will attack, or how were you able to see when the bust blocked everyone's sight, or how could you accurately find the cores of the undead summons? Wait, or a sight. Thank God my heart almost jumped out of my mouth. So he knows nothing about soul pupils. To think Mama Wyatt's origin card was also a mutated eye ability coincidence, or I did gain the origin card when I contracted my mom's grimoire, but I did not know it was my mom's card. Yes, I did gain an origin card when I contracted Mama Wyatt's grimoire and did not know the origin was related to her. But he does not need to know which origin card I had. Wait, you don't know your own mom's origin card. My parents chose to keep their work life and private life separate. Apart from teaching me about cards and card creation, they never bothered to talk about work in front of me, and I never bothered to ask. Mama and Papa Wyatt never mentioned their work to young Wyatt. I can understand since no parent in their right mind would want to share the gruesome battle stories of survival with their young child. Okay, when you contract an ancestral grimoire, you also inherit your ancestor's origin card. But origin cards are supposed to be unique cards to that individual card apprentice, so the inherited origin card slot becomes locked until you find a fated ingredient and fuse it with the inherited origin card to make it unique to the individual card apprentice again. But in some special cases like your case, Student Wyatt, when the individual card apprentice is very similar to the ancestor, then the inherited origin card does not get locked. This is very rare, almost near impossible, therefore not many people know about it. Hearing this, I got more confused because I belonged to neither the special nor the normal case. My origin card formed directly when I contracted the grimoire. The only hypothesis I could come up with was that I belonged to the normal case, and my fated ingredient was the remnants of young Wyatt's soul. That is, aura sight mutated to soul pupils fusing with the remnants of young Wyatt's soul. Nothing else came to my mind that sounded sane to explain my awakening of soul pupils' origin card. Since it was out of my understanding, I stopped worrying about it and inquired about why I was here in the first place. How strong are the two silver graders of the Bright Trio? Officially, I don't know. But since I had promised to give you priority, L will provide you info off the record. Do you know the prominent Bright family of today was a nobody 56 years ago in the Sky Blossom City? And if not for the infamous War Golem twins, they could not reach today's heights and have 3 known golden card apprentices. The twin brothers of the Bright family were titled War Golem twins because of their bravery during Monster Tide and their unique Golem origin cards. 56 years ago, during a Monster Tide attack on Sky Blossom City, the twins of the Bright family defended the south gate of the city all alone until the reinforcement arrived, thanks to their unique Golem origin cards. Golem cards are item cards, but if the golems are sentient, then they become familiars and fall under the summoning card category. Golems have immense strength, durability, and are unstoppable until their core is destroyed, similar to the undead creatures. But Golem origin cards of the Bright twins were almost immortal. Contrary to other cards, origin cards are part of the card apprentice, so the Bright twins were able to hide the Golem core within them, making their golems almost unstoppable, making it possible for them to hold off the Monster Tide from attacking the city till the reinforcements arrived. These War Golem twin brothers are the grandfathers of the 2 silver graders of the Bright Trio from whom they inherited their silver grimoire. So, if I am not wrong, they both should be able to summon unstoppable war machines, each to fight for them. Now, do you think you are their match? So, if I am not wrong, they both should be able to summon unstoppable war machines to fight for them. Now, do you think you are their match? I have yet to see a golem, but from young Wyatt's memories I gather they are similar to big robots. Instead of wires, hardware, and software, they have soul core, soul pathways, and some sentient ones have beast will. The abyssal giant bear spirit guard is strong, but not strong enough to take on a huge robot of sorts. I could attack the Bright brothers who are the cores of their golems, but they should already be prepared for that. Being hit by reality hard, the invincible feeling I got from practicing the abyssal giant bear form finally subsided. Now that I was in my right mind, I finally knew wealth and power is never enough. There is always someone richer and stronger than you. How foolish of me! With my current rate of progress, I will never be able to take on Kevin Zhang and his mercenary group within a year. Looks like I cannot be lazy anymore. Until now, I had just focused on making money, but I will have to start thinking about gathering good card ingredients, skill/item cards, and try to learn how to create different types of cards. especially golem cards as they are closer to my expertise back on Earth, robotics. Seeing me in deep thought, Andre shook his head. He seemed to think my confidence was hit hard and I was doubting myself. So trying to encourage me, he said, "Kid, your mother's origin card, Aura Sight, is not to be underestimated. Even though it does not have the raw strength and destructive power of a golem, it is a great card, and many high-ranking card apprentices would choose Aura Sight as the origin card over a golem." What's so special about Aura Sight? When I activate it, all I can see is the auras of all objects and beings. If they are far away, the auras overlap, and it's hard to distinguish between two auras. Every form of matter has a distinctive aura to it, but it is invisible to the naked eye, somewhat similar to soul pathways. I truthfully told the drawbacks of soul pupils withholding the crucial information I found until now on the origin card, not because I did not want to lie to Andrea or I trusted him, but due to his title, the judge. He got this title, not for punishing criminals or something, but due to his origin card, which tells him if someone is lying to him. Very powerful, right? But this card has obvious limitations, like how I withheld crucial information and misled him into thinking that my origin card was Aura Sight. Another limitation is that he can't judge someone with higher active soul control than him. But it is still something worth being feared for. Therefore, someone with such a useful card is stuck as a mere high school principal with no future. It is rumored that the upper circle of the city is very uneasy and wary about Andre's origin card and his humble background. Therefore, they are suppressing all his merits and confining him to Lion Cub High. This guy is dangerous. I came here to get info on the tournament, but somehow the conversation switched about me and my origin card. For some reason, conversation with him feels like an interrogation. Looks like I should maintain a healthy distance from him. And why does he know so much about Mama Wyatt's origin card? I will have to look into Mama and Papa Wyatt's life history for this. But whom am I supposed to ask for info about Mama and Papa Wyatt's life history? Supposedly they are my parents, and I should be the one with the most info on them. Oh, that's because you have not had enough practice and experience to get used to using the Aura Sight efficiently like your normal sight. Your mother could spot monsters hiding hundreds of meters inside the ground easily. If you asked her to find a needle in the haystack, she could in seconds. Do you know what makes the Aura Sight crucial and sought after? Yes, indeed, soul pupils have numerous applications, but I lack the practice and experience to wield it to its full potential and discover all its uses. What? It has the ability to discern truth from illusion. Think about it, with the Aura Sight, you can easily be able to tell the difference between illusion and reality. Most importantly, nothing can hide from your eyes. Normal stealth and invisibility is useless against it. The Aura Sight card has various possibilities to explore. Just practice it hard enough, and you will get the hang of it. Thanks to this origin card, your mother was labeled nemesis of assassin and illusion type. This card has more to offer than you think. Yes, I can use soul pupils to easily discern an illusion from reality. Why did I not think of it? My experience with soul pupils is lacking to come up with all the ways I can use it, but with enough time, I will be able to think of its various applications. Seeing how Andre is singing praises of Mama Wyatt, I guess she was a big deal in Sky Blossom City, but to think her son committed suicide because of the people she fought to protect, how tragic. Be this world or other world hero's life is always miserable and tragic. Back on Earth, soldiers died to protect their country, but the country could not protect their loved ones. While the corrupt officials and politicians enjoyed long life, bathed in black money. When will the tournament be held? You still hung up on that? I guess it could help broaden your horizons. It will be held on the 27th of this month. Thank you, then I'll take my leave. Happy to help. Try attending the classes, they may be helpful. Receiving a wake-up call, I could not dilly-dally anymore. Time to get serious. In this tournament, I had to be in the top 5 no matter what. After Wyatt left the office, Andre summoned his silver grimoire and called Kevin Jean. Trang-a-ring. Trang-a-ring. Andre, it's rare of you to call me. What's the matter? Kevin, I called to talk about the boy. What about him? You must have heard of him contracting his mother's grimoire. I did hear him contracting one of his parents' grimoire, so what if it get to the point? Cancel all your plans involving the boy. He is under the city's protection now. What? Are you kidding me? Didn't I already clear it with you and the circle? You want more, that's it, right? And people call me the thug. The situation has changed. The boy is no longer a nobody since he has inherited his mother's origin card. You know what that means, right? But that's not possible. He is one of the special cases. Kevin, I know your temper, so I will warn you again, don't do something you will end up regretting later. That boy is off limits. This matter is related to the circle, so no mistakes will be tolerated. 2-2. Fu Ke. Kevin cursed in anger. He invested so much, yet he had nothing to show for. Fu Ke them. Fu Ke the circle. Looks like he will have to return to the Sky Blossom City and deal with things himself. The Gale Rabbit leather boots sold for $250,000 last night in the auction. People went crazy over its design and perfect card ratings. This warehouse is allotted to me by the auction management to use as my personal warehouse. Since you are my one and only client, it's all yours. Use it as you see fit. I have yet to recruit staff, but Corey should be enough for now. After leaving school, I directly came to Guild Mall since I wanted to participate in the rookie tournament. My previous plans had to be optimized for current circumstances. The tournament is on the 27th, but the next mall auction is also on the 27th. I was planning to make some money on the next auction, but I need that money now to prepare for the tournament. The auction plan is still a go, but I will have to think of other methods to amass money for the tournament. All my plans needed a certain amount of capital investment and time to bear fruits. But I needed money now to make new cards for the tournament. Well, keep the money with you. I know it's not a lot, but use it to get me some rare card ingredients and cards to help with my mental strength. Don't worry about the cost, just get them. I will somehow arrange the money. Okay, I keep an eye out for it. Susan nodded in understanding. Looking at the 100 military trunks in the middle of the warehouse, I said, I will be done with those by evening. Susan, do you know how I can make a lot of cash, fast? Something that doesn't require any investment from my side. Susan frowned hearing me and worriedly asked, why? Are you in some kind of trouble? Yeah, money troubles. I can lend you some. Not enough. I need to make strong cards. A small amount of money is not enough. I need a lot, and right now. Oh, so it was to make cards. I thought you were in some kind of deep trouble. If you want to make easy money, then you can always provide your services as a silver card creator, like how you helped me. Can I do that? After all, I don't have my license yet. To professionally sell my services as a card creator, I would require a degree certification in card creation and be licensed by the Card Creator Guild. Yes, you can. License is only required to use the tools and services of the Card Creation Guild. But without the surety from the Card Creation Guild and no help from their forums, how will I get someone to provide my services to? This is also the reason why card creators are rich. Since they are licensed by the guild, they charge an enormous amount of fees to create cards. Customers do not complain as they trust the ability of a licensed card creator and think the cost is worth it. You don't need to worry about that part. I will bring you the clients. Think of it as a perk for being my exclusive client. Yes, I am Susan's exclusive client. It is not set in contract, just based on mutual trust. She promised me that in return she will take no other clients as she has her hands full with me. It is a win-win situation for both of us. Thanks to my cards, she made $500,000 after tax in her first auction. And I needed somebody I could trust and help me take care of small things. Good, I will leave it to you. So I will start with these trunks now. I will create the cards here as no card room can fit all these trunks. Okay, I will ask Corey to keep watch. You can ask her if you need anything. Do not exhaust yourself. I will be bringing your first client in the evening. You going somewhere? I wanted books on golem card creation. Yes, to reach a potential client. I had this friend/colleague/client. She is in search of a good card creator. I will ask Corey to bring you the basics of golem card creation, but for advanced and higher books, you will have to attend a college. Since they are sensitive and copyrighted info. Advanced design and knowledge of all types of cards are copyrighted information. But basic info is enough. With my knowledge of robotics, I should come up with something awesome. Soon after Susan left, Corey came with the books on the basics of golem card creation. Sir, do you need anything else? Looks like Susan decided to trust you and give you a chance. Congrats. Thank you, sir. No need to thank me. As someone who has agonized from the same, trust me when I say it's never too late. Since you know to ask for help, then you are not beyond salvation. It's in your nature, a part of you. Don't try to suppress or deny it. It will only grow stronger. Embrace your mistakes and find a way to forgive yourself. It's the only way to defeat it. Sir, don't mind me. Those eyes of yours are shouting for help. I could not just act ignorant. Corey's eyes got red and teary as she said, It hurts. Good. It means you're doing something right. It's hard now, but it will get harder. Learn to deal with it. It's in human nature to look down and wanting to feel superior. In pain or happiness, humans always try to comfort themselves by comparing and looking down on others. It is also the reason which causes them to be restless. Humans feel comforted and superior looking down on others' circumstances, but also get threatened seeing others in better circumstances than themselves. This all comes naturally to humans. Nobody teaches them that. What's more disturbing is that humans have made it all this a requirement to live in this shit world. But some take it to next level, and people start to get hurt. Who is at fault? If we start pointing fingers, then no amount of figures will be enough. So, it's pointless to punish yourself for which everyone is at fault. Corey made mistakes, but good for her trying to change. Fighting your nature is hard as change doesn't come easy. Saying my piece, I got busy with creating the G-rank storage trunk cards. Corey wiped her tears and began cleaning the warehouse. She did not expect me to comfort her, but it felt good for someone to recognize the change in her. Although the change is not enough, it's a start. Creating a G-rank storage trunk card was easy thanks to my origin card, but the time required for transferring the soul pathways to the core could not be shortened. It took 90 seconds to create one card, so 2.5 hours for 100 cards. It costs $46 for the ingredients of a storage trunk card. G-rank core, $10. Military-grade trunk, $36. But a good storage trunk card can be sold for $10,000 to $12,000 depending on the market. Considering the minimum profit of $10,000 per card, I can make nearly $1,000 with $4,600 as an investment. But my profit drops to 61% after paying 34% government tax and 5% mall charges. So, my net profit is $610,000, which is nowhere near the amount I require to create 50 E-rank female armor, let alone the money I required to create cards for the tournament. If I expect to make any serious and easy money, the auction was the only place, but I did not have the time to wait for the auction. I could always create a card recipe and copyright it to get royalty, but it's not possible cause my card creating techniques are different from the rest of the techniques used by card creators out there. When I create a card, I am highly dependent on my soul pupils and my otherworldly knowledge, as I barely have an understanding of the techniques mentioned in the card recipes. If I want to live off royalties of my copyright card recipes, then I will have to create a recipe that is so easy that any third-grade card creator can make it, otherwise no one will opt for my card recipes over other card recipes out there. For that, my knowledge of this world's card creating technique is severely lacking. I finished creating 100 storage trunk cards by 1 in the afternoon with enough mental strength to spare to create another 100 storage trunk cards, but I decided against it as I couldn't wait to read the basic golem card creation process. After a hearty lunch, I enthusiastically went through all the materials on basic golem card creation. Turns out I was right. My knowledge of robotics could change the entire golem card creation concept in this world. It not only helped me better understand the basic golem card creation, but it helped me look at the endless possibilities of golem card creation. This world is highly dependent on soul pathways and soul energy to create a golem, making the golem card creation process tedious and complicated. But if some of the burdens of the golems working are replaced by mechanical replacements, then golem card creation would triple in its efficiency. It seems humans in this world got the inspiration for the golem card creation process from nature's golems like the elemental creatures and the undead. Elemental creatures and the undead have one thing in common with each other. They don't die until their core is crushed, as their body is renewable till their core is intact and unharmed. Since elemental creatures and the undead are composed of soul pathways and soul energy, the humans of this world who were inspired by them to create golem cards never thought of reducing the burden and increasing efficiency by introducing mechanical replacements in the golem card creation process. Since this world doesn't emphasize science and technology, it is to be expected that the people of this world have stunted growth, imagination, and creativity in science and technology. Back on Earth, creating robots was not just a theory or dream. Many had successfully created robots despite the lacking technological advancements. But these robots were limited by insufficient technology in areas such as a proper power source and a super processing unit. But these two problems could be easily solved in this world thanks to the ingredients used in the golem cards. soul reactor, and the artificial beast will. The soul reactor is the heart of the golems and could be used as a replacement for a power source in a robot. The artificial beast will is the brains of the golem, and it has enough processing power to execute all the commands and act as the motherboard of the robot. While both soul reactor and artificial beast will are part of the origin core/golem core of the golem card. Since the golem cards were created based on inspiration from the elemental creatures and the undead, I decided to browse some data on them too to get a thorough understanding of the soul reactors and artificial beast will. In the case of the undead, their core is their power source/soul reactor. Sometimes the remnant resentment and hatred of the undead for living is so strong that their remnant resentment and hate evolve into sentient. So their remnant resentment and hatred for the living is their brains/artificial beast will to say. As for the elemental creatures similar to the undead, their core is their power source/soul reactor. While their awareness, they are similar to all beings. They are born with awareness, and with the age, their awareness grows. To further understand the elemental and undead, I decided to learn the basics of elemental creatures and undead card creation. Both these cards fall under the summoning card similar to the sentient golem card creation. With the help of Corey, I acquired the materials on both the card creation process. Unlike golem card creation, I could barely understand the summoning card creation as it talked about many techniques for soul pathway and soul array strengthening and transfer. Thanks to my soul pupils, I could skip this part of soul pathway strengthening and transfer like how else skipped it during golem and other card creation. But things got way more complicated and harder as the new concept of soul array was introduced. For this, I required the basics of soul array creation, which turned out to be an advanced subject in card creation and could only be learned in college. No wonder they did not bother copywriting something so advanced as summoning cards, as one could not create these cards without the knowledge of soul array. Thankfully, only summoning cards of the living creatures require a soul array as they have harsher living conditions to be met to achieve good durability ratings. And soul array is the best way to fulfill these conditions for the creation of summoning cards. But summoning cards of undead and sentient golems did not require a soul array, as they do not require harsher living conditions to survive, as they can survive anywhere. Therefore, it is easier to achieve the required card durability in their case without the help of a soul array. Elemental creatures are considered living beings because of their awareness and as they require to breathe in their respective elemental periodically. By 6 in the evening, I had learnt the basics of golem card creation and undead card creation. I could go further, but Susan had returned from her hunt for my new potential client. Feingold Merchants. The world-renowned integrated shipping company owning a fleet of 708 levitating container vessels as of today. It is said that 18 years ago Feingold Merchants were just small-time merchants in Sky Blossom City about to go bankrupt until a young promising underdog bought the sinking company for peanuts and turned it into the golden goose it is today. The young promising underdog is none other than the current chairman of Feingold Merchants, Diana Keith, an orphan slumdog with a heart-winning, struggle-filled story of her rise to power. Diana Keith is the Sky Blossom City legend. Stories of how a brothel orphan from the Western Zone slums climbed to the heights, which one could only dream of, have become the local lore. There are many other local lores about Diana and her rise to power, but the most impressionable one is the Scarlet Parade. Scarlet Parade. 18 years ago, one fateful night, 17-year-old Diana overthrew the Sky Blossom City underworld forces with her hooligan troops of 12,000 high school students, including 6,789 card students and 5,211 mortal students. That night, the streets of Sky Blossom City were dyed red with the blood of gangsters. The city lord had to intervene and implement martial law to deal with the gang wars. It is said Diana was so charismatic that she single-handedly united the students of all high schools in Sky Blossom City, forming the largest gang in the city, amounting to 70% of the underworld forces in the city. Until the gang was so big that it swallowed the city's all underworld forces as a whole, gaining total control over Sky Blossom City underworld. Diana is one badass SOB as they come. After graduating high school, she did not go to college, instead bought the Feingold Merchant, climbing to the top of the world's power ladder. In the years to come, many high schoolers have tried to recreate the legend of the Scarlet Parade, but failed devastatingly. Sorry, Wyatt, I could not hide your identity. Apologized Susan. Looking at two female guests she brought with her, I said, I never asked you to. What? Did I ever ask you to hide my info? No, I thought it was implied. Forget it. Won't you introduce your friends? Oh, she is Deborah Kahn, my childhood friend, and this is... Seeing Susan hesitate, not knowing how to introduce her, the blonde woman next to Deborah said, For now I am nobody to you, but if you pass the test, I am the best thing ever happened to you. Hearing the arrogance and pride in the blonde woman's voice with the expressionless face of hers, I knew she was the one Susan was apologizing for. Looks like releasing 40 perfect rating F-rank female armor cards in the market created a larger splash than I thought it would. I seem to have underestimated the difficulty behind the creation of a perfect rating card. Excusing ourselves, Susan explained to me the situation while Corey attended to the guest. Deborah and Susan are more than just childhood friends. They were classmates who graduated high school together. Since they had not stepped into the card student realm, yet they chose to work as a sales executive at Guild Association Mall. Deborah was lucky and stepped into the card student realm 2 years after joining the Guild Association Mall. Unlike Susan, who stepped into the card student realm just a few days ago. 19 years old card apprentice Deborah decided to quit as a sales executive and chase her dream of becoming an adventurer. Finally joining a well-known adventure guild, the Raven Guild. Since Deborah was a late bloomer, she was offered a 5-year term employment contract with harsher conditions by the Raven Guild. Yet she chose to sign, as with this, she would be finally able to achieve her dream, and they promised to help her create her origin card using the guild resources if she happens to find her fated ingredient within the employment term. Rising to the challenge, Deborah fought all odds and achieved the card soldier realm within 5 years, even though she was only a bronze grimoire holder. Seeing her hard work and achievements, the guild was considering offering her a high-level contract and extending her employment term. Deborah was also considering extending her contract, but things changed in her last mission. A team of 200 card apprentices were tasked to clear C-rank field dungeon Centaur Graveyard and collect undead-related ingredients for the guild. Deborah's team was among these card apprentices. This mission was a walk in the park, as 200 card apprentices were overkill for this mission. One of the perks of being a member of a huge guild. After defeating the field dungeon boss Skeleton Centaur Knight, Deborah found her first fated ingredient among the remains of the dungeon boss, the femur of the Skeleton Centaur Knight. Deborah was overjoyed to find her first fated ingredient, but did not know if she was lucky or unlucky to find her fated ingredient on the last day of her employment term. Thanks to the contract, Deborah was able to get the fate ingredient without spending a penny, but since her contract ended the very next day, she was not able to create her origin card using the guild resources. Deborah was satisfied with just getting her fated ingredient. But the offer for extending her contract term she was waiting for never came. Turns out the guild valued Deborah, but not enough to gamble guild resources to help create her origin card, and they decided against extending her employment term. As a card soldier with 5 years of experience, Deborah had a good resume, but having a fated ingredient was her baggage. Deborah would easily be able to join any guild if she did not demand the creation of an origin card using the guild resources. Since no guild was willing to gamble a small fortune in helping her create an origin card, finding a fate ingredient is a very rare incident. Not many card apprentices find it. Knowing this, the guilds all around the world utilized the promise of creating the origin card as bait in their contract to lure fresh blood, and it works every time. Susan only knew about Deborah finding her fate ingredient, but not about her being unemployed. So after knowing the complete story, Susan backed off in understanding. Just when Susan had given up any hope of turning Deborah into a client, the blonde woman crashed their reunion. Cindy Moss, managing director of fine gold merchant Sky Blossom Branch, had not slept in the last 24 hours. It all began when 20 cards with perfect ratings made of 5 F-rank female armor card recipes copyrighted under fine gold designs flood the market. One has to know, even the original designers and creators of these card recipes cannot guarantee to create these cards with perfect ratings. Yet somehow these 5 F-rank female armor card recipes, each in a set of 4 cards with perfect card ratings, were auctioned yesterday. Since they were auctioned in Sky Blossom City, as the acting managing director of the Sky Blossom branch, Cindy was alerted of this anomaly. If it was someone else who had alerted her, maybe Cindy would not have personally attended to this matter, but her friend chairman of fine gold merchants currently visiting Sky Blossom City had shown interest in it, so she could not hand it to others and had to treat this situation with utmost priority. Being at the top of the food chain in the city, it was not hard for Cindy to gather information on the cards that were auctioned. Following the money, she was able to find the creator of the cards. Going through the information on the card creator, Cindy was confused more than ever. According to the info in her hand, the creator of these cards was a high schooler who had just stepped into the card student realm. Even though he was a silver grimoire holder, it was so bizarre and far-fetched to think a rookie could create perfect rating cards. No matter how implausible and unrealistic this sounds, she had to share this info with the chairman. To her surprise, the chairman was not as shocked as she was seeing the info. Instead, the chairman ordered her to recruit this rookie ASAP. Cindy was overwhelmed by how impetuous the chairman was being to recruit the rookie without verifying the truth of the matter at hand. Still, Cindy took it upon herself to complete the task of recruiting the rookie because the chairman gets what she wants. Unable to find Wyatt at his home or school, Cindy ended up crashing Susan's reunion with Deborah to find Wyatt. Cindy knew Deborah from her resume applying for a security personnel job at Fine Gold Merchants. Cindy was impressed by Deborah's experience enough to remember her name. Fine Gold was a multinational company making billions in turnover every year. They did not lack the average card soldiers, but the capable card soldiers with origin cards who would develop along with the company. And Deborah's fate ingredient, along with her experience, made her a Fine Gold-worthy asset. One thing led to another, with Cindy ending up offering a job to Deborah right then there. Terms and conditions applied, though. Deborah was offered a permanent job at Fine Gold, and she would be earning 5 times what she had earned at her previous job at Raven Guild. Not only that, earning enough merits at Fine Gold, she would be able to upgrade her grimoire to silver, entirely paid by the company's resources. Great offer. Deborah would have accepted it, if not for the terms and condition. The terms and conditions stated that Deborah had to get her origin card created by Wyatt. Yes, Cindy was planning to use Deborah to test Wyatt's capabilities. No matter the origin card creation succeeded or failed, Deborah would still be recruited by Fine Gold with previously mentioned terms. Deborah was now in a bind, as discovering one's fate ingredient was a rare opportunity, and Deborah did not want to take any chances in creating her first origin card. But Cindy's offer was too good to refuse. As an average card soldier, Deborah knew how hard it was to be able to upgrade to the silver grimoire. Deborah was stuck in the card soldier realm because of the bronze grimoire. There are many perks for having a higher grade grimoire. With the high grade grimoire, one can use higher grade cards. Not only that, cultivating active soul control also becomes easier and efficient. Being a card soldier, Deborah requires a silver grimoire to cultivate active soul control faster and more efficiently, but bronze grimoire only slows down the process, making it harder for Deborah to achieve higher active soul control. Worst of all, with the bronze grimoire, she could not use D or C rank cards, was limited to only using G, F, and E rank cards, even though her active soul control was enough to use D or C rank cards, making her a lot weaker than a card soldier using a silver grimoire. Seeing how much importance her friend Susan and the managing director Cindy gave to Wyatt and his card-creating prowess, Deborah decided to roll the dice and take up Cindy on her offer. This was any once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, similar to finding a fate ingredient, and it seemed she could only have one. So she chose silver grimoire to achieve higher realms and higher combat prowess. Who knows, if she was lucky enough, she could still have both a silver grimoire and an origin card. As Susan explained, I understood the whole situation and what was going on, but I did not see how this profited me. I decided to offer my services to help create cards for others to make large and fast cash, not showcase my card creation ability. Returning to Deborah and Cindy, I introduced myself. Dalton Wyatt, high school senior. Susan has brought me up to the speed. Now let's talk about the budget for card creation and the cost of my service. It did not matter if they wanted to test my abilities or something else. It had nothing to do with me. After all, everyone is entitled to their opinion. As long as I am getting paid enough for the service I rendered, it did not matter what they thought. Deborah looked at Cindy, as she was her boss now. Cindy, still maintaining an expressionless face and with an arrogant tone, she said, There is no limit to the budget for the card creation. Go crazy. Show me what you got. The company will bear all the cost. As for your pay 10% of whatever you have spent for the card creation. Bear in mind that the origin card created should be worthy of our fine gold company. Hearing Cindy, Susan, and Deborah's mind went numb in utter shock as they dumbfoundedly gawked at Cindy. As for me, I was hyped and excited as finally my imagination was not limited to a budget. 10% is not enough after government tax. I will have nothing left. 40%. 10% sounds a lot, but nothing much is left after paying 34% government taxes. 10%, and we will take care of the taxes. With 10%, I would have to spend $100 million to get $10 million. And the problem is $10 million is not enough for my plans. It could barely make up for the ingredients and copyright of 50-year ink armor I am planning to make. Nope. 30% plus you guys take care of the taxes. My experience has taught me that you do not get what you want. You only get what you negotiate. Many do not consider negotiating, but negotiations mean getting the best of your opponent and knowing your worth in the market. 20% plus we take care of taxes. This applies only if the card creation is successful. If you fail, $100,000 minimum wage for your services. Now you are talking. Let's sign a contract. I was excited, but not stupid. What if this blondie decides to dine and dash, or worse, deny any verbal agreement? This deal was too good to be true for me, and I could not afford to make mistakes. There are so many ingredients out there I want to get my hands on. Obviously, I will only be ordering the ingredients required for the creation of said origin card, but nobody is stopping from ordering expensive stuff. After learning Golem and Undead card creation, I wanted to get my hands on a soul reactor and the artificial beast will. I did come across beast will, but it was a natural remnant soul, not a man-made artificial beast will. How did they create it? Is it like the AI in my previous life? Is it even possible to create artificial intelligence using soul energy and soul paths? Or could I use beast will to create a fully functional artificial intelligence with its own will? The more I thought, the more excited I grew. This opened endless possibilities in the field of AI, and my hands were itching to try them all out. Recovering from her shock, Deborah looked at Cindy and said, "Are you sure about this? What if he just beef ups the bill to fill his pockets?" Cindy sneered and said, "Fine gold money is not easy to take, but he can try." Susan looked at Cindy and Deborah with serious eyes and hurled, "Wyatt doesn't need to steal." "Deborah, how could you say that?" Deborah gave Susan a guilty smile. She barely knew Wyatt and just wanted to get on the good side of her new boss. Cindy did not bother about their quibble and sent the contract to my grimoire saying, "Send me the list of ingredients. I will have someone bring them over." I did not sign the contract yet. Love the enthusiasm, but we have to make few things clear before I sign the contract. I am an exclusive client of Susan. I would appreciate it if you buy all the ingredients from Susan. No, the ingredients will be provided by Fine Gold. We have wider options and our ingredients are of higher quality than the Guild Association Mall. Before I could argue, Susan butted in saying, "Cindy is right. All the good and rare ingredients in Guild Association Mall are reserved for big families or the officials of Guild Association. It would be better if Fine Gold provided the ingredients." "What are you doing, Susan? Are you too good or just stupid?" Glaring at Susan, I said, "Okay, but you will have to pay the broker fees to Susan. If not for her contribution, we would not have any deal in the first place." "Sure. Miss Susan will be paid her fees according to Fine Gold regulations. Miss Susan, our finance department will contact you. This should be acceptable for Susan. If anything more, she will reject again. I respect that she doesn't want to make money off of her friends, but I think she is a fool to give up on a good opportunity." After signing the contract, I share a copy with Cindy, and looking at Deborah, I asked, "So, what is your fate ingredient? What type of origin card would you like me to create for you?" Wait. You agreed to create my origin card without knowing what my fate ingredient is and what type of origin card I want. Deborah shouted in shock. "Don't sweat the small stuff, lady. Susan did say it was a part of undead remains. Am I right?" Deborah felt hopeless seeing my lack of professionalism and was in no state to answer me. Her fate ingredient is the femur bone of a skeleton centaur knight. As for the type of card, impress me. Hearing my conversation with Cindy, Susan felt bad for Deborah and said, "How about a sword? Deborah is skilled with swords." "Nah, a bone sword will not cost much. I need to make something grander to beef up the bill." "I got it. This should be possible." saying that I share the list of ingredients with Cindy. C-rank skeleton centaur kite core, preferred with the beast, will if available, X1. C-rank ram bull core, preferred with the beast, will if available, X1. C-rank skeleton warhorse core, preferred with the beast, will if available, X1. C-rank skeleton knight core, preferred with the beast, will if available, X1. C-rank soul reactor, X1. C-rank artificial beast will X1. E-rank highwood wisp, X100. Unique grade core, X1. C-rank core, X1. C-rank Gemini card, X1. D-rank pair share card, X1. Is this it? Report if you need anything more. Here at Fine Gold, we won't tolerate any reasons for failure. Cindy did not seem to be fazed by the ingredients on the list, but her words told another story. I did not know the exact total, but I knew C-rank ingredients costed a small fortune, and I listed about 8 of them, each rarer than the other. The total should have crossed the $100 million mark. I thought there are no consequences to failing. That's for Deborah, not you. Let me remind you again, Fine Guild money is not easy to take. Is that a threat? I don't know, you decide. Since you are my first big client, I will forgive your ignorance this time. Hearing my words, Cindy sneered. She didn't seem to consider me a threat, which kinda hurt my ego. I decided to let it slide as she did not know what I was capable of. I will teach her a lesson later. Since Fine Gold was my client, it was decided that it would be better if I used the card lab in Fine Gold Tower. Having rich clients has its perks. I was escorted to Fine Gold Tower in a luxurious car and received like a VIP. A nobody high schooler like me was not worthy of this treatment, but still was treated with utmost respect and care because of Cindy, the managing director, who accompanied me. It seems for some reason Cindy cared about my ability in card creation a lot as she acted as my host in Fine Gold, even though any other staff should be more than efficient to receive me. C-rank skeleton centaur kite core with the beast, X1 to $25 million. C-rank ram bull core, X1 to $16 million. C-rank skeleton warhorse core, X1 to $7.7 million. C-rank skeleton knight core, X1 to $8.2 million. C-rank soul reactor, X1 to $6 million. C-rank artificial beast will, X1 to $8 million. E-rank highwood wisp, X100 to $10 million. Unique grade core, X1, $125,000. C-rank core, X1, $100,000. C-rank Gemini card, X1, company issue. D-rank para share card, X1, company issue. Total, $91,125,000. Within 30 minutes, the employees of Fine Gold brought all the ingredients mentioned in the list, but the total cost did not reach $100 million as I expected it to. That's because of 2 reasons. Firstly, the ingredients are priced at discount prices, and secondly, the Gemini card and ParaShare cards seem to be issued by the company. Since Deborah is a Fine Gold employee, she gets a 10% discount on every Fine Gold purchase, leading to discounted prices of the ingredients. Gemini and ParaShare cards are cards that help party members share their mental strength. They are basic cards used by card creators to help them use their party members as mental health banks. It is not a surprise for a company like Fine Gold to have Gemini and ParaShare cards, as they employ a large number of contracted card creators. Anything else? Cindy asked. I require 1 more C-rank skeleton knight and warhorse course. Okay, said Cindy nonchalantly. But Deborah gave me a doubtful glance. I swear I am not trying to cross the 100 million mark. Another 5 minutes, and the employees brought the 2 cores. And now the total cost reached $108,025,000, meeting my estimated cost. Done? Asked Cindy. Yes, I replied. Then shall we get started? Deborah said hurriedly. It seems she has completely given up hope on an origin card and wants to get it over with quickly. Not yet, miss. The card creation will take at least half a day to create. I would like to have dinner before we start. You should do the same, as we will be inside the card lab for a long time. He is right. I will arrange for dinner. Make yourself comfortable, supported Cindy as she left the card lab. Wyatt, you are in over your head. Fine Gold is like a hornet nest. It is peaceful to watch, but if you poke at it, it will sting you to death, warned Deborah. Are you worried about me or worried that I will fail and it would cost you your precious fate ingredient? Both. Since you are a friend of Susan, I believe you are a decent guy and not someone who will play with your own life. Fine gold is not somebody you should mess with. If you fail, they will find a way for you to cough up the 100 million they wasted on you. What about you then? Me? I am a fine gold employee. As long as I am hardworking, loyal, and never betray them, I will be fine. Maybe even promoted in rank. Don't worry, I will be fine too since I won't fail. Having a light dinner, I and Deborah head into the card lab. Forming a party with Deborah, I equip the Gemini card and Para share unequipping the rest of the cards in my grimoire. Since I am the only one with a silver grimoire of the two of us and can equip C and D cards within my soul power. Card name, Gemini. Card type, skill card active. Card rank, C rank, uncommon grade. Card ratings, 19 stars. Card durability, 82. Card effect, user can form a mental connection with a party member. Additional effect, share mental strength with the said party member. There is a myth that twins have a subconscious connection to each other. Gemini card's function is similar to that. It allows two party members to have a mental connection and share their mental strength. Thanks to this card, I do not have to worry about running out of mental strength during the card creation process, as I will have a mental strength bank. Deborah. Card name, Parashare. Card type, skill card active. Card rank, D rank, uncommon grade. Card ratings, 14 stars. Card durability, 87. Card effect, the user can share a single stats parameter with a party member. Active, addition effect, increased mental health. Passive, since I am creating cards of higher soul power requirement than my current soul power, the Parashare card is the most important one, as with this I will be able to borrow Deborah's intelligence stats and add them to my stats, making up for my lack of soul power. The only drawback of this card is Deborah won't be able to use the stats I borrowed from her. Therefore, this card is not used in combat by the card apprentice. Having solved the issue of mental strength and soul power, now I could focus on the origin card creation. The first step to card creation is to decide on which type of card to create. Since the fate ingredient is a part of the undead remains, I choose to create an undead summoning card. There are three important parts of the undead summoning card creation. Undead core, beast will, skeleton body. The undead core is the power source and the foundation of the card. The skeleton body is the machine and the frame of the card, while the beast will is the operator and the conscious of the card. Right now I was in a bind as I did not have a complete skeleton body. All I had was a femur bone. How am I supposed to create a complete undead from it? That's where the ram bull core comes into the picture. Ram bulls are sheep with a body size of a bull, hence the name ram bull. There is another thing that ram bull does not have in common with the sheep, and that is instead of growing wool on their bodies, ram bull can grow and manipulate bones on its body similar to an exoskeleton. Ram bull bones are different from other beast bones. They are stronger than steel, yet soft as rubber. Ram bull bones make excellent C-rank ingredients for weapon cards, making them one of the most valuable livestock. Therefore, its core is twice the cost of other C-rank cores. Since I have a part of the skeleton body instead of a complete skeleton body, I came up with an ingenious plan to recreate the complete skeletal body of the undead creature. That is to transfer the abilities of the ram bull to the femur bone. With the ability of the ram bull, the femur bone can be grown into a complete skeletal body of the undead creature. Not only will I be creating a complete skeleton of the undead creature, but an enhanced skeleton stronger than steel and softer than rubber with the ability to grow and manipulate bones at will. Low-level skeletons below the lich cannot grow or regenerate lost bones. They can only reconnect the severed bones. But thanks to enhancement from ram bull ability, the new skeleton can regrow the lost bones at will. Usually, people mistake the refreshing of the undead card in the grimoire for a low-level skeleton growing its lost bones. But in reality, after a fight, the undead summoning card goes into a period of cool-down time. During this period, the card, with help of soul energy gathered in the grimoire, regrows the lost bones of the undead. Finally, when the creature is completely healed, the card comes out of cool-down time. People mistake this as the ability of the creature itself. This is true for other summoning creatures too. After the battle, when they return to the grimoire, they are healed by the grimoire using the soul power stored in it. During dire situations, the card apprentice does have the option to summon the creature in cooldown time, but the summoned creature will still have the wounds from the previous battle. Therefore, a skeleton or any other summon with regeneration ability is a huge deal. Knowing what I had to do, I place all the ingredients on the card creation page and start with the creation process. First, I combine the soul pathways of the femur bone with the origin core, forming the femur bone core, as the femur bone is the fate ingredient and is supposed to be the core part of the origin card. After combining the femur bone and origin core, next I had to transfer the abilities from the ramble core to the origin core, which is now combined with the femur bone. Now, this is a tricky part as I did not know which soul pathways of ramble core contained the ability that I wanted. I could try the trial and error method, but it was time-consuming and I would run out of mental strength even before finding the correct soul pathway. There is no correct method for this if there is I did not know, but I could shorten my options using my soul pupils. The stronger and most used ability tends to have a high wavelength, making the soul pathway of that ability bulkier than other soul pathways, which I could differentiate using my soul pupils, but I still had to use the trial and error method with the remaining soul pathways. To make sure that the soul pathways of the femur bone core are not damaged, I enhanced them using the high wood wisp core soul pathway. High wood wisp is the evolved form of the wood wisp. Unlike the wood wisp, the high wood wisps are very rare, as a wood wisp requires a large amount of vitality to evolve into a high wood wisp. Since high wood wisp has a large amount of vitality, their soul pathway is used to enhance the soul pathway of high-level ingredients. After about 13 tries, I was able to transfer both the required abilities of ramble to the femur bone core. During these 13 tries, I had to strengthen the soul pathway of the femur bone core 13 times using the soul pathway of the high wood wisp. This is one of the reasons why, even though the card creators of this world theorized about this, they could never achieve it, but I could using my soul pupils. Even though the new femur bone can regrow into a full skeleton, it could not for now, as it did not have a conscious or the required amount of soul power. With no conscious to take control or power to act, the enhanced femur bone was nothing but a bone with new fancy abilities. Therefore, next I had to focus on the beast will and the power source for the undead creature. It took me nearly 4 hours to just create an enhanced femur bone core. I had yet to add the soul reactor and the artificial beast will to the femur bone core. Without further ado, I began with the creation of the artificial beast will for the undead creature. I already had a working artificial beast will ingredient, but it was not what I expected it to be. It did not have consciousness of its own, and it could only follow perfectly defined commands. This artificial beast will would be enough for labor or mount summoned beast, but not enough for combat summoned beast. The artificial beast will was a total letdown, but I could still use it to create a perfect beast will with the help of other ingredients and my otherworldly knowledge of AI. Then I enhanced the skeleton centaur knight beast will core using the other 4 skeleton knight and warhorse cores. From the 2 skeleton knight cores, I transfer the skills sword mastery, blunt weapon mastery, heavy weapon mastery, shield mastery, spear mastery, archery, and cavalry to the skeleton centaur knight core. From the 2 skeleton warhorse cores, I transfer the skills Stampede, Storm Rush, Epicenter, Barrow Strike, Earthshock, Enrage to the skeleton centaur knight core. Being half humanoid and half horse, skeleton centaur knight should have no problem using these skills. Having enhanced the skeleton centaur knight core, I strengthened the soul pathways of the artificial beast while using the high wood wisp soul pathways more than enough to dominate and control the skeleton centaur knight beast will. After that, I combined the skeleton centaur knight beast will with the artificial beast will. The resistance from the skeleton centaur knight beast will was not much of a fight for the strengthened artificial beast will. I combined the 2 wills to remove the resistance of skeleton centaur knight beast will and give the artificial beast will a conscience. This new artificial beast will was enough for the creation of undead summon, but I want to add something I learnt back on Earth to achieve a more efficient beast will. There is a pop psychology concept that each of us is right-brained or left-brained, but it's just a myth. You're not left-brained or right-brained. Although the 2 sides function differently, they work together and complement each other. You don't use only one side of your brain at a time. Whether you're performing a logical or creative function, you're receiving input from both sides of your brain. Based on the type of work you are engaging in, one side of the brain is dominant while the other side is supportive. But this myth led to one of the greatest invention ever in the history of Earthlings, that is using the supportive part of the human brain to download AI to control automated prosthetics. The theory is quite long, but in short, the human conscious would occupy the dominant part of the brain, while the AI would be downloaded in the supportive part of the brain to command automated prosthetics. This way, there would be no conflict between the host conscious and AI. Rather, the AI could assist and support the host conscious actively in controlling automated prosthetics. There are two types of conscience in our brain, the normal conscious and the subconscious. Their relation is such that they complement each other. The normal conscious is the dominant conscious, while the subconscious is the supportive one, which will be downloaded with AI to complement the normal conscious efficiently. One would ask, why not download the AI in the dominant part of the brain? Doing this will lead to the host turning brain dead, as the normal conscious will actively resist and try to be the dominant conscious. Whereas the subconscious will not fight back, as there is no such thing as subconscious, they are just second thoughts of the normal conscious that humans are too afraid to think. So, the AI can easily occupy the supportive part of the brain and follow the command of the dominant conscious in controlling automated prosthetics. Using this concept, I connect the soul pathways of the new artificial beast will and Deborah's supportive part of the brain, forming a bond between them. This way, I download a copy of the new artificial beast will in Deborah's supportive part of the brain. This concept was used to control automated prosthetics back on Earth, but in the case of Deborah, I think it will give her better command over her undead summon. Then I transfer the new artificial beast will soul pathways into the enhanced femur bone core. With this, all that is missing is the power source soul reactor. A soul reactor is just like a heart. Its function is to circulate soul power. All that was left to do was transfer the soul pathways of the soul reactor into the femur bone core. But before doing that, I enhanced the soul reactor soul pathways. Having transferred soul pathways of the soul reactor and the new artificial beast will in the enhanced femur bone core. Now all I had to do was interconnect all three soul pathways according to the life equation as specified in the basic Undead Creation book. Done with that, I start to inject soul reactor with soul power, which in turn activated the beast will, which lead the femur bone to regrow into a complete skeleton. Since the artificial beast will was made using a skeleton centaur knight beast will, and the femur bone was also of a skeleton centaur knight, it did not take long to create a complete skeleton of skeleton centaur knight. This skeleton centaur knight was different from other skeleton centaur knight, as its skeleton body was completely covered in an exoskeleton knight armor. Finally, all three parts of the undead card creation had been achieved: the skeleton body, the beast will, and the undead core. Now, having created the undead creature, I activated the morph ability of the origin core, converting the undead creature into an undead summoning card. Appraising the card stats and skills, I nodded in satisfaction. Then I looked at the time. It was 9:20 in the morning. It took me 12 hours to create the origin card. My eyes were red with stress and lack of sleep, while the owner of the origin card was sleeping curled up in a corner of the card lab. With a sadistic smile on my face, I kicked Deborah. Not hard, but enough to wake her up. "Hey, WTF?" shouted Deborah, glaring at me. I did not bother to answer her. I throw the origin card at her face and walk out of the card lab. Right now, all I wanted was to return home, take a bath, and have a good nap. But all my sleepiness and tiredness left my body after hearing the high-pitched scream that came from the card lab. OMG. Cindy, hi. It's rare to see you down here. I heard you signed a new adventurer offering more than $100 million just for her origin card. She must be quite something to catch your eyes. Was the card creation a success? Morning, Jaya. Meet Deborah Khan, the recruit I signed. From today, she will be joining Team 6 for training until she is officially assigned a team. And yes, the card creation was a success. Really? Tell me about this origin card worth $100 million. Cindy nodded and turned to me asking to explain. I just ignored her. I did not agree with this. You asked to create a card, which I did. Now pay me. If not for wanting to see my creation in action, I would have already left. Deborah panicked seeing me ignore her new boss and said, "It's an undead summon card, Skeleton Centaur Knight." What? It took $100 million to create a Skeleton Centaur Knight origin card. Are you kidding me? Jaya Keith, the adopted sister of Diana Keith, chairman of Feingold Group. 14 years ago, Diana, out of nowhere, brought a 3-year-old baby girl and adopted it as her sister. This move surprised everyone. Some of her competitors even thought that she had gone soft, which costed them heavily, as Diana did prove them wrong in the upcoming years. Jaya was the only one in the fine gold sky blossom branch who could question Cindy other than her sister. No kidding. That card is worth every penny, Jaya. Yes, an undead summon card is not worth $100 million. But this money was not spent on the origin card. Instead, its purpose was to check and validate Wyatt's prowess in card creation. What's more, the Skeleton Centaur Knight card was not made in the conventional methods used by most of the card creators. The conventional way was to use a complete skeleton of the Skeleton Centaur Knight to create the undead card. It seems Wyatt had used the age-old hypothesis of using Rambull abilities to create an undead card, even though she thought Wyatt did this to increase the card creation cost over $100 million. It was worth it now she knew that she could not underestimate this high school student. Cindy, no offense, but I think otherwise. Of course, Jaya would think otherwise, as she did not know the entire story behind the creation of the origin card like Cindy did. Okay, Jaya, I will explain it to you later. Now let's check the goods. Deborah. Jaya was annoyed by how Cindy treated her like a child. Yes, ma'am. Saying that, Deborah summoned her bronze grimoire and activated her origin card. A huge 3-meter-tall skeleton centaur knight, covered in pure white armor, appeared in the training hall. Its armor sparkled under the light. Thud. The skeleton centaur knight, facing Deborah, kneeled, showing its loyalty and respect. Deborah somehow understood what it was conveying subconsciously. Seeing the skeleton centaur knight and its deterring red flaming eyes within the helmet, Cindy, Jaya, and the rest of the people training were shocked, especially by its armor, which covered it from head to hoof, and its build was enormous for a skinny skeleton knight. Skeleton Centaur Knights are supposed to be wearing fallen armor corroded with undead energy of the dead Centaur Knight, not a full-body armor made up of high-ranking ingredients. Wait, is the armor covering the skeleton made of C-rank Rambull bones? Impressive. This is one of the most intimidating skeleton knights I have ever seen. Jaya exclaimed. Impressive indeed. Paul, check out what it is capable of. Deborah, go all out. Cindy asked one of the card apprentices training the hall. Seeing Deborah hesitate, Jaya said, Don't worry, Paul is a C-rank shield bearer and a card master. He can handle it. Okay, Deborah nodded seriously. She knew now is the time for her to impress the new boss. The whole training hall was made up of enchanted black steel. These walls and floors could withstand the damage of an A-class monster. Being the training hall for card apprentices, it had to be of this level, otherwise the whole tower would collapse with aftershocks from the training. The training ground was cleared for the showdown between the Skeleton Centaur Knight and shield-bearer Paul. Paul and Skeleton Centaur Knight both stood in the center of the training ground. Begin. With the signal, Paul immediately summoned a huge black steel tower shield. Seeing the large metal tower shield, a bone extended from the armor of the Skeleton Centaur Knight, slowly forming into a huge two-handed warhammer. WTF is that? Some kind of skill? I have never seen a skeleton knight do that. Jaya asked. Bone weapon mastery, replied Deborah. Bone weapon mastery, passive, the ability to understand and use any weapon made up of bone with the proficiency of a master. Additional effect, proficiency increases with the increase in the realm. Restriction, the skill only works on weapons made up of bones. Paul was unfazed. He had fought hundreds of monsters bigger than him, and this one was no different. He stood in a perfect defensive stance. Using Strom Rush, the Skeleton Centaur Knight charged at Paul in full force and hammered hard on the tower shield. Seeing the undead charge at him, Paul's shield glowed with purple light. With the impact of the hammer on the shield, the purple light dimmed a lot, but Paul was unharmed. Even though Paul was unharmed, the force of the attack was such that Paul's hands were numb and stepped back 12 steps. Storm Rush, active. Upon activation, user's agility doubles for 45 seconds. Additional effect, the user gains 0 wind resistance for 45 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Stampede, active. The user can charge 150 meters in a single direction, crushing all the enemies in its way. Additional effect, the user is invincible to all physical damage during the charge. Cooldown time, 75 seconds. Epicenter, active. After channeling for a couple of seconds, Skeleton Centaur Knight slams his front hoofs on the ground, sending a disturbance into the earth, causing it to shudder violently. All enemies caught within range will take damage and become slowed. Additional effect. Each subsequent pulse increases the radius of damage dealt. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Barrow Strike, active. Bones extends out of skeleton centaur knights, hoofs burrowing into the ground and tunnels forward, damaging enemy units surrounding him as the bone spikes resurface. Additional effect. Wounded targets enter a period of stun depending upon the strength difference between them. Cooldown time, 55 seconds. Leap, active. Skeleton Centaur Knights leaps forward 150 meters. Additional effect, none. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Enrage, active. User goes into a frenzy, providing damage reduction and status resistance. Additional effect, removes any existing debuffs. Cooldown time, 70 seconds. Deborah tried all the skills of Skeleton Centaur Knight on Paul one by one, and Paul, like a worthy C-rank shield bearer, took them head-on. Even though Skeleton Centaur Knight is a C-rank summon, its strength was reduced to D-rank summon, as Deborah was still a card soldier. Since the origin cards are the individuality of the card apprentice, their rank is dependent on the realm of the card apprentice. If Deborah were ever to become a card grandmaster or higher, then her origin card would also undergo baptism and become a B-rank or higher card. Even though the Skeleton Centaur Knight is weakened, it is still invincible under C-rank. And most of the skills shown by Deidre's Skeleton Centaur Knight are rare skills. The origin card is good, but I still don't think it's worth $100 million, said Jaya. Seeing that Jaya's problem is not with me, all she wanted was to criticize Cindy, I choose to ignore her comments. Mississippi. Madam, there are still 2 more skill to test, said Deborah. It seems she did not know how to address Jaya. No need for honorifics. I am a trainee, just like you. I think we have seen enough. Except for few rare skills, there is nothing special about the skeleton worthy of 100 million. Criticized Jaya. Deborah did not know how to reply. After all, Jaya's status was special, and she did not want to be on her wrong side on the first day of her new job, or any other day. No, Deborah, display the other 2 skills, so I can judge your strength and decide on the role you will be playing in your new team. Cindy thought otherwise. Deborah nodded and looked at Paul. He nodded and shouted, "Don't hold back, newbie." With a serious expression, Deborah chanted, "Undead minions." Suddenly, an eerie breath started to leak from the Skeleton Centaur Knight and filled the entire training hall. The Skeleton Centaur Knight raised its front hoofs and stomped hard on the ground. The ground vibrated, and 100 Skeleton Centaur soldiers surfaced above the ground, surrounding the Skeleton Centaur Knight. Unlike the Skeleton Centaur Knight, who was covered in bone armor, the Skeleton Centaur soldiers were equipped with worn-out, dirty armor and weapons. Looking at the 100 Skeleton Centaur soldiers that surfaced on the ground, everybody was dumbfounded. Even though I had already read the card skills beforehand, I was also shocked, as the scene of 100 Skeleton Centaur soldiers in the formation surrounding the knight was dreadful and overwhelming. Facing 101 Skeleton Centaurs, Paul's knees were trembling, and they almost gave out, if not for his years of experience as an adventurer. I am shield bearer, not a roadkill, he thought, looking at 404 hoofs in front of him. They can stomp him to death. Jaya's mouth hung open. Not just her, everyone else in the training hall was in a state of shock. I was looking at Cindy. She seemed to still maintain a calm expression and did show any emotion on her face. Are her facial muscles dead, or what? But 4 members of Paul's party quickly responded and went to support him. It seems fine gold guards are not to be underestimated. Thankfully, the Skeleton Centaur army did not plan on attacking, or else it would be a bloodbath. 100 D-rank undead monsters were more than enough to bring down a C-rank party. Is this worth $100 million? I asked mockingly. I did not know why I said that, but it felt good. Jaya did not respond, as she was still in a state of shock. Pointing her fingers at the Skeleton Centaurs, she exclaimed, "It's a boss monster. It's a boss monster ability. How can a card have boss monster ability? Undead minions is a boss skill. Only the dungeon bosses have them to call for reinforcement." Huh. I snorted, not bothering to enlighten her, and I had a feeling of satisfaction for some reason. My fated ingredient was part of a boss monster. Deborah tried to explain, even though she did not know the reason. Undead minions, active. The user can summon 100 undead minions of the same race. Additional effect, ability to induce fear in the opponent. Restriction, the The summoned minions are a rank lower than the summoner. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Now that's worth 100 million. Hell, I almost pissed myself, said Jaya with a wild look, and eagerly asked, use the next skill, I want to see. Come on. About the next skill. Even I was eager about it because I did not know what this skill did, as I did not add this skill to the card. When I tried to read the skill effects, it only showed a series of question marks. Under everyone's gaze, Deborah slowly walked towards Skeleton Centaur Knight and his minions while removing her jacket and boots. As she walked, milky white fluid started to pour out of the pores of her palm and sole. The fluid climbed, covering her entire body. The layer of milky white fluid covering Deborah started to harden, forming a modern full-body knight armor exactly similar to the one worn by the Skeleton Centaur Knight. Seeing Deborah walk towards it, the Skeleton Centaur Knight walked out of the formation, and behind him the Skeleton Centaur soldiers lined up in a 10 by 10 formation. Thud. When bone armor covered Deborah stood in front of it, the Skeleton Centaur Knight and its minions bowed while kneeling in respect. Deborah turned to face the crowd while chanting, "Summon Undead Mount." A 1.7-meter tall skeleton warhorse surfaced above the ground next to her. With a flip, Deborah mounted the skeleton warhorse and started to demonstrate all the skills previously performed by the Skeleton Centaur Knight. Bone Weapon Mastery, Storm Rush, Stampede, Epicenter, Borrow Strike, Leap, Enrage. For the finale, she muttered, "Undead Minions." 100 E-rank humanoid skeleton foot soldiers in a perfect 10 by 10 formation equipped with old tattered armor and weapons surfaced above the ground behind her. Since Deborah is a D-rank card soldier and of the human race, she could only summon E-rank humanoid skeleton foot soldiers. Even though Skeleton Centaur Knight's strength has been weakened to D-rank due to Deborah's lacking strength, Skeleton Centaur Knight is still considered a C-rank undead, and therefore it can summon D-rank Skeleton Centaur soldiers. Both the humanoid skeleton foot soldiers and Skeleton Centaur soldiers infantry stood next to each other, while the Skeleton Centaur Knight and the Skeleton Warhorse stood in front of the Skeleton Centaur soldiers and humanoid skeleton foot soldiers infantry respectively. Getting off the skeleton mount, Deborah stood in between the Warhorse and the Centaur Knight. Looking at me, she and the skeleton army behind her with a hard stomp on the ground in unison bowed and expressed their gratitude while Deborah shouted, "Thank you, Master Wyatt." Deborah had almost given up on her career as an adventurer. No guild was willing to recruit her, as they considered her finding her fate ingredient as a lost cause, because no matter what, Deborah would not give up on creating her origin card, which was a gamble with less than 50/50 odds and costed a small fortune to create. The money for the origin card creation was not a big deal for these guilds, but they did not think that Deborah was worth it, as they could easily hire any other capable D-rank card soldier. But all this changed a day ago when her childhood friend Susan mentioned the name Dalton Wyatt to her. If not for Cindy wanting to test Wyatt's card creation prowess, it is debatable if she would have hired Deborah in the first place. She had given up on her origin card and was satisfied being recruited in the Fine Gold Guards. But her fate surprised her once again, and she had a powerful origin card overnight. All this was possible due to one person, Wyatt. Because of him, she was recruited in Fine Gold, and because of him, she had a powerful origin card that even she could never dream of. Being treated like trash in society these past few days, Deborah appreciated her new life and opportunities more, and she had one man to thank for all of this, Dalton Wyatt, a high schooler. Right now, everything she had was given by Wyatt either directly or indirectly, so all she could do was offer a bow as gratitude. 200+ skeleton bowing to me was a majestic sight and all, but I did not know how to respond to her theatrical gesture of gratitude. The whole crowd in the training hall turned their gaze at me. All of a sudden, everyone started to notice me now. I wasn't bothered by their gazes. I looked back at Deborah and said, "Summon Soul Link, right? So it allows you to use all the abilities of your undead summon." Interesting. Yes, Master Wyatt. I can use all the skills of Skeleton Centaur Knight thanks to the skill Summon Soul Link. Not only that, we can speak to each other mentally using the link. Deborah respectfully answered me. I did not know that downloading the artificial beast will to her subconscious would lead to unexpected gains. Looks like I will have to do more research on this part. Summon Soul Link, active. The user can use the skills of his summon. The user and the summon can communicate with each other using the link. Additional effect. Summon's intelligence grows according to user's intelligence stats. Summon Undead Mount. Active. The exclusive ability of every undead knight to summon an undead mount. Additional effect. Cavalry Master level. Being a half-horse skeleton centaur knight did not require an undead mount, but Deborah, who was equal to an undead knight thanks to Summon Soul Link, she could use the skill Summon Undead Mount. By now everyone was out of the shock of 200 undead soldiers infantry units summoned by Deborah. An origin card being able to summon 200 undead and providing 8 different rare skills could be considered a mythical grade card. This caused them to envy Deborah for having such dumb luck. After knowing that I had created the card, they all looked at me with eyes filled with worship. There was no envy or jealousy or disdain in their eyes because they knew about all the knowledge and hard work required for card creation. For a high schooler to be able to achieve that, they acknowledged me wholeheartedly. Especially Jaya. She looked at me as if she would swallow me whole. So I chose to distance myself from her. In response, she just sneered. Even Cindy looked at me differently, I could tell from her eyes, even though her expression remained unchanged. Deborah's show of power just now had gained her approval of all the trainees in the training ground. They surrounded her and asked her various questions about her origin card and me. They did not dare to near me as Cindy was standing next to me. Having watched the Skeleton Centaur Knight in action, it was time for me to leave. Transfer the money to my account. I will be heading home. Having said that to Cindy, I headed towards the elevator. I did not wait for her reply, but only to be blocked by Jaya, who suddenly appeared in front of me. Mr. Wyatt, you must be really tired after making such a powerful origin card. Why don't you enjoy our fine gold hot spring? It will relieve you of all your stress and fatigue, suggested Jaya. Soaking in hot springs sounds better than a bath at home, and I have heard a lot about fine gold hot springs. Let's check it out today. So, I agreed. Sure, why not? Hearing me agree, Jaya excitedly called a trainee and had her escort me to the hot springs. Carla, escort Mr. Wyatt to hot springs number 02, Jaya whispered in Carla's ears. Hearing Jaya, Carla looked at her wide-eyed as if she heard wrong and said, "But ma'am, that spring is." "Chill. Just do what I say. I will handle the rest." Jaya hushed Carla. Carla hesitated at first, but Jaya was her boss's sister, and she could only bite her lips and do as she was ordered to. The soak in the hot spring was so soothing and relieving that I fell asleep in the pool. Thankfully, I had previously equipped the Mud Frog skin card to breathe in the minerals of the hot spring water through my skin pores, allowing me to breathe underwater. Right now, I was very hungry as I had a good 6 hours of sleep in the hot spring, skipping breakfast and lunch. Summoning my grimoire, I called the resort service and ordered a fattening meal. "Thank you. The estimated wait time is 11 minutes. Climbing out of the pool, I dry myself and put on a robe and sat on the poolside patio waiting for my meal. I was yet to get comfortable on the couch, but I heard footsteps walking into the bathhouse. That was fast. I thought it was the resort service with my meal, but to my astonishment, it was Jaya. "Hi, Mr. Wyatt, forgive my intrusion. Can we talk?" asked Jaya, giving me a charming look. Even though Jaya is just 17 years old, she had a very bumpy figure, which I noticed at the training hall when she was in her gym tights. But right now she is wearing a gray brand name logo print gym pants under a camouflage hoodie. The hoodie was large for her size, and it was covering both her front and back bumps. But it could not cover her juicy thighs wrapped in gym tights. Remembering her expression in the training hall earlier, and seeing how she showed here unannounced and uninvited, I had a slight guess of what she was up to. But I was not interested. From the perspective of my mental age, I considered her a little too young for my taste. Knowing the right thing to do, I said, "Mrs. Jaya, let me stop you right there. I am flattered, really. I am sorry to say this, you are not my type, and I am not a casual person." "What? No. I am not here for that. I am not interested in you, and you are also not my type," Jaya denied hurriedly. "Of course you would say that now that you know," I said, stretching comfortably on the couch. Hearing me put it that way, Jaya was dumbfounded, but soon her expression changed to that of anger and shame as she shouted, "No, you creep, I was here to ask your help in the creation of my origin card." "And what do you mean by you are not casual? Are you implying that I am easy?" Hearing her, it dawned upon me that I had misunderstood her intentions. So I apologized. "Sorry, it was all a misunderstanding." "Humph," Jaya snorted. "I am waiting," I demanded. I want you to create an origin card for me. Of course not for free, I will pay you handsomely, said Jaya arrogantly. Not that, apologize. I stressed. For what? For calling me a creep. I am not some pushover who could stand being called creep to his face by a pompous little girl. Jaya stared at me menacingly. Well, you do want me to create a card for you, right? I threatened using my only leverage. Well, for someone as rich and powerful as Jaya, she does not require a high schooler to create a card for her still. If she does, then there has to be a critical reason behind it. I will use this to my advantage and milk the cow that walked into my den. Hey, don't blame me. She can only blame herself for her ignorance and foolishness. I am sorry. Jaya was never this angry before in her life. Nobody dared to be so disrespectful or threaten her to her face. Not even her sister's enemies dared to be disrespectful to her. She was the fine gold princess, and everyone knew that touching her was equal to unleashing hell upon oneself. If it was anybody else, she would have given them a glimpse of the fine gold princess's prestige, but since the boy in front of her was the only one who could help her, she had to swallow her pride and anger just this once until her work was done, of course. Okay, now please leave. My meal has arrived, and I can't enjoy it with someone watching me. A waiter walked into the bathhouse pushing a trolley. Greeting me and Jaya, he placed the trolley next to the patio furniture and left quietly, as if he was never there. Seeing the waiter leave, suppressing her anger, Jaya said, "You agreed to create my card if I apologized." I never did. I just asked if you wanted me to create a card for you. It's not my fault if you don't understand English. Don't play word games with me. Tell me how much. Everything has a price. Sigh. I sighed. This right here was why I wanted to hide my skills in card creation. But this was the only way I could amass a large sum of money quickly. I had my pride and blah blah, but it was not worth making an enemy of Jaya, at least not right now. Jaya was the fine gold princess. It would be smart to have her as a friend, than an enemy just over some misunderstanding. I am not an MC from a third-rate novel who could not swallow his pride or control his DCK. But right now things between me and Jaya were way past where I could be friends with her. Even though she was smiling on the surface, I knew she was holding a grudge against me. I had to solve this before I even considered helping her out, because I would lose my only leverage on her by then. Jaya, I like you. I liked you ever since I laid my eyes on you in the training hall. I thought I was over my past and had come to terms with my present, but it seems I was just overwhelmed with the joy of my rebirth. I did not die no matter how many times the world powers conspired against me. Even though they could kill my mortal body, they still could not put an end to my soul. I was delighted I got a second chance and was optimistic about this new life. I thought to myself that I would not repeat the same mistakes I did in my previous life. But it seems those mistakes are not just mistakes, but my nature. Just like how the scorpion cannot stop stinging even though it is not in its interest, as that is its nature. In my last life, I could decide the lives of millions of people and overthrow a regime with a word. World leaders feared me and trembled in my presence. That was too much power for an ignorant mortal to hold. Like all the tyrants before me, I was also corrupted by the power I hold. People's life and dignity meant nothing to me. If I chose to save one, then the others would die. I could not look at the world with morals or have humanity. I had to be impartial and choose which was the best for the entire humanity. Finally, the means stopped mattering to me, and the results of my choice started to define my means. All that mattered to me was to keep the majority satisfied and hell with the minority. I would be lying if I said compassion never bothered me. Sometimes tears roll out of my eyes without my knowledge, but I never had time to acknowledge or wipe them. Somebody had to make these choices. I never stopped to ask, why does it have to be me the one to make these choices? I guess I just enjoyed the feeling of playing God. In the final movements of my last life, the horrible mistakes I had committed flashed before my eyes, but I did not regret it cause my regret could not change anything. It would just demean the sacrifice of those who believed in me and my dream. I just came to terms with them since I no longer had to shoulder the burden of entire humanity on my shoulder. But since I got a second chance, I thought in this life I would lay back and just enjoy life as a new person. I tried very hard to change, but it seems I was meant to fail from the beginning, as I never tried to change myself for real. I just acted as if I cared, and it turns out I am not a good actor. From a world leader, I was reduced to an orphan punk. I knew my identity was no longer what it was in my past life, but it seems my ego had not received the update. It was cashing the check which my current identity could not cash. With the identity of street punk, I embodied the ego of a world leader which did not go hand in hand. My ego expected to be worshipped, but my current identity was only good for being looked down on. As a repercussion, I would get triggered at every small little thing. Even though I trust Susan now, at our first meeting I was very rude to her even though she was just trying her best to help me. Again with Martha, no she deserves it, she called me shorty. And those students in my class, I almost crushed their windpipes over a little dispute. Come to think of it, I beat those bullies and the delinquents after them not to get revenge for young Wyatt, but because I liked the feeling of holding power in my hand once again. I was no righteous soul. I bullied the weak and feared the strong. That was clear as I let bright brothers who tried to ambush me walk, just because they were stronger than me. I tried to comfort myself saying I was being smart, but the truth was I just bullied the weak and feared the strong. Right now I am going to do the same. Even though this lost Jaya has been looking down on me ever since the training hall and called me a creep, I had to suppress my ego and act accordingly to my identity. If it was my last life, I would have executed her for disrespecting me and as a show of power. Even in this life, if it was Martha or someone else, I would have shown them their place, but right now I had to understand my place if I wanted to survive. I had to get on Jaya's good side if I wanted to walk out of this place in one piece. One word from her, and I would no longer exist in reality and government records. One would think Jaya is a normal, diligent teenager, then you would be underestimating what she was capable of. As the lone heiress to Fine Gold Empire, she has been taught to be ruthless and calculating. According to what she was taught, disrespecting her meant disrespecting the entire Fine Gold group and what it stood for. So there is no way I was walking out of here unharmed. She was tolerating me since I had something she wanted desperately. I could milk her using it as leverage, but she would not forget the disrespect and disputes I had with her. Once she got what she wanted, my remains will be floating in some unknown city gutters. So I had to, believe me, if there was any other way I would, but she is too smart for that. This was the only way. All teenage girls are hopeless romantics. I had to make Jaya believe that all my actions earlier were to gain her attention, and I was nothing but a loser who admired her very much. Hoping that she would not be heartless enough to kill her first admirer just because he tried to gain her attention in a crude way. Even though Jaya is the heiress to the Fine Gold group, she still is a teenage girl with no experience in love. I could only try this. Jaya, I like you. I liked you ever since I laid my eyes on you in the training hall. Jaya, I like you. I have liked you ever since I had laid my eyes on you in the training hall. Say what? Jaya was slow to react. She did not know how to react or how to respond to this. Her arrogant eyes were now confused and filled with uncertainty. I closed in on Jaya, not fast enough to spook her and not slow enough for her to react. Getting close to her, I gazed into her eyes with my pure and sincere eyes. As I said, "Girl, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Not just your beauty, but also your free-spirited and confident will. You're the most confident and independent girl I have ever met. I don't know why, but in your presence I am not myself. I just want to keep looking into your deep serene eyes and listen to your mesmerizing voice. I could spend eternity looking into your eyes and listening to your voice just like that." With every word, I slowly got closer to her. Jaya's face was flushed, looking at how flustered she was. I guess this was her first love confession. I could tell that Jaya was petrified and her brain must have gone haywire with all these new emotions and feelings she was feeling right now. This must be the first time the opposite sex has ever told her that she looks beautiful. Jaya knows she is beautiful and is confident in her beauty. But Jaya is not like other girls who gets hit on or molested with perverted gazes on the day-to-day basis. Jaya has not yet met anyone who was crazy enough to hit on the lone heiress of the Fine Gold Empire. Not until me, of course. But still, Jaya was not your average teenage girl. Pretty soon she collected herself together, regaining her composed and calm front. And she backed away, seeing me stand too close to her. To not spook her, I gave up on closing in on her. At first I planned to close in on her, and in her muddled state, I would hug and take her first kiss, coercing her into accepting my confession. But now that she regained her composure and calmness, I had to be more careful. I don't know how she will react. In my last life, my previous plan always worked. TCHS would always act conservative and pure, but when I cornered them, they showed their true form. Of course, in my previous life, my identity was enough to make the TCHS wet. But now I don't know. I can only hope my charm was enough to hook in this innocent virgin. Really? Then what about earlier? You said I was not your type, and I should not waste my time on you. With grim eyes, Jaya looked at me and questioned. That I was just trying to gain your interest by being different. A fine woman like you should have many suitors. There is no way you would be interested in a poor boy like me, let alone remember me. So, I said what I said earlier to let you, my goddess, remember me. I know my place, so I would be happy with just my goddess remembering me, a poor boy who fell for you. I eloquently made up lies to support my behavior earlier. You were saying it was all an act to increase my interest in you. Then why stop now? Jaya did not fall for my lies and sweet words. I could see that my actions were doing more harm than good, and did not want my goddess to remember me as a hater. Also, I would not forgive myself if I did not confess my feelings for you. So I decided to stop with the charades and be frank with you, and face the consequences head on. I sincerely apologize for my behavior earlier. Please forgive me. I know I can't measure up to you, my goddess, so I don't ask you to reciprocate my feelings, but to acknowledge them and my existence. All I ask is to allow me to admire you from afar. Will that be possible, my goddess? I said, bowing my head. Since I cannot implement my first plan, I decided to act like a harmless loser. Whatever. Did you know your stunt almost got you killed? You do whatever you want. I do not care as long as it does not affect me, otherwise don't blame me for being heartless. Now let's talk about my origin card creation. Don't worry about your fees, as long as I am satisfied, I will pay you handsomely. Taking pity on me, satisfying her ego, Jaya let go of her grudge against me, thinking, why was I even worked up about this loser? Thank you. Anything for my goddess. Please do not worry about my fees. How can I collect fees from my goddess? I act humble and happy to be of the services of goddess Jaya, thinking like I would do anything for free. No, I will pay you 100 million as fees if you successfully create my origin card. Don't worry about ingredients, the company will provide them for free, said Jaya arrogantly. I sighed in relief, successfully defusing the bomb named Jaya. And in addition to that, I was offered 100 million in fees for a single origin card creation. Here I was planning different ways to milk her, and she bombed my mind with huge-ass digits. 100 million was a lot for me, even for Jaya, but she was desperate enough to be willing to spend that exuberant amount of money. This also said that the 100 million was not easy to take, as the condition was I would be paid only if I was successful. I bet Jaya should have already consulted many renowned and powerful card creationists for the creation of her origin card. I don't know why, but something happened that I was her last choice for the creation of her origin card. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Jaya was not telling me the complete story, and she may even be lying to me. What could make her so desperate enough to offer 100 million to a high schooler whom she just met to create her origin card? I chose to ignore these thoughts, as currently I had no option other than to help Jaya create an origin card. May I see your fate ingredient to get an idea of what I am dealing with here? I asked. Here you go, replied Jaya as she passed me a blue stone. Jaya Keith, an orphan. God may have taken one family from her, but gave another in return. That is her sister Diana, her only relative and family. Jaya believed that even her birth parents would not have loved her as much as her sister did, and never felt that she lacked a father or mother because of her sister Diana, who fulfilled those roles excellently. Jaya never thought about her parents or bothered to know who they were. She has very negligible feelings for them, as she never met or knew them in person, as they were no more, and all they left behind was a blue stone to remember them by. She never felt an identity crisis like most orphans do, because she knew who she was. She was the younger sister of Diana Keith and the lone heiress of the fine gold empire. Jaya had nothing to complain about the present life of hers and was satisfied with it, until she contracted a grimoire and ascended to the card student realm. The blue stone, the last thing left for by her birth parents, which she carried on her since her childhood, turned out to be her fate ingredient. At first, Jaya thought nothing of it. She thought maybe her stronger emotional attachment to it turned it into her fate ingredient. But when she consulted the fine gold card creationist to use the blue stone to create her origin card, the company card creationist told her that her blue stone was no ordinary stone. It contained a huge amount of soul power, and they could not proceed with card creation until they knew what this stone was and what it was capable of. Even though Jaya did not know who her parents were, she always thought that they must be normal people with tragic fate. But finding that blue stone was no ordinary stone changed her opinion. Jaya, who did not care about her past or birth parents, suddenly became curious about her past and her birth parents. To quench her curiosity, Jaya could only turn to one person, her sister Diana. When questioned, Diana did not hide anything respecting Jaya's decision. She revealed everything she knew about Jaya's past. She said that she did not know who Jaya's parents were, and she found baby Jaya abandoned in a cleared B-rank field dungeon ground naked, covered in dirt, holding the blue stone. It seems when Diana tried to take the blue stone, baby Jaya would cry relentlessly. So she thought that the blue stone must be important to baby Jaya and let her keep it. According to Diana, seeing how baby Jaya was abandoned in a dungeon, Jaya's birth parents may have fallen in the dungeon. What puzzled them was, why would any parent bring a 3-year-old baby girl to the dungeon? Getting no answers, but more questions about her past, Jaya, who did not care about her origin, now grew real curious about it. Who were her parents? Why did they abandon her? Were they still alive? Was she left to die in a cleared B-rank field dungeon? Not just that, ever since the blue stone became her fate ingredient, Jaya always felt that a part of her was missing, and it was calling to her from within the blue stone. As time went by, these feelings of missing a part of herself and calling from within the blue stone grew stronger within Jaya until it became unbearable and turned into agony. Jaya started to suffer from insomnia and barely ever slept. She finally decided to turn the blue stone into an origin card, no matter the cost. But her sister thought it was not worth it, because if the card creation failed, then Jaya would permanently lose the missing part of her within the blue stone, as the failure in card creation results in the destruction of the ingredients used for card creation. Jaya had a different opinion, as she would rather lose this part of hers than spend her life in agony, unable to sleep, and be haunted by the missing part in her nightmare. When she went to the card creationist for the creation of the card, they refused, as they were threatened by Diana not to help Jaya in the card creation. Be it the company card creationist or the freelance card creationist, they all refused to help Jaya. When she heard Wyatt created an undead summon card with just a bone using the hypothesis of transferring the Rambull ability, a light bulb lit in Jaya's mind. So Jaya did not hesitate to seduce Wyatt to help her create her origin card using $100 million. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.